Well, hello everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back, Kyle.
Thank you. It's good to be here. It's crazy to be here. It feels insane. I've been in Babyland. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, look at me.
We play at your pace, so you missed anything.
Ah, awesome.
I learned to heal.
Nice.
To heal, Kyle.
How'd that go? How did that go?
You'd have been so proud of me.
Yeah? I am
Yeah,
proud. I'm already proud of you, Garrett.
People only died a horrible death during the really big pulls.
Good.
Or when
excellent.
I mess something up.
Sure. That's great. I'm glad you healed. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see you all here. I've got baby brain. I am a mess. I'm an absolute just mess. But it's good to be here. We're gonna take things nice and casual today. I'm probably gonna heal a dungeon to get the juices flowing, even though I don't need levels by any means.
Oh yeah.
But you know, I gotta ease into this. I am unvideo gamed. I played like maybe 4 hours total of Persona 5. Otherwise, I was holding babies, carrying babies, playing with toddler. I've been like just gone from this computer. It's been insane. It's been crazy. It's good to see y'all here, though. It's great seeing y'all here, though. Hi, everybody.
You don't know how to game. You don't know how to game anymore.
I don't even know how to video game anymore.
This is what happens, man. It's what you have your second kid, and suddenly you're dog shit at video games.
Yep. That's how it
your
goes.
Kids are gonna grow up to bully you in Smash Brothers.
Everyone's gonna be like, "Wow, Dad sure is dog shit at video games," and I'll be like, "I once in the
You don't understand.
I leveled Nidhogg back in the day."
You get to masters in Heroes of the Storm,
Yes.
little one, and your child will go, "What's Heroes of the Storm?"
And I'll go, "You silence yourself. And do not besmirch the name."
If you talk down to the best MOBA ever, you will be grounded again. We told you, no flaming Heroes of the Storm in this house.
Oh man. It's good to be back, everybody. It's good to see y'all here. Thank you so much for the support as we get going today.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna have a busy stream today. We're gonna do some Final Fantasy. We're gonna
ease ourselves back in. We're gonna ease ourselves. I saw some people being like, "Why aren't you doing the MSQ? Kyle's back. Why is it an MSQ?"
Day one reading.
That's how you delivered it, but that's how I'm delivering it.
I'm not ready for that.
He's not ready.
I'm not ready.
A lot of voices.
I want to like.
A lot of it's not. A lot of people. Some people. I think you're out there. You just do the MSQ. You just read the thing. No, we think about it. We think we're like, we gotta do the voices.
Get into it.
We gotta prepare ourselves for everyone telling us we didn't read the name right. It's a lot of it's a performance. It is. We're gonna vibe today. We're gonna chill. We're gonna do the low expectations of running dungeon. I just want to hang out with my friend. I want to hang out with my buddy, and I'm bringing you with me.
Gotta catch up.
That's what we're doing. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out with my friend, and I'm bringing everybody with me. That's what we're doing. We're going to publicly hang out together, and then we're going to go to the low concern level of returning to World of Warcraft after a year.
Yes, so low concern.
Yeah. So yeah,
immensely
you a lot
casual.
longer actually. It's been way longer for you.
2018 December. 2018 December would have been the last time I played World of Warcraft.
This will be the longest I've ever taken a break from the game.
Yeah.
I
get it.
The game.
We have some fabulous super chats coming in here. We just want to give a shout out here to L Law. Thank you so much for that immensely generous super chat.
I didn't even see that one come through. Is that hiding from earlier? Oh no, my goodness, I do see it.
Yeah.
There's so many things pinned at the top.
I had
to scroll.
There's a lot going on.
I had to scroll. Yeah, yay for the duo returning some extra college funds or something.
Yes. Oh my god. Yeah, it's
or
crazy.
something. Listen, that'll buy a lot of anime stickers off Instagram on Cyber Monday.
Who knows, man? Who knows what prices will be like on anime stickers by the time we get there? But I mean, I'm gonna do a little poll just because I'm personally curious. Before I go like too deep into like dadisms and telling dad stories, this is completely anonymous.
You want to know who's a parent?
Who's a parent? Yes, and sadly, for the answering of this question, pets don't count. It has to be a human child. For this question, it must be a human
No,
child.
yeah, pets don't count.
Yeah.
Pets don't count. No, yeah, it's not. I draw similarities all the time, but you know what? At the end of the day, you can't put your kid in a crate and leave the house. That's not something you can do.
There is a time.
You can, but
Yeah.
it is frowned upon in most societies. I've done the research, Kyle, and I can confidently state that most societies find putting children in crates and leaving the home to be bad parenting.
Exactly. There is a point where the kids meet up with a pet. Like pets can kind of like the kids catch up to pet levels and they're left alone and they do their own thing. Like we're talking about babies, like little tiny babies that you birthed out of a human body. So, okay, we're currently at 83% no, which is perfect. So 20% so far, 17% of today's
Stay
stream.
strong, my hedonistic
17%
viewers.
of today's stream will be dad stories. Otherwise, I will abstain and keep it cool. If the number changes, we'll adapt and we'll add another dad story on.
No, you don't have to do that. You know, folks here are dear chat roomers. Are you not invested in Kyle's life? You do not need to be a parent yourself to be invested in Kyle's life.
Hey,
you don't need it.
I like what she has to say. I'm not a parent, but I was once a child.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
We're all.
And there are so many wonderful and even more generous super chats in here to thank.
Yes.
Das got us started off with a very generous super chat before we even went live.
That is true.
I think it was during the countdown technically, but said, hey, y'all, let's start this off by saying welcome back, Kyle. Secondly, like the stream. Thirdly, hope you had a good Thanksgiving, you too. I'm thankful you two and the safe for you two and the safe space y'all have created. Fourthly, it's your turn, Kyle, to come to LA. I got to meet Das, dude.
Oh, dude, that's cool.
Yeah, we hung. I brought me a bunch of really awesome sunglasses. You should get some of these, or come see me and I'll give you one.
Do you have them on display?
I don't have them with me right now. No, one's been claimed by Katie. One now lives in my car. The other is out by my pool deck.
Dude, your hair looks fabulous, by the way. I just zoomed in on us. You look great.
You. Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, Katie is bringing some of those sunglasses.
Nice. Wait,
thank you, Katie.
Are you wearing one of those Supreme shirts? No. I don't even know what
it's a parody. It's a parody.
I don't know when did this. I don't even know this. I know Goku wears a Supreme shirt. That's like all I got.
Yeah. No, Katie got me this. I don't know what streetcar is, but the back of the shirt says, where is it? Yeah, just turn around.
Your boyfriend's car runs on. Oh, that's a gas number. I know that gas. That looks like gas.
Yeah, Katie got me this shirt last Christmas, so I don't know what streetcar is, but the back of it's funny. So, yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, the back. But yeah, no, these sunglasses were gifted to me by none other than our own Das. And if you look really closely, come on, focus. It's got tiger stripes. It's got pink tiger stripes on this.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Day glow highlighter yellow. I love it.
Oh, those are loud. Those are awesome.
Yeah. And then Katie also, and you can. Oh, it's got fingerprints on it. This is the pair that Katie claimed. Which let's see if it shows up. But no, cover the eyes. It's got dark purple like marble cracks in there. It's really cool stuff.
They're gooder.
Gooder, yeah. Shout out
Gooder.
to Das and Gooder. We're I believe Das. I don't know if I should out Das.
No, that's saying the Prince glow in the dark. They're embracing it. They want you to show off the glasses.
Here we are. Yeah.
Well done.
I've been living in these ones. Like the pink tiger stripe is very much my jam.
Nice.
We went and saw our friends. We had Friendsgiving this weekend. We went and saw our lovely friends Ben and Abby. They get referenced on the stream all the time. One of these days, I'll get them to make an appearance. We did Friendsgiving over the weekend, and they were like, "Yo, where'd you get those rad glasses?"
Those rad shades.
So fun story. I was out in LA, and one of our stream regulars came out to say hi, and
awesome.
And so Das and Brian met as a result. Kyle.
Oh,
so
sure.
Brian came out and had dinner with me.
Nice.
Das joined us. And they both met Lena from the Hearthstone team. It was just a mixing of all of the worlds combined.
Well, I don't want to have you talked about the Hearthstone trip here on the stream much? I don't want to retread.
A little bit. You know, got some questions. I figured it would come up on the podcast Thursday.
Yeah. I don't want to digest the podcast either.
Yeah. But you know, it has come up a few times. It was a very good experience. I felt tested and like I overcame It felt like an accomplishment.
Yeah.
I guess is the simplest way I can put it.
It's badass.
It did not come easy. I had to push through some jitters. Let's put it that way.
Some growth.
Yeah, some growth happened.
Yeah.
Some growth happened.
That's badass, man.
Much like Super Sideswiper's ever-growing membership, 5 months with us.
Very nice.
Did you like that? Did you like? You know what I had to do on stream a lot during that Hearthstone thing?
What?
Segues. I feel like a good 40% of what I had to do was just segue between things.
Oh, speaking of segues, I don't have our donation bar on screen. Let me give that a refresh.
What? Oh my God, Kyle!
I know.
What are we doing?
What are we? This is so unprofessional.
What? Oh, so unprofessional, dude. I'm like, I feel naked. I'm like, I didn't have to set this stream up. Like, I just showed up. What is this? Like, yeah, streaming without you was its own. It's so nice to have. I missed you, man. Let's just get this out of. We're gonna thank Super Chats at some point, I promise. But I missed my friend.
I missed you too, man. Dude, after years and years and years of you posting podcasts all by yourself after I peaced out, hey, I'm happy to host the stream a little bit here and there.
Nah,
it's okay.
It's all good. It's all good. I thought we've always had a good thing. Hey, Sideswiper is celebrating 5 months, saying 5 months. Glad to welcome you back, Kyle. Will not be sticking around for Dragonflight part of the stream, but hope you enjoy yourselves.
Well, thank you.
Thanks. Raffelt sent in a generous super chat. Said currently up in North Georgia for the week, so we'll be catching the stream later, but wanted to at least say welcome back, Kyle. Hopefully a full night's sleep is not a completely foreign concept for you at this point.
No, but I've got an amazing Kristen in my life. Kristen is just an absolute beast. This, by the way, the poll ended and it got to 15. So 15% of our audience is parents. So this counts as part of my 15%. So yes, Kristen, I can't thank her enough. She's incredible. She functions on less sleep. You just learn a lot about yourself. I do not function well on less sleep. So she would just sneak out. Like she would just toddler would wake up, baby was awake. She would just sneak out of the room and just let me snooze. Like, holy shit. Unreal. She's insane. She's a beast.
That sounds lovely.
Yeah, man. Absolutely insane.
Dude, oh, that's great. Katie first of all, hit a love note, which is, I don't want to downplay it by saying it's expected, but this is something we do. When one of us leaves, the other breaks into that person's luggage and hides a note somewhere. So Katie did that, and then I dropped my guard. I got to the studio for the Hearthstone event.
Yeah.
Messed with my breast pocket to put a pocket square in. Ended up
on your person
pocket square, and there was a little love note in there.
Oh.
And then I had another code for day 2 because you're not going to wear the same coat 2 days in a row.
No.
And there was another one in that breast pocket. So she got me good.
Nice.
Yeah. Luckily, I didn't find the first note until the end of the first day because I definitely would have cried. So yeah, yeah. I had some jitters that morning. So, Catherine celebrating 1 month anniversary, saying greetings and well wishes to you both. I am so excited to be able to watch the two of you continue your journey in Eorzea. Happy holidays. Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness, there's just more pink super chats coming in. Thank you so much, everybody. Baggins will celebrate in 6 months, saying the boys are back in town.
They sure are.
Welcome back, Kyle, and congratulations, and welcome back, Garrett. After Thanksgiving, we've missed you. Yeah, so I streamed early last week. I did Wednesday instead of Thursday, and dude, I confused everyone horribly. Everyone was like, "Why no video? Why is this on Wednesday instead of Thursday?" I'm like, listen, it's Thanksgiving in America. Mm-hmm. Kyle's out of town. Mm-hmm. Things. It's an off week.
Yeah,
it's an off week.
Let it happen.
Yeah. Snowbites earlier. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Welcome back, Kyle, and congrats. Hope you and your family are well. Same to you, Garrett. Also to chat, salute, or thank our mods for their service.
Yes, the mods did a fabulous job. All around. Thank you all so much. Nobody messaged me with anything, which was, it's amazing. I really appreciate it. Holy shit. Thank you.
No one was like, dude, this Garrett guy is ruining the stream.
He's ruining
to come back and save it.
Listen,
you need
Kyle,
to save it. Have you seen how he heals? Have you seen how he heals, Kyle?
Baseball. I can't watch this.
Yeah, no, dude, no, mods, always thankful for the mods, but I definitely appreciated them while I was out here flying solo. A little hard to keep chat behaving. Got my eye on you. Kyle's back, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I got 2 eyes.
Yep.
Well, 4 eyes plus the mods.
Now we're all over it.
Y'all gotta behave.
Yeah.
Oh, they were great. Chat was wonderful.
That's
Everyone
awesome.
They taught me how to heal, man.
That's cool.
You know how special that is?
I really I swung by a couple of your streams just stealthily on my phone while, under a baby sleeping. And it was cool seeing everybody. Like, that's something. It's really fun learning alongside the chat. It's so cool we have a community, and maybe even just the Final Fantasy XIV environment is supportive of that learning style. That's really cool. It's really fun to do. It's really fun to learn alongside y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be great. I can't wait till everyone tells me I suck on Paladin when we return to WoW later today.
It goes the territory.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Elo Doth said, it's the best boys back together. Thanks for your 5 months, Elo Doth. Appreciate it. You are a best boy, Kyle, for sure.
Oh, thank you.
A best boy. Unknown character, thanks for the super chat. Garrett playing Scholar and Dragoon gave me tears of joy.
Tears of joy. Yeah, I saw you got on the Dragoon. What level did you get to?
On Dragoon, 40? I can click a button. Let's click a button. 45.
Oh, wow. Look at you. Yeah, you got your...
Yeah. Still, I don't have my full Estinian set yet.
No, but I like the blade back boots. The blade back boots are cool.
Blade back boots? Yeah. You hit someone with those what is that? The hamstring?
It was in the hand, but you do a drop kick, right? It's called that's when you drop something and then kick it. Yeah, if you did the leg up that you hold for a while and then you hammer it down.
Yeah, I forget the name of that.
Yeah.
There's a time in my life where I need the name of that, but
axe kick, people are saying.
An axe kick. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. I always hated doing that in Taekwondo. Ferris, thanks for your 4 months and welcome back, Kyle. Hope everything is going great with the little one.
It is. They're frankly insanely sleepy. Our first was, this counted my 15%. Our first would just, even now as a toddler, he just doesn't like sleep. He hates sleep. He'll dance, he'll sing, he'll run around. He will keep himself awake. This little guy's like, hey, how's it going? I'm kind of, and just loves it. Loves sleeping. He loves sleeping. He's a little gremlin. He's a little nugget.
a little nugget gremlin.
Yep. Little nugget gremlin. I
like it. Where my meeps at? Thanks for the super chat. My brother and my wife's cousin had their kids born around the same time you did, Kyle. Congrats to you and everyone's new bundle of joy.
Oh, congrats back to the fam.
And that was followed by L Law. Thank you again for that very generous super chat, L Law. Already read it, but folks, you can read it at the top if you missed it, and you'll be able to read it for quite a while. Don't worry, it's gonna stay up there for a bit. Mel the Redcap said back from the hospital in time to watch Yay! Knee replacement in parentheticals. Thanks for your 1 month, Mel, and congrats on the new parts.
Yes, hope they serve you well.
We just had someone very close to me and my family just had their knee replaced, and we got to go dance with them at the wedding, and they were joking. They're like, "Oh, I don't know, it's still breaking down." I'm like, "It's under warranty. It's brand new. Let's go."
Cute.
So, yeah, try and get them out on the dance floor.
Jim, that's what people say. I think it's a horse thing. It's like you project confidence at the baby. The baby's like, yeah, this parent knows what they're doing now. I'll just go to sleep. Whereas the first
they're
kid's
relaxed. I'm relaxed because they're relaxed.
It's so stereotypical. It's so canned. But absolutely, that first kid, they're like, okay, leave the hospital. And you're like, where's the manual? What do you do? Am I allowed to? I have a cat. I've owned a cat and a snake. Like I don't know how to care for a human child.
But now you do.
Now I do, and then you exude confidence, and the baby just sleeps.
I mean, now you know that the answer is just monster trucks. Like, it's fine.
No, yeah,
you can read all the baby help books you want, but really, it's just monster trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Monster trucks and Spider-Man.
Confidence.
Yeah. Woggle said, in my day, Cape Westwind was the hardest trial. Thanks for your 1 month, Woggle.
Thank you so much.
We've heard that before. Now it's not even a trial.
No. Well, it's solo duty. They're called solo duty.
Right? Our retort to that is, in my day, it was still a trial.
That's right. Yeah, we're old enough to at least say that. We really need to play those up, you know? We're not those young kids anymore. We've been doing this for over a year.
You should feel special, Kyle, because Freak Bees is using their 6th month, which means they now have the purple GG next to their name message just to tell you welcome back.
Oh, purples. Everyone's got their purples. It's so beautiful. Yeah. Purple's my favorite color.
A lot of purples were rolling out while I was doing my solo streams. Yeah. It was cool seeing folks hit 6 months.
Nice.
D, thank you for the generous super chat. Welcome back, Kyle. I hope everything is going well. Garrett playing Skull and Dragoon made the 3 weeks you were gone. I'm so psyched for this stream. Have fun.
Thank you, D.
I woke up today psyched, man. I'm really looking forward to today.
I'm excited to be here.
It's good to have you back.
It's good to have you back. You know, it went by fast. It's a little sadness, a little pang of sadness. My kids are growing up without me again, but it's good to be back.
Nate, thank you for your 6 months. Said have a purple heart. Welcome back, Kyle. May the GG duo ride again. Prayers and well wishes for you and your family. GG.
Thank you, Nate. Much appreciated.
None of your 3 names start with G. So we don't have a double G. I have a double G in my name. My middle initial also starts with G.
Oh, nice.
So yeah. It's GGW. The only joke people made in high school was Girls Gone Wild, because that was the PO box on that commercial.
Oh right, yeah. That was a time.
Yeah.
With that weird tiki music that would play.
If you stay up too late on Comedy Central in the early 2000s, that's what you'd be greeted with.
Yep.
That guy went to jail, didn't he?
He had a life, man. His story is an absolute mess.
That's the last thing I remember hearing about that particular.
Yeah, he also had a home invader that tied him up. Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey.
There's a reason it disappeared for many, many reasons. Yeah. It'll live in the past.
You telling me the dude who made those videos?
How could this happen?
The cleanest past.
That's so weird. He went around looking for people to take their shirts off around him and asking them, and he was weird. Weird, right? What a weird. How could these connections happen?
And I apologize, Jelani, but you're following that with this. Thank you for your super chat. Welcome back, Kyle. As a multiple parent, I feel you on almost literally juggling kids. Welcome to Dad Brain Land. Plenty of room for you. Come on in.
Thank you.
This is where I out Kyle and say, Kyle can actually juggle.
I can juggle. I can juggle 3 balls. I can't do more. Juggle. I can bounce juggle 5, but I don't have bouncy balls anymore of that size.
That's Kyle's. That's the Kyle factoid of the day. Kyle can juggle.
Yep, I can juggle.
We'll get you drunk and do it sometime. Actually, it might make it harder. Dino, thanks for the super chat saying the boys are back in town. We are. I mean, I never left. I was. I mean, I did leave, but I've been back for a while. So. Cypher Zero, thank you for the super chat. Hello, Garrett. Welcome back, Kyle. I wish you both a good start into Dragonflight and hope you have fun. I hope the DF delivers.
Well, we're gonna talk a lot about that. We'll get to it. But you know,
I need to win. I need to win.
But Thursday's MSQ. Like MSQ's not stopped. Like Shadowbringers exists. I'm excited to keep playing. Like just so y'all know, like it's not an on-off switch. Final Fantasy's
going nowhere.
Yeah, Final Fantasy's going nowhere, man. It's a good ass game. I'm sitting here in my damn house, in my tiki bar that's been rebuilt after it was decorated for Thanksgiving or Halloween. Like, ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, there hasn't been that many people. Like, we've gotten a few concerned messages, but I wouldn't call it a deluge.
No.
But, yeah, if you're worried, don't be. We're going to continue moving through the MSQ at our normal pace, which that might concern you, but you're already concerned. So. Yeah, we're not going to remove a Final Fantasy day for a World of Warcraft day. That is not something we're going to do. We may add a World of Warcraft day if Dragonflight gets its hooks on us.
Yeah, but also like they've removed supposedly they removed all the super grinds, so just play it like you would any game. Play it like a video game. I was just
maybe, I don't know. I've done zero research into Dragonflight. So
I've done a little bit. I watched quite a bit of the Preach video. I mean, here and there, I've seen clips. Like I haven't watched the whole thing, but
I was waiting because I was like,
I've seen like YouTube short like clips. I've seen conversation around it, and I want to watch it with you. So I did not watch it straight through. I want to like sit down with you, and we'll watch that. Maybe we can squeeze that in sometime this week. Just like do a view party.
Be into it. Jonathan Harrison, thank you for the super chat. Welcome back, Kyle. How's the first kid handling the new edition?
He's doing great. Like, I mean, granted, I gave him 2 weeks or 3 weeks of just like, I'm your dad. Like, I'm here. I'm your best friend. Let's play. Like, he's so cute. He thinks the baby's cute. He's down. Like, there hasn't been any of that like stereotypical like, oh, take him back to the hospital. I don't like him. So we're pulling it off. We'll see now that if I'm working again. You know, animosity might grow. But so far, it's all sunshine and rainbows. It's pretty awesome. Sideswiper super chatted. That's unacceptable for pet owning too. No. Oh, leaving them in a crate.
Training is very common. Crate training is a super common method of training an animal.
Crate. I think we were joking that you leave them in a crate, like, and that had no endpoint to it. Crate training is a very different thing that is focused. Like, that's the difference between like abuse and cry it out, or all the other like bizarre parenting books that have ever existed. Like, that's why you don't talk about parenting on Twitter. You just never talk about parenting on Twitter because there's so much nuance. Not accusing.
We're not talking about puppy milling here.
No,
that's not what we're having a discussion about. Terry, thanks for hanging out for 6 months. Welcome back, Kyle. And it was fun to see Dragoon Garrett. Still working on it. Still working on it. It starts slow, man. It starts slow.
Well, those early jobs do.
I'm 45. I have one AOE, and it is a line attack.
Sweet. Yeah.
No, it isn't.
The charges and some AOEs I think could come online a little earlier. I remember doing Rogue and I was just like, is this it? Is this what I'm doing?
Yeah.
But of course, when you first start the game, that's what you want. Like, I want
that. She had AOEs.
Yeah. But when I first started this game, I really liked how slow it was because, frankly, MMOs are massive undertakings to learn.
Are you saying MMOs? Are you saying massively multiplayer online role-playing games are massive?
Yes, they're very massive. Well, it depends on what game you're talking about. Some of them, keep their content from expansion.
Some of them are Guild Wars, and massive is not really a part of it. Guild Wars 1, not Guild Wars 2. We're not talking about Guild Wars 2.
I'll always love Guild Wars, though, as my first... it wasn't my first MMO, but it was the first one I put a lot of time into. And
Yeah.
It was a thing.
The user formerly known as John celebrating 5 months saying, question for Garrett. Have you seen the new Defunctland episode on the Disney Channel Chime? It's long, but a real interesting for creators in general. Yes, I have. And if you follow me on Twitter, I gushed about it on Twitter. Garrett Art on Twitter, 2 R's and 2 T's and Garrett. I trust you know how to spell art. Follow me on there. Yeah, dude, I know we watch Defunctland sometimes. Have you seen the new one?
No. I haven't watched
it is an
anything
opus.
That takes focus.
It is. You can tell a piece of Kevin Perger's soul is in that video. It's amazing.
I watched anime with the dub on. That's what I did. So I could
I
could hear it, not look at it because I was holding a baby.
We're gonna have to have this conversation again, but I'm gonna scoop myself. I'm gonna scoop myself for Thursday's podcast.
Okay.
I watched Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, I saw. You were like 7 episodes in.
Well, that's all that's out.
I didn't know you were into the Chainsaw Man.
Oh shit. Well, okay, so you assumed I liked it because I continued. Damn, I was gonna try and sound grumpy and then tell you that I loved it. I fucking love it, man. Yeah.
Interesting.
Katie's even kind of into it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really into Chainsaw Man.
Okay.
I thought I was gonna hate it.
Yeah.
When you told me there was all the action was 3D. And I don't love the design of Chainsaw Man, just kind of in general. I think the head thing it's not for me. I love the arm chains; they're great, very cool. So I was so ready to watch it and then show up and be like, Kyle, this show is garbage. I love it. I haven't laughed this hard probably since the first time I watched Fully Cooley.
Oh wow,
it's hilarious. Yeah, it is so funny. Yeah, so I'm watching subtitles. I'm doing it, Kyle.
Dude, cool.
You got me, man.
That's great. That's great. That's great.
Yeah, no, we're trying to find Pochita stickers. We're mad that the Pochita plush isn't out in time for Christmas. We're in.
No, I was I watched I had dubbed One Punch Man season 2 on because I never actually watched any of it because I was so disappointed by the animation style. So I actually finished that. And then I started watching Hellsing Ultimate, which I really, really like the voice actors in original Hellsing, the English ones. So that show's
okay.
It's bizarre. It's weird.
I've never been able to finish Hellsing. I didn't watch it. If had I watched it as 18, I probably would have been one of my favorite things ever. But now I'm just I've seen edgy things. I don't.
Yeah,
it's fine. It doesn't have the X factor that makes me want to keep watching it.
No, but it was on, so that's it did it for me in that way. I do love Hellsing, particularly the original. There's parts I like of both of Ultimate and normal run.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll give it another shot. Anyway,
combine the two.
Anyway, if you get caught up on Chainsaw Man and you want to do like a week-to-week spoiler bonus show, I'm into it.
All right.
I'm just gonna put that out there, but I'm not promising anything, folks. So if it doesn't happen, it's a time constraint issue. I'm sorry, but there you go. Take that, stick it in your pocket, save it for a day where you're feeling motivated. Richard, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. No hate for Dragonflight, but back to Shadowlands hype.
Yes.
Or Shadowbringers.
Oh no, not the other one. No, wrong Shadows, Garrett.
I don't think anyone caught this, but on the Hearthstone stream, I did say Dark Knight instead of Death Knight once. Yeah, I did mess up.
Oh my god, that was for everyone at home. That was for the GG fans.
I didn't mean to.
That's
However,
hilarious.
I did sign off with GG. It does end with
nice.
GG, and I
well done. Well done. Yeah. Good branding.
Yes. It's just a general esports phrase too.
That's
so,
pretty. Yeah, no, I like it though. I like it.
But it was very much a yeah. I saw some of you in there. Dude, I took a look at the chat.
I won't. I'm gonna complain about something that I'm like gonna admit 100% like doesn't really matter, because you buy the Game of the Year edition of a Bethesda game and you exit the new player area and it's like gung gung unlocked, gung gung 20 guns now in your inventory, gung gung. When all the DLCs just unleash upon you when you're playing a brand new game. And it's just horrible, and you're not even in the game yet. You're just
what
so
happens
confused.
When you return to Hearthstone after you've taken a break for
it
3
goes
weeks.
for like half an hour in Hearthstone. Exactly.
Yep.
But yes,
back in the day when we used to play Heroes of the Storm PTR, because you would get all of the rewards that you had on your main account, but anytime they updated the PTR, it was as if it was starting over again. So you'd have to, for Kyle and me, we'd have to sit through 15 years of BlizzCon attendance gifts.
Dude, when I entered Ogremar and it started being like, hail, the Shadowlands away. I'm like, oh god, no. Close it. I can't close it fast enough.
They need to work on that. Yeah, that there's some stuff that we could do an essay. We could do an essay on what Blizzard need, or what World of Warcraft needs to learn from Final Fantasy in terms of how it handles its legacy lore.
Yes, it is a hot mess. It is a steaming pile.
Listen, I'm hopeful for Dragonflight. Like, I'm stoked. I'm hyped for today. I'm properly hyped to go play. I tried Drakthir, and I'm eating my hat on it. They're cool as shit. I thought they were the dumbest looking things I've seen in a while, and I kind of love them now. So I'm properly hyped for today. That said, oh my god, yeah, revisiting World of Warcraft, dusting off my account. I'm like, holy shit, they could learn a lot of things from Final Fantasy 14.
Like,
I'm not going to get into it here because we'll be here all day.
I know, but the functioning story that starts at the beginning and ends when it ends, like, it's kind of nice. It's
chef's
kiss.
How
about
the
that?
way Final Fantasy does its on top of the fact that the story's just good. We're not talking about the story being good. It is. We're just talking about how, like, the systems in place so that you can explore that story.
Right.
The way they do it in Final Fantasy 14, it's wonderful. It's wonderful, and WoW should just rip it off wholeheartedly, in my opinion. Jeff H., thank you for the very, very generous super chat earlier. Welcome back, Kyle. I hope the return to 14 is a blast. I hope that the return to WoW is fun for those of you looking forward to it. Game lost me in the first tier of WAD. Here's another wad of cash on the helping pile. You were not alone. So I've been off WoW for a year, so this is my longest break ever. Before that, WAD was my longest break ever. I quit before the first patch, and I didn't come back until I think I came back for every patch, but then I immediately left. So it was close to like my break now, but I still kept checking back in with the game. But I was just out on Shadowlands, man.
Yeah,
I was just out.
No, I quit in 2018 December for just like straight up. I just did not give two flaming turds about Azerite power and my necklace and. The
champion.
The raid was fine, but I was having fun in it, but that find Rexar and Sylvanas, just you could start to feel it, and Vol'jin just dropped off the face of the earth, and I'm just like, what am I even doing?
Make good on any of your arcs, please.
What is this?
Bring anything to a chapter close. We would appreciate it. Slust, thank you for your generous super chat. Welcome back, Kyle. Had my first child less than a year ago, and let me say to anyone yet to have kids, pay attention to the dad stories. Those first few months are insane, like you've never experienced before. Be prepared.
Yeah.
And if you also have no interest in ever having kids, just absorb it too, because it's entertaining to hear other people's stories.
It's part of life, and
I'm softening on the idea, but
sure.
I'm recently converted from a never kids, so when I was a never kids, it was pretty entertaining.
There's chemical things that happen in your brain and body that make you go, oh shit, kids are cute. But us parents also rely on you all to vibe. Like, we desperately need to show up to your house and have you tell us about the Disney trip you went on and the things you're watching, and like informing us what we should watch with our time that's actually good. Like, we need it takes a village, and it takes a village without kids too. Like, we need everybody. What is going on here, Chris? What's going on here, Chris?
What?
Chris, what are you doing? You keep getting timed out, my man. What's going on, Chris?
What did you do?
Are you okay?
I'm afraid to unhide what was saying there.
No, they're saying all you got to do is jingle the keys and you guys come crawling back. Listen, Chris, listen. If you need WoW to be the devil for your breakup, I get it. I get people have breakups where they can't possibly look, think, see pictures, interact with that person ever again. I get it. But just don't do that in our chat here. We're not here to help you with your breakup. We're just playing video games today. It's video games. It's for fun.
We're here to have a good time.
It's for fun video games. So have yourself a good time.
Yeah. If we have a bad time, it'll take that direction. But if we're having a good time, this isn't going that direction. Yeah. So we're not here for your list of grievances. It's not what we're here to do.
And we've got a like, dude, we were here as the Storm. I was 100% Heroes of the Storm for 7 years. I made Heroes of the Storm content basically exclusively outside of doing Dungeons and Dragons content. I love Heroes of the Storm, and I had to just play through an opening chapter of the new expansion where they talked about the goddess of the storm. The goddess of the storm arise, unleash of the... And like, dude, what the hell, man? Like, shut up. Just don't use that phrase. Let me be in peace. Let me weep about the fate of Heroes of the Storm. All right, I've got more than enough reasons to be hurt. However, I also make a lot of references to World of Warcraft and compare it to Final Fantasy, and I am a crap content creator if I continue to compare this game that I'm playing right now to my memories of a game I played in 2018. That is just bad content creation. So, yes. I'm not going to do that.
I am almost equally as interested in this industry as I am for Final Fantasy. Like, I'm loving Final Fantasy and I'm going to see it through, but I'm also interested in what's going on in the other corners of MMO-ery. So, Yuki, thanks for your 3 months. GG to you too. Eolin and Dwight are using their 4 and 3 months to welcome you back, Kyle. Eolin, though, is also wishing you sleep.
That's an excellent thing to wish on me.
Wishing sleep upon you. 27 Volt, thanks for the super chat. Congratsing Kyle on the new Baba.
Thank you very much.
Congrats on the new Baba, Kyle. Star Johnson, thank you for that really generous super chat earlier. Thanks for the entertainment, guys. Welcome back. Congrats on the birth of your son, Kyle.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to the Christmas card this year, dude. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we gotta get that done. Shit.
I want the picture. It's gonna go on the fridge.
It'll happen.
Defunct Rebel super chatted. Time has eaten my milestone message. Anyway, welcome back, Gearheads. Get your GG merch for great Christmas gifts, and then link to our story in the super chat.
Well done,
Defunct Rebel. You are a mod. You do enough already.
That's true.
Your money is no good.
But
here,
it does.
But
we do appreciate it. I mean, here's the
we do appreciate.
We have this fabulous store for anybody who's curious about it. I'm gonna open that link.
Shirts. We've got prints. We've got stickers.
Everything for your holiday collection needs.
Yes, you could get a me or a him and put it on a car or a trapper keeper
or
a computer.
Yeah. Trapper keeper. Yeah. That'd be a good place for one.
Yeah. Fitchel celebrating 6 months. Welcoming you back, Kyle, and says a guilt trip time like the stream. Like the stream, everybody. You can like the stream. You can, if you're new to YouTube, you can like YouTube streams. Thank you. Chris Majors, thank you for the 5 months. Welcoming back Kyle and congratulating you on the little one.
Thank you.
Vernacular Ham getting that 6 month purple GG. Also welcoming you back, saying I'm insufficiently witty to come up with something cool. So imagine something appropriately funny and welcoming here instead.
Always for you, Ham.
Micah rocking that purple GG saying, hiya, the gang is back. Yes, we are. Chenolier, thank you for the super chat saying Kyle is back. Welcome back.
Yes.
Kyle, you are welcomed.
I am welcome.
Kyle, you are come.
I am come.
Dragon, welcome to the Gearbox. Thanks for becoming a member.
Thank you, Dragon. Or Dwagon.
Thank you for the, Dwagon. Thank you for the super sticker, Daykoth. Revo Kane said, glad to see Kyle back. Always a joy to watch you two make content together. Happy holidays. Happy holidays, Revo Kane.
Happy holidays.
Tony Chalmers, repping that purple GG. Welcome back, Kyle. I've been missing the duo cast. Solo Garrett was fun, but the duo was where it's at.
I get you. Yeah, it's a very different vibe. I
like the tweet. I like the tweet earlier that said I like John and Kyle. I like Garrett and John, but there's something about Garrett and Kyle.
Yeah.
Like I was just like, oh.
And shout out for John for coming on the podcast in my absence.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
that was great.
It was wonderful. I hope everybody enjoyed our massive Q&A episode of the podcast. By the way, if you don't have the Grinding Gear podcast, it is available everywhere podcasts can be found. We do it live here, but go get it on iTunes or Pocket Casts or Google Play, whatever it is you like. We just burned through all of our reserved questions, and there's a massive Final Fantasy segment on the back half.
Yeah.
Sorka Silver Willow, thank you for the generous super chat. Grats on the baby. Get the toddler something nice.
Oh, thank you.
This. Your directive, Kyle.
All right.
Get them something nice. I don't know, like a Grogu onesie. I'm sure there's plenty to choose from.
He's getting into video games. He likes my Waseda controls. Yeah, he likes piloting things around. He likes monsters.
Nice.
It's coming online.
Brandon, thanks for celebrating 4 months by saying just picked up our 4 dogs before I'm boarding and listening to my favorite streamers on the way home. Great day. Brandon, we have to keep with this theme. You're required to get a 5th dog when you hit 5 months. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. That's just how it is.
Oh, my dog a month.
1 dog for every month. It's, you know, that's just how you're required to get a 5th dog now. So I'm sorry to break the news to you, but you're gonna need to up the bag of kibble you buy. Nerd, thanks for the super chat. Said regular pace, don't threaten us with a good time.
Hey, dude, we got those step pyramids like right around the corner. Like we were gonna do Manderville because we needed something we could cancel in case it went down, and it did go down. So I'm excited.
It did.
I'm excited.
Joshua Stingle gifted a bunch of memberships. Make sure you thank Joshua if you got one. Abovan super chatted. All of you folks jumping back into WoW to see what it's like. Me, I am jumping back into Final Fantasy XI as my side MMO, so I'm rocking it old school.
Yeah, well, what year was Final Fantasy XI?
We were in high school.
Oh, wow.
04, 03.
Okay, yeah. So it would have been about that time. I never played any of the EverQuests, that kind of MMO.
Yeah, same. Lord of Us super chat. Chainsaw Man intro is good and tons of movie references. Yeah, I saw the TikTok that showed literally every movie reference side by side. It's fantastic.
Oh, if you find that, shoot it to me.
I'll send it to you. I think I bookmarked it. Mr. Mog said the dynamic duo is reunited. Thanks for the fun times. Thank you, Mr. Mog.
Oh,
Das super chatted. I was so happy when Garrett told me he was enjoying Chainsaw Man. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
I'm gonna gift horse this and now Spy Family. Now do Spy Family, Garrett.
One thing at a time.
I know. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. I'm just excited for you.
Thanks for Super Chat D. Off topic, but your gushing about Fallen Order inspired me to buy it during the Steam Autumn Sale. As a non-Star Wars fan, any super basic lore I should know? The Empire killed most of the Jedi, but not as many as you think. That's pretty much it.
Like if you have knowledge of Inquisitors and stuff, there's references, but you really don't need any.
You don't. The game, I think, does a good enough job explaining who they are on its own merits, which is, I think, good storytelling.
Yeah.
Ferris, thank you for the super chat. Folding Ideas put out a video called Why It's Rude to Suck at WoW about how different mods have affected the mentality around playing the game. This has been recommended many times in the last week for us to react to, so we will probably do just that at some point.
Yeah. We'll see. You know, maybe we can. We'll talk. Maybe we can pick a day and do a little movie night, because I want to see that whole Preach thing in its entirety as well.
Same. Sideswiper, thanks for the super chat. I have a brother and more than 10 years separated from. They're nearly driven me crazy a few times. Glad you're having a good time with your kid.
Yep. I'm an older brother myself, so I am.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
I have my own younger brother and 2 cousins who are basically an older sister and a younger brother. So yeah. I put one of their heads through a door one time.
Oh, wow.
And one of them literally pulled a tooth out of my head that was not ready to come out.
Oof.
One time. Oof. Broke a lamp over my actual brother's arm one time that split it open. I got grounded a long time for that. Yeah, there was a lot of adventures with the
battling
the siblings and the cousins that are basically my siblings.
My sister would I'm sorry, Kara. I'm gonna out you. I'm gonna out you just a little bit, but this is the story. She would bite herself and then run to my parents and say that I had bit her, and she would wake them up with this too. So they're super pissed because they got woken up, right?
Oh,
so one morning,
devious.
Yeah, after months of this,
that's devious.
I grab her arm in front of my parents and I bite over it, and I'm like, "See, that's my bite. This is what your bite looks like."
Yeah, that's genius.
If there's any future arguments, just let me know and I'll bite her again.
Oh my word! Oh, that would have been fisticuffs.
It already was.
I would have thrown bows.
Granted, I would also do like she'd hit me and then I'd pretend to be dead, so she'd like cry and so so we're all dicks in our own way. Like kids are rough. Kids are rough. Kids are rough.
It makes us who we are. There are dicks in the real world. You might as well ease in with family first.
You trial it so you're not one later.
Exactly. Yep. Jonathan Harrison, thank you for the super chat. Mods did retract it, however. Sal C said congrats on the new baby Kyle. Viva la bromance. Viva like that. Bromance. Viva la bromance. Viva la bromance. Thank you for all the potions. Faye, appreciate it. Charles super chatted baby boulder binky budget bonus 3 times fast as you can.
Baby boulder binky budget. Baby boulder binky budget.
Baby boulder binky budget.
Oh, you did it. You did great. That was great.
All right. 2011 Jerry, thanks for being a member for 2 months here. And it was retracted. But hey, we appreciate the membership nonetheless.
Very much.
Nonetheless, it was retracted as I was reading it. Let's level, Kyle.
All right, let's do a thing. Let's adventure. Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you all in the house.
Let's quest. So what do you need levels on? What do you need levels on? I think so. My summoner is now 74 because of my scholar play.
Well, I don't need levels on it at all, but I'm going to start with Astrologian just so I can ease into life because it's been at least 3 weeks since I've played. So,
well, if we're easing in, no, I don't need to ease in life. I've been playing. Someone else can tank.
Okay.
Let's see. My dancer could use some levels.
Gonna do a little card playing. Gonna do a little bit of.
Let's invite you to the party.
Yes, let's do
that. And
then
we'll just put together a little stack here, a little 4 stack. Not going to be a lot of room, but we'll work our way up through the duty roulette.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you can't save house plans, blueprints. Like someone went through here and rebuilt this entire place. Actually, it looks even better. You added the little drinks and the pictures on the walls. Man, this looks great. This looks amazing.
Yep. Party password has a new code. Small group to start today, so good luck, everybody. I know we got a few hundred people watching, so it will fill up quickly.
Son.
Welcome to the group, Dreadnoughts. Are you gaming, son? Are you tanking, son? Are you rouletting, son?
I have maximum tombstones.
Maximum tombstone, or we'll go burn it. We're still waiting for a damage. Never mind. We're not waiting anymore.
Let me go purchase a purchase.
Go purchase a purchase. I recently burned most of mine on a scholar set.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna go buy my bard set because I'm working on that. Might as well get a bard set.
Do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, Kyle.
Yeah.
As they say. Oh, I've got a lot of upgraded bits here.
Do I have a red mage picked out?
Oh, I can wear the set I bought. That makes sense.
Let's see. What is this? What level is this? 60. 64. Okay. I think I'll get my red mage set ready.
Nice.
Been capped since the beginning of the year, Kai. Do you just do people just give up? I guess at a certain point you just stop buying things. Oh, wait, it actually queued. Oh, never mind.
What?
Oh, because I was a healer and I was impressed that.
Oh yeah, right now it's showing you as a red mage.
Yeah. All right. Let me just. Let me. Do I have a weapon? Let me see. Hang on. Let me see if I can just buy a weapon and we'll be ready to rock. Man.
No need to change errands. Kyle's gonna heal. He's just buying stuff.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
He's just being weird. Oh, dude, you're still getting so many congrats in chat right now.
Thank you.
So many welcome backs. It's great to be back. Congrats. Folks are so happy to see you, man.
Does this mean I already have it when it has a 1 on the result main hand? Augmented magic.
It'll warn you if you go to buy it if you already have it.
Yeah.
You'll get a little pop-up.
Oh, okay. You only possess one of that item. Oh. Huh. I guess I do have all that.
And a bag of potato chips.
Yeah. Let's see. Do I already have these?
Just gonna go here.
No. Okay. So we can buy up all this stuff here. Get myself a mask for later. There we go. All right.
Let's
rock.
Celebrating 1 month, saying Red Mage Gang. It's my favorite caster in Endwalker.
It's really fun. I'm excited to keep learning it. The leveling is, DPS queues, and I really like leveling via dungeons, so I haven't been hauling through it. Did I press the wrong button? Was that me?
Try it again.
There we go. Pardon my controller. Very angry. The column on the far right of the merchant lets you know if you already have any of the items. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, this is nice. Little trial to ease us in. Little heaven's ward. Do we know the name of this lady? Who is this person? Because they seem to be enjoyed. And was it the same person?
If it's a person being enjoyed, I believe their name is Kyle Ferguson.
Oh, it's been great. We have a grand time. We have run amok. I have thoroughly exhausted myself. It's been a wild 3 weeks.
Ooh, yeah.
Thank goodness for muscle memory, just taking care of things.
Uh-huh.
Though I will say my World of Warcraft bars look suspiciously Final Fantasy-like.
I used to only have 2 rows, and now I have 3 because I have 3 rows below me.
Yeah, the first thing I did was like, well, not the first thing, but I'm laying out my bars, and I'm like, oh, you know what I need? Shift commands. Shift is really nice. And I've gotten it. What the heck? What? Oh.
Oh, well, welcome. I'm glad I affected you.
What was that?
What happened?
There's this like spinny dude on the ground, this lady, and you can jump on her now, I guess, for a cool jump.
Kyle, if you could stop jumping on ladies and come heal us, we'd really appreciate it.
That's how I got in this situation.
You went there. I'm so proud of you.
Dude,
it's hilarious.
My life is intensely organic. Like what am I gonna do? Like I made it with 5 minutes to spare into the delivery room. I was literally like movie ushered down the hall as a bunch of nurses are like, go, 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 after I dropped off my son. This is my life now.
That's going to be clipped. That is going to be a GG clip that stands the test of time. Oh. My word. That was...
But no, I'm noticing a lot
Kyle's
of...
back, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm noticing a lot of similarities, like granted... Ooh, here, see, this thing. Like, jump on the lady. Do it. This is brand new.
No,
I guess they updated it. See her? Right here.
Is it a lady?
Yeah, she's got boobs.
Okay, all right. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
It's the creepy face boobs.
Yeah, it's the gyro boob.
Gyro boob.
Helicopter.
The face corset.
Yeah. That's always been there. I've just never walked in it. Oh.
No, well, there you go.
There we go.
Solomir, thank you for the 3 months. Oh, look, a free message. Adding to the crowd of congrats and welcome back, Kyle. Look forward to you fellas enjoying MSQ soon. Yeah, Thursday. We'll be doing it Thursday.
Huh. Apparently, I saw a robo lady on the ground, and I decided that I didn't want to walk on her, so it was new for me.
If I saw something looking like that, I would stay very far away from it.
But no, you have to keep me honest with WoW updates, because like have not played since 2018. I think a lot of things are new that probably aren't.
I don't remember this mechanic.
It's just push them away, I think, so they don't get res.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Shadowlands is the first expansion where I haven't raided, so like I feel really out of the loop. And I never really got into Mythic Plus, which low key am hoping becomes a thing for you and me, because the part of the reason I never got into it is I tried pugging it as the most toxic gaming experience I've ever had, is trying to pug Mythic Plus.
Oh yeah, why would you do that?
That's just because I wanted to do it. No one would do it with me.
Yeah, no, I did a lot of Mythic Plus back in TFA. Oh yeah, that would
do not recommend.
Well, it's a race. Like, it's literally like people want to race through MMO content anyway, and then you put a timer on top of it. That's just a recipe for toxicity.
Oh yeah, 100%. You do not know like the best way to pull a thing. It's like, well, I'm new. I'm here to learn to like watch every video ever. And I'm just like, I don't want to. I want to learn through doing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Of the clips I've watched from the Preach video, like, you know, Ian had some interesting things to say, particularly in that they stripped the game of a lot of its borrowed power, which I think will mean the game overall has way less content. But in general, that seems to be the way people want to play a video game these days. Nobody wants to play one game forever.
Borrowed power was the worst lesson learned from Legion.
It was a mistake, yeah, because it was great.
Legion was great.
Yeah,
it was really good. And then they made it a necklace, and it's like, this isn't even remotely as cool. As a weapon.
Yeah, we don't care about weapons. There's no story tied to this.
I don't even get to see the thing.
Yep.
Like, and even if I could, it's a necklace, so I don't really want to see the thing. Like,
I mean, to Final Fantasy's credit, like, seeing necklaces and rings are a big reason why I was like, oh shit, look at this game. Like, this game's great. I can see my jewelry.
Yeah. Dwagon, thank you for the generous super chat. Welcome back. And I just want to say, in your absence, I leveled up a North American alt so I can follow you during MSQ. Probably not joining the groups because the delay is fun. Have a nice day, evening, or whatever it is for you guys. We're about to lose sunlight here on the East Coast.
So 2 p.m. for me.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Hell yeah. I hope to see you around. Maybe we already did.
Yeah.
Maybe we already did.
I'm looking forward to getting back to it this Thursday. They haven't at the MSQ some more. I feel like we accidentally stumbled into a good stopping place because we just met the Bun Village, and now things are kind of
it seems like it. I've seen plenty of messages of folks hoping for us to get back to it, but I haven't seen anyone like wanting to threaten our lives because we stopped where we stopped.
Yes.
So
I think it all worked out in the end.
Right. I think it did end up working out. Unknown character, thank you for the super chat. Why is my Ashbringer a necklace now?
Right?
Yeah, I had the same question.
They had so much personality, like Naifu. You're familiar with Naifu, right?
I was applauded in the Hearthstone chat from calling it Naifu instead of what's the actual name? I know this. Shit. Anyway,
it's in the set.
It was part of like the deck from the Death Knight event.
Nice.
Someone made a combo deck with Ajara, which gives you Naifu. It gives you the option of Naifu.
Yeah.
And it turns out it's really good with Frost Death Knight. Spoiler alert, when Death Knight hits Hearthstone next week, build a combo deck with Ajara. It works really well. So Frost Death Knight decks are looking very spell heavy. They like doing combo spells.
Okay.
And Xalatath in Hearthstone is this no attack 5 durability weapon that pings your opponent every time you cast a spell. And so I think it was
that sounds fun.
It was Meaty. He was on the Frost team, and he made a combo deck with Ajara just to grab Naifu off of Ajara, and it was genius.
Nice.
Yeah, it really
well, there you
worked.
go. Yeah. Expert.
Yeah, and so anyway, it came out, and I was like, ooh, he's picking Naifu, and he's going for the combo.
Nice, man. Dude, I'm so proud of you.
I got some street cred. I got some street cred for the Naifu.
Dude, you did great. Like, either people said everything great about you, or they didn't talk about you. Like, great job. Like, that's what you want.
Or they thought I was Brian Kibler, which I will take as a compliment.
Okay.
Katie texted me. She's like, I've seen like 7 comments of people who think you're Brian Kibler. I was like, I guess I'll take it. He's an attractive man and much better at Hearthstone than I am, so I will take that as a compliment. So.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with it, it was a Shadow Priest artifact that whispered to you. And it got the name Naifu because, it was your waifu for the whole expansion and talked to you and hung out with you.
It took an elf form at one point.
Yeah. And it was like basically when the trade over to Legion happened, it was kind of like when you get to the end of Mass Effect 2 and Tali just stops having unique conversation lines. Like suddenly the knife that talked to you for a whole expansion just went quiet and dead. And it was super depressing.
Yeah.
Just
Happens.
stopped working.
You do. MMO's gonna MMO.
Yeah, I mean, the Order Hall stuff for Paladin was awesome in Legion. I had a lot of fun with that one.
Yes, it was. So the Death Knight stuff was amazing.
I never played through that one.
It's worth it. It is very much worth it. Hey, Kyle, there's this video out on this Grinding Gear channel called "When Arthas Was Young." You should watch it. I hear it mentions the Death Knight Order Hall campaign.
You know, I watched that video and it was fabulous. Had wonderful pacing.
I heard that guy is very handsome and well educated.
Yeah, he knew what he was talking about. He was passionate.
Kendall, thank you for the super chat. Welcome back, Dad. I knew you missed us.
I did miss y'all.
Kyle was just going to the corner store for a pack of cigarettes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all. Gotta go play video games, son.
Don't smoke, kids.
I'll get a jug of milk.
Giving your viewership to your own channel isn't that illegal? Says Luke.
I'll make it legal.
I'll make it legal. What's that from?
Star Wars.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I know. It's okay. It's okay. You can share some. You can have 15% of my dad brain.
I'm assuming you haven't watched Andor yet.
No, it has like the first 2 episodes on Hulu, which is weird. I saw that there the other night.
Yeah.
I guess it's a cross promotion.
If you don't have Disney Plus right now, I have a suggestion that I will not.
No, we do have Disney Plus. We've been watching like Bluey and Bluey's a wholesome show, like really cute. I want to show my son Aladdin, but he doesn't like the intro.
Doesn't like the intro.
Well, the guy's talking like, good evening, my friend. Like, people talking isn't thrilling for a toddler. So I'm like, but dude, there's like a snake battle. Like, I'm trying to get him through it. He loves Toy Story 3 for some reason. Like, he's really locked on to Toy Story 3.
That one's sad.
It is, but he doesn't give a shit. Like, he thinks it's great.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's fair. Toy Story 3 was the last Pixar movie to make me cry. That being said, I have not watched a Pixar movie in quite a long time. I don't think I've seen a Pixar movie since Coco.
If you haven't watched Partysaurus Rex, it is the best thing that Disney ever made. You got to watch that short.
Oh, it's a short.
It's it's like 5 minutes.
It's like I don't remember a Pixar movie they call it Partysaurus Rex.
Yeah, no, it came out in 2012, right after the release of Toy Story 3.
3, yeah.
It's fabulous. Oh, it's a haste buff. You cast faster, so people actually try to get in the ladies buff on purpose, not just to be like thrown about.
People just want to do the stepping on for a change instead of being stepped on.
Launch me. We have watched very, very little stuff, but
well, in my opinion, Andor stuck the landing. I think it's
it's over
now. Well, it's gonna have a season 2, but season 1 has a satisfying ending.
I want to ask things, but I know that having just finished, there are people who might care about spoilers, so I won't for now.
Okay.
But I am curious about it naturally, after hearing so much greatness.
Yeah, I don't want to oversell it to you, but it's now my favorite Star Wars show.
That's amazing. That's great.
Yeah. I think it has overtaken Mandalorian season 1 for me.
Oh, frick.
That's for me. Might not be for you.
No, I'm just saying that's high praise. That's wonderful.
Yeah. It's like I don't have armchair writer thoughts. Like I'm just like, oh, this is just it's fine.
I mean,
it's perfect.
The real tell for me is that like just all the Obi-Wan talk just died in a fire. Like everyone's like, Obi-Wan's not so bad. Obi-Wan's okay. And then Andor comes out and everyone's like, Holy
Dude,
shit.
I liked Obi-Wan, and
Holy
then after
shit.
Andor, I'm like, where did the money go?
What the hell did I just...
Did they have money for Obi-Wan? Like, how expensive is Ewan McGregor?
Well, he produced, though. Oh, but he got, like, double pay for it. It wasn't like him producing out of pocket.
But yeah, that's my thought. Is like, after seeing Andor, I'm like, why does Obi-Wan look like a low-budget fan film?
I don't know.
Like, it's... Yeah. I liked Obi-Wan. And there's still parts where I'm like, yeah, I'll rewatch those final 2 episodes. It's a good time. But Andor makes it look like my first Star Wars television show.
Wow.
Like, it's just... Andor looks better than some of the movies. Like, it's just impeccable. It's just impeccable.
What Dreadnought says here in our party chat, Obi-Wan has we caught up to the manga energy. That is true. Holy shit. That is very true. Wait, is Andor not a planet? I've been thinking this whole time it was a planet.
The character.
Yeah. Oh.
You're thinking of Endor.
Yeah.
You thought it was a Ewok series?
No, I didn't think it was about Ewoks. I just thought, we were doing like it was the name because everyone's like, it's the planet from Rogue One. I'm like, oh, Andor, right? I know what you're talking about.
Oh my god! No, it's the character from Rogue One.
Which one?
The spy hitman dude.
Oh, the dude who had the conversations in the blast hallway. Okay.
The conversation in the blast hallway. Is it the last guy to survive? He survives alongside the lead. They're the last 2 to die in Rogue One. Spoiler alert for a movie that's been out for over a decade.
I might have to wait. What? Rogue One's been out for a decade?
Rogue One came out in... Let me IMDb this. Rogue One, 2016. And not quite there. Never mind.
Okay,
Sorry.
Okay.
Not quite there.
Oh.
Not quite there.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that.
Not quite there. Not quite there. Listen, after 2020, everything feels just... Everything that's pre-2020 just feels forever ago.
That's fair.
Because we went to Celebration and my friends cosplayed Rogue One. I was a sand trooper.
Okay.
And that feels like it was forever ago to me. So that like the Rogue One was very fresh at that time, and that feels like it was a really long time ago to me.
Oh, I love these models. They remind me of those horrible things from XCOM. The ones that would vomit on people and then give babies.
Yep, hate them.
That's when I decided like XCOM 2, XCOM 1 as well, but XCOM was just one of the best games ever made.
Oh, dude, there's these little flaming fire ferrets in God of War Ragnarok, and I hate them. They're tiny.
They're
really
make
satisfying
babies?
if you can hit them. If you can hit them with your chains of chaos, though, you one-shot them. Like you just reel them in and squish them with your hand, and it's really satisfying.
How is it? You're playing it? How is it?
I'm only like maybe 3 hours into it, but I'm really enjoying it so far.
Awesome. I was in the local Fred Meyer, and they announced on the intercom they still had 7 PlayStation 5s, and I was tempted. Oh, I'm sorry, Tank. If that you died.
Kyle's over here talking about Andor.
Yeah. Pardon me. My rust.
My rust.
Everybody's dying. Tank's back.
Sorry, Tank's back, and I'm running them. Oh no, they're not. Those are corpses. Those are corpses.
Yeah, the chrysalids. Yeah, is that what they were called? Yeah. Never read it aloud because I played XCOM by myself. But yes, what a absolute banger of a game. Phoenix Point was not good, sadly.
I love XCOM. I would play a new XCOM. Oh, Kyle, did you hear that Valheim added the Mistlands?
Yes, I did see that. That's Friday stream fodder whenever we find the time.
I don't know if I can recover our world, sadly.
That's okay. It's been so long since we played.
We would have to get all our shit back, though.
Yeah, we did kind of have maxed
I mean,
out
there is a command console. We could just cheat and just give ourselves a bunch of shit.
We could. Is it good? Has there been any reviews?
I don't care. If it's new stuff in Valheim, I want to see it.
Yeah, Valheim was great.
Myself. John, thanks for the super chat. John Maurer, sorry for messing up your name there. Welcome back, Kyle. Congrats on baby Ian. I am sure you will be a great second dad.
Oh, thank you.
A 2 times dad. Second dad makes you sound like you're another dad.
Double dad.
like your sequel dad. Addy, thank you for the super chat. Kyle, for Spy X Family, which is better, sub or dub? Kyle. He's always gonna say sub.
I haven't listened to the dub at all. Is it good?
I don't know.
Because, like I said, I was watching Hellsing, and I really, really like. There's things I really, really like the English cast for. I think Hellsing is great in English. I actually started watching Hellsing because I think the English Alucard does the intros for Monster Hunter Rise. And so I was like, oh, dude. And that guy's like 5'6". He's like a little blonde guy, but he just has this absolutely amazing voice. He does. He also does Legolas in any video game that ever existed. He does like this really deep, badass vampire, and then he's Legolas.
So he has range.
I'm hearing that. I hear that too, Ferris. I think that the dubbed Chainsaw Man is actually perhaps better. I do not like a lot of the delivery in the sub.
There's a dub for Chainsaw Man?
Is there?
There was no option when I started it because we've been watching subtitle.
Yes. Dawn's into it. Yes. Crispin Freeman, amazing voice, absolutely amazing. It's one of my more embarrassing memories, but I got to meet him at BlizzCon, and I asked him a profoundly dumb question.
It was funny. I was talking to Katie about Chainsaw Man the other night, and I was like, I don't think this would work in English because it's so like grotesquely horny that unless they really nailed it in a funny way, I think English would fall really flat and make it an awkward, uncomfortable show.
That is true. Shows can be less awkward when you're reading them and not hearing them.
It's like I'm dying laughing watching it, like at no point. But then so now that I'm watching, I'm getting Chainsaw Man memes all over my Instagram, and I'm like, ooh, out of context, this just seems like it's a hentai.
I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of things that are released.
Yes, but it made me think about it. That like I think it's landing for me because like I'm inflecting it myself, and in my head it's hilarious, and I could see a poor delivery just making it like cringy.
I thought, I didn't like it. I haven't watched since he delivered his line about how his big goal is boobs. Like, I really thought it was flat, and I didn't know if the show was going to hold up, so I wanted it to build up a little bit.
What?
Yeah, I thought his whole speech about, like, how he's going to touch boobs was really awkward and lame.
Well, but it comes after Top Knot is, like, gives that his speech, which is, like, super serious and stoic, and then Chainsaw Man is just like, I just want to touch boobs, and I do.
Not that one.
Undercut was
like,
hilarious.
Episode 2 or 3.
I thought that was the same episode.
Is it? I don't know. I just wasn't. It didn't capture me. I wanted it to build up and binge it later. So it sounds like it's good. Sounds like it's actually good.
It's hilarious. They just had a big. There's a big like dinner scene, where it's got like Firefly kitchen scene vibes, and I'm a sucker for that.
Okay. Yeah.
And it delivers. It totally delivers. Like every character gets their little moment, and you see how they all kind of fit together and play off of each other. And that was the most recent episode. I was already enjoying it, but the most recent episode cemented it as like, I'm gonna love this show. Like I'm in.
Nice.
It delivered on a trope that I love in a very good way. So anyway,
I've just like, there's only one show I stayed caught up on, and that was Spy X Family. The show is, you could say, wasting time, like off the beaten path, but each episode is just such a complete little story. It's just so much fun.
Whoa, dude, thanks for 3 months. Said, never forget the grapes, always in our hearts.
Always in our hearts, yeah.
If you know what that reference is, please help me out.
I believe it's... So Endwalker released with these really, really bad grapes. And at one point...
Oh, it's a Final Fantasy reference.
Yeah,
We're over here in Chainsaw Man land, and I'm like, is that a Spy X Family joke? What do we...
No, yeah. So the camera panned past the grapes. Of course, we didn't see it, but
I know that.
We're
so
aware
in that
of the
case,
grapes.
I'm going to accuse you, Woe Dude, of a non sequitur because there's no grapes around here. We weren't talking about the grapes.
The grapes are still in our heart, you know.
I didn't. I only got to see them in that trailer, man. I didn't get to experience them in the game.
But no one has that barrel of flowers in their heart, you know. Like, here we are. Years
World of
after.
Warcraft, there's some paintings we want to hold in our heart because now they're
the bowls of fruit.
Yeah.
You know, we all break up in fascinating ways. I get it, but that was one of the weirdest ones that happened over the past year.
I think all you need to understand about the difference between Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft is that World of Warcraft made art bowls of fruit, and in Final Fantasy, the community forced the creators of the game to keep nice butt-giving shorts as they are. I guess they're more like thigh highs, aren't they?
I'm being leaf blown.
Leaf blown? Is that what that noise is?
Yeah, they're like right outside my window.
Revving an engine.
They're having at it.
I freaking love this dungeon.
It's a very fun dungeon. It's active. It's fun. It's pretty. Has a flow.
Wah. Dude, I hadn't mowed my lawn in like 2 months when I got back from LA. This past weekend, I lost most of my day, and I was that leaf blower guy, so I apologize.
That's Cart, that the baby. Oh yeah, Cart doesn't care about kids. He cares immensely. This is my cat I'm talking about. He cares a lot about other cats. He hates other cats, but he doesn't care about dogs. Dogs can come in the house. Kids, he doesn't care at all. But you put another cat in view of Carthonassi, and he will not be pleased.
My dearly departed Sherlock, he was like that.
Yeah, he had delivered another cat.
He didn't like dogs, but he like didn't piss him off. He just kind of like would remove himself. But if he saw another cat outside, there was one time where I was legitimately surprised he didn't break the window. He hit it so hard, screaming at this cat outside.
Karth did that once. Headbutted a window, broke it up the center. But that was a squirrel.
Oh, shit.
That was a squirrel. And he was a young man.
So everybody's favorite Chihuahua in our house, Zelda. That's how she is about squirrels. They must die. She will hurl herself at whatever is between her and a squirrel.
Cool down. Come on, make me pro. Nice. Nope, wrong button. Dakoff, very on brand. Bless the leggings. I assume those drop in the raid that we have yet to do.
We will be doing this expansion.
Yeah.
Caddy, actually on that subject, celebrating 4 months by saying, "Are you looking forward to getting the butt-enhancing thigh highs in game?"
Well, of course.
Yes, mostly so I can give it to my retainer.
I don't know how to dress up my retainers still. Their outfits are doofy, and I want to change them, but
I like their sexy butler outfits.
the sexy, the weird like Disney Main Street outfits that they come in.
Yeah, they've got some nice legs showing and little like.
I'm not kink shaming. It's fine.
Kyle's you're just not looking in the right places.
I'm curious to see that. Like I said, I was watching. My son's been really into monsters, so I was like, oh, you know what? I'll put on like Monster Hunter intro videos so we can see a bunch of monsters. And so I ended up watching all the little like video intros for Monster Hunter Rise, and that's where I heard the Helsing, voice actor, and that whole story began. But it's crazy the crossover events that Monster Hunter and even Final Fantasy have had. And like Monster Hunter had a Geralt of Rivia event, like where The Witcher showed up inside Monster Hunter and like led you through a quest.
Yeah, I mean, it's why I feel like every time we mention this stuff, people in chat start mentioning like a lot of highly popular requested crossovers. And Kingdom Hearts always comes up.
Oh yeah, that is Final Fantasy, right?
Yeah, but it's also licensing hell. If you want to do the Disney side of it. And then if you don't do the Disney side of it, like how much of it is Kingdom Hearts? Because Kingdom Hearts is a mashup of other Final Fantasies.
Yeah.
Like you really just kind of got like what? Sora?
I mean,
I guess you got other stuff. You got like the Heartless and...
I don't really know anything about Kingdom Hearts, and like my knowledge of Kingdom Hearts is from Donkey videos, and obviously he's trashing on them for fun, so I know nothing about Kingdom Hearts.
I love Kingdom Hearts, but I don't give a flying shit about the lore. Like it is a convoluted hellscape to me. So, like I have a good time. I haven't played 3 though. Just thought via time. I want to go play some other Final Fantasies, and then I want to go return to Kingdom Hearts because like now I'm interested in other Final Fantasies. As
sure,
the courtesy.
Be more interested.
14.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just didn't grow up with it. But I did grow up with Kingdom Hearts. I love Kingdom Hearts.
I really wanted to play it, obviously. Like back in the day, I saw Jafar and whatever at the GameStop, the EB Toys. I was like, damn.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's what got me in the door. And then, like, I had friends who played Final Fantasy, so I had like osmosis Final Fantasy knowledge. And so, like, Cloud and Squall hanging out,
sure,
facing off against Sephiroth, it wasn't lost on me. I remember that happening and being like, oh shit, that's cool. Because I knew just enough about those characters for that to mean anything.
Got really into, they had one of those demo stations, so I got really into, was it Resident Evil Veronica? I never played a Resident Evil before, and I played the hell out of Code Veronica.
Never played Code Veronica. They're coming out with a remake of it, and most of people in my circles are like, why?
Oh, Code Veronica's great.
Oh, that's right. This is the follows me, doesn't it?
We go together.
I'm used to tanking this. I'm excited for the 4 remake. I love 4. I'm totally down to play a spruced up version of 4.
Yeah, the graphics look good. I don't know if I like Little Napoleon as much in updated graphics because I don't think he looks as campy. So I'm not sure what to make of what I've seen.
I'm just mad that you can't save the dog.
Yeah, you can't save the dog. I heard about that. I've got mixed opinions.
I'm convinced it's a marketing ploy. They knew that they would bum people out so much that it would make headlines. Oh, jeez.
Because it's so campy, and it's such a product of its time with the QuickTime events. I just don't know if it'll be a good remake. Oh.
That's a good. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. Like, will there even be QuickTime events? But I mean, we've got them in Ragnarok right now. It's not like they're completely
No, and I mean, to God of War, you have to have QuickTime events. It's such a huge part of the personality of that game.
How many failed any, like, oh geez, I should have gone further. My apologies.
I think I can help us resist through it and be all good.
Just gonna hang out over here. Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Though that being said, I'm trying to think if I failed any in God of War. Typically, the 2018 God of War, a lot of the QuickTime events, it wasn't press X to not die. It was like press X to take less damage. Like you would recover in a lot of cases, unless you were at a health point that you wouldn't survive failing.
Well, and the real thing that struck me about God of War 2018 was in God of War 1, 2, and 3, you would enter, a QuickTime event would show up over their heads, and you'd literally be like, I don't know if I can do this. It's going to be easier for me to actually take another half hour to beat this thing rather than do QuickTime because they're so hard. You had to do the sticks sideways. There was the sticks. There was the buttons. There was the control. Like, they got complicated. And granted, I was playing on hardest difficulty because I love those games. But it was a huge aspect.
Yeah. Let's see here. We got some in between here. We're feeding our Blackbird, celebrating 6 months. Welcome to the Purple Club, Blackbird. Welcome back, Kyle. I hope the youngling is doing well. Guess I'll fire my anime suggestion for Bochi the Rock. Super unique animation worth seeing.
Oh, I think I've had this on the list. Wait, hang on.
You actually have a list?
I do have a list, yes.
I always tell people I'll put it on the list, and there's no list.
No, there's a real list. This was like back when I had my first kid. Like I literally have I put it on the list, Captain America list. I have not seen this. I don't know what this is. Looks like a band anime. Like there's a band.
Dance?
It's like a band.
Band? Are you saying band?
Like a band, like a musical.
Ah.
But they're not like animal people. They're people.
And then Elodoth super chatted. Thank you, Elodoth. Kyle, with the leaf blowers blowing me away right now, we might be closer neighbors than I thought. Hi, diddly ho.
They had at my window there. I appreciate them. I do appreciate them.
Let's see. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? You still feeling?
Yeah,
still feeling?
Let me switch to Samurai. Another one I don't need levels in, but it feels good to be, stretching my legs, getting back into it.
Okay. We can put a slightly bigger group together and do like an alliance raid.
Sure. I'm for it.
Let's see. Alliance raid. There we go. I'm going to use the same code.
Cool.
Hold on. Let me make sure it's still in there. Party password. No, it is not.
World of Warcraft does not have legacy movement, and I don't know what to do with myself. Maybe it does. I've become very reliant on it for running backwards.
Recruitment criteria. Where's my code?
Looks like Das was saying they deleted it.
Yes, I'm seeing that.
Oh,
I'm trying to.
Cool.
I am aware of that. I kept it the same, but I thought it was on my clipboard, but it wasn't. Anyway, new code in the party password chat. Feel free to join us for an alliance raid. Yeah, I don't know how to help you, man. I haven't messed with legacy movement.
It's great for running backwards and great for PvP.
I tried, and I didn't like the other things about it.
I did. I basically set it to only let me run backwards and then re-key bound all the other keys to work normally.
Gotcha.
So I did not like out of the box.
That I wouldn't mind, but if I'm about to be on the precipice of playing both this game and World of Warcraft, I definitely don't want it.
Well, that's one problem with it, right? If it doesn't exist in World of Warcraft, it's going to be a bit of a trouble there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I did exactly what Jack did here with rebinding the strafe, but legacy. I love running backwards at full speed. It's so spoiling.
Because it just straight up flips your ass, right?
Yeah,
like
your camera stays the camera stays the same place, and if someone's like trying to rogue spin around you, like backstab you, and you just literally like spin with them and automatically just hit them wherever they are. It feels like cheating in PvP. It's really, really helpful.
Nice.
Particularly like Samurai that has a lighter combo, but you still need to land multiple things in a row.
Setsuna in chat saying I switched to Legacy when I started doing Savage. I can see that.
Yeah, I believe it. We still haven't fired up a Savage yet. Wanna get to that.
What do we need? Oh, it says we still have a slot for a healer if anyone wants to come. It looks like. Wait, what?
Oh, we got 3 healers. I think we need a tank.
3 healers. Yeah, we need a tank. But there's still says there's still a slot remaining. I mean, we could queue and it would just give us a rando. So
that's true. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Okay. Let's sort out our roles because I can't. We have one too many healers. Let's just sort that out and I'll get us queued.
Yeah, when we do Savage, it'll be like a sign-up event. We'll probably, favor people we already ran with in our various extremes. Put together a thing, watch a video, have a strat prepared, like act like we're really doing it for realsies, not our min-eye level blind stuff. Which before I left, we were about to do Iceheart Extreme, but there's a lot of conflicting thoughts on that one. A lot of people say it's just miserable, like it's actually not fun, and some people really like it.
Well, that's what I'm gonna keep thinking about getting through Stormblood because, like, I love it now. Like in retrospect, thinking about Stormblood like that, really like that expansion.
Yeah, Stormblood is a very complete package. I think about it fondly. But my only real complaint about Stormblood is I don't think the political Kugani stuff paid off. And I don't know if that's a bit of WoW brain and like being like, you know, your expansion that introduced the thing should have dealt with the thing. We could very well like get an Endwalker and it's like, by the way, here's all the embassy crap you cared about. But for now, I'm just like, but I wanted to see like Kugane explode and be in flames and be transformed and something to, I want to invade that embassy like I do in Persona 5. I want to like walk up to the embassy and like project myself inside a Garlean's head and see his dreams. Persona 5 is still great, by the way. It's still a really, really creative game. The
Did you play as much of it as you thought you would?
No, not at all. I played maybe 6 hours. It was great for pausing, but you know, the baby needs, you know, flipping and burping, and so you do like a move and then you go back as a baby, and then you do a move and you go back to baby. So I wasn't hauling like I thought I might get to, because anytime baby went to sleep, I was like, cool, I'm gonna go see my wife. Like I want to hang out with my awesome wife for a little bit. So not as much, but I did get to the second major palace, and the training wheels are on still a little thick. So I'm hoping that the game eventually is like, hey, training wheels off, do it all yourself, figure it out. But it's a very complicated system. I just hope that it lets up and lets me play the game.
I don't know who. We're being told we look like someone. Kari in chat saying, has anyone said you guys look like the Rhett and Link of MMOs? I don't know who that is.
The Rhett and Link?
I don't
know.
Oh, these are the guys that YouTube keeps trying to make me watch.
Oh, well, you're aware of them.
Yes. Yeah, I'll take this as a compliment. They're two good-looking dudes.
Okay, yeah, I can see it.
My hair isn't quite there yet, but it's getting close.
What do they do? Oh my goodness, they have a lot of subscribers.
I couldn't tell you. Every video seems completely different from the next. I think they're just famous, so they just do stuff.
Good mythical morning?
Yeah.
I mean, as podcasters, you know, streamers now more so, but podcasters, like having a morning show is like one of the dreams, like the daily shows.
Oh yeah. I would like to have a morning show. I dream about it frequently.
That'd be a blast, man. Like get on here, like I don't know if we'd play first or we'd record first, but you know,
one of us needs to move is the problem. One of us needs to fucking move.
For it to actually happen in the morning, yes, the 3-hour time difference is a little bit of a divide when it comes to that.
It is a problem.
Yeah.
It's probably why we don't have one, to be honest. Like this has come up. We have had a serious conversation about doing a morning show quite a few times. But oh boy, the time difference. Now these guys' hair game is strong. I'm wholly unfamiliar with them. But yeah. I look at them and go, this is not meant to be dismissive. It's just me quickly filtering through content going, oh, they're internet famous and I don't know who they are and they don't really have like a spiel. They kind of just do all kinds of stuff. So I haven't watched any of their stuff.
This will be my third time in here. I have no idea what's going on.
My channel that I just watched random stuff on because they're famous and I find them enjoyable is Try Guys, which has been wonderfully dramatic lately.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, wonderfully dramatic.
Kristen went to high school with the very Try guy that got in all that trouble.
The drama in question.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I did not know that, but I did know that individual was from Florida.
Yep, Jacksonville.
Freaking Jacksonville. Jacksonville is nothing but problems.
They have a decent zoo. You can feed a giraffe. Do I not have a charge at this stuff?
I love my state and I will defend it to the end of days. I have no defense of Jacksonville. My favorite thing was the first time I ever went to Jacksonville was your wedding, sir. And we get there, we see like a sign that says "Welcome to Jacksonville," and then there's a hotel right like nearby, and it literally said "Low Rats." The E had fallen off.
Oh, nice.
And it was a I'm gonna get stabbed here hotel looking joint. And well, I was like, oh, well, welcome to Jacksonville.
They all felt like that weekend I got married because there's that game in town.
There was Florida, Georgia? I forget. It was like a big grudge match.
It was
college football game.
People were nuts.
Yeah, it was hard to find a hotel. We were glad we found what we did.
Town was getting loud.
Kyle's wedding was awesome. Everybody.
You
weren't there.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I had a good time.
It was a good time. You found the most picturesque freaking chapel. I'm going to out you a little bit. You did not warn any of us that were standing that we had to say something and be a part of the wedding.
Well, I wanted to be like, unplanned. I like the vibe. I like the vibe.
I didn't.
I'm sure everybody would have liked to have said something more profound, but I thought it was adorable, the off the cuffness.
You came up to me and you're like, hey, by the way, you're going to say this thing. And I was just like, ugh. I don't want to.
That was many years ago, too. I'm a different person now. I don't think I'd be as whimsical nowadays.
Just remember your cupcakes being really good.
Yeah, that place burned down, sadly. That catered our wedding. This is getting intensely domestic.
Chapel
I
or the
apologize.
caterer?
Pardon me, but
I'm glad you followed up with the specificities. I'm like, oh God, the chapel?
No, the caterer, yeah.
Not that it's better that I feel bad for the caterer.
No, that's a small business rather than a building.
Yeah.
I DM'd my own wedding. It's true. I did. I married myself. Well, I married my wife, but we officiated ourselves.
Thank you for specifying, Kyle. I think it's well documented in this on this channel that you married your wife. I don't think you need to specify. Oh my word.
Hey, thank you, Trickster Style. It's good to be back. It's a pleasure being here, and whatever the hell's happening in this
I don't
alliance
remember
raid.
this at all.
Yeah, we did it once for Crystal Tower. I've done it twice now because I made chat do it with me because we were while you were out of town, we were trying to remember what happened in the Crystal Tower. When I was trying to figure out the lore really hard for Shadowbringers, but now that I think Oriange's a liar, I'm just waiting. I figured out everything I can, but I think Oriange's a liar, and I don't want to invest more until he's revealed what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, I've seen people throwing around the words like soft retcon and stuff, and I'm like, oh, so some of this stuff didn't even match up from what we knew anyway, so okay.
So from all the research I did, and this is of course research done in its own time, with no spoilers, I don't think any of it's a retcon. It was a perfectly fine transition and mystery inside the lore itself. But on top of that, right now, we have Oriange being kind of a jerk, maybe, and he's been less than trustworthy before, so I'm not going to invest more of myself into the lore of the magic until Oriange tells us what the hell is going on.
And I was never here for magic lore in the first place.
Yep.
I like the characters.
Yep, I'm here for magic and monsters. You're here for the characters and combat? Maybe we both like
and the
combat.
monsters when I care.
Yeah.
But I don't always care. Like, sometimes they're the snake ladies.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I'm out of here. I have personally checked out of this, but no, I'm in the some of the monsters. I loved all the dragon lore in Heavensward. Dude, I was super into that.
Heavensward's great.
But then there are monsters who are also characters, so it's its own thing.
Stand on the pad. I just remember something. Yell on the pad. Stand on the pad. I hate you all. Stand on the pad. Team B, stand on the pad.
Stand on the pad?
Stand on the pad.
Can I go stand on that pad?
No,
so
don't stand on
damage?
that. That's something about that pad. People don't like you to stand on that pad. Just stay here and do nothing. Is my expert understanding of what's going on.
But how do you damage things?
Can I go ahead? I can go ahead. Okay, 4 people per pad. How many people are up here? Oh, they grabbed me back. They said no. Oh, because there's because you're up there. All right, I'll stay here. I will.
Also, yeah.
4 people per
people
pad.
don't get to play.
Do it. I'm cheering you on. Well, it's fine. It's old content anyway. These things happen. There we go. I would charge if I could. I don't think I'll make it there in time.
I'll never get sick of this game having stairs rise out of water.
It's nice. Yeah, it's very nice. I am, and I just think they put a lot of effort into their monster models, even if some of them are janky. Like, you always get to see something unique. I can't say that about the Dragonflight trailer I saw of their first 4 dungeons that they put out. Like it was just like, oh, old man rock dude. Oh, dragon. Oh, I've seen you.
I've seen things.
I do like how the dragons like mouths unhinge, all T-Rexy big style. They did a nice job on that part. WoW dragons have always been very good.
Yeah, I still overall prefer a WoW dragon. I think the art for the dragons in Final Fantasy XIV look awesome. Like they look okay in game.
Honorable.
Nidhogg's a little spiny.
I really like Nidhogg. I think he's a handsome beast.
He's one where I love the art of, but I could take or leave his in-game model.
That's how I am about Hracevolger. I think Hracevolger. I think in general, feather dragons look really good. In principle, like a T-Rex.
I like both. Hracevolger is one where I like his in-game model, but I like his art even more. Like I think the art looks better, but I'd like his in-game model.
I'm pretty sure we're in a non-feathered T-Rex world right now. It changes every year, but I'm pretty sure we're not feathering our T-Rexes right now.
You gotta keep up on that.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to be wrong about your T-Rex. You don't want to draw them wrong.
I mean, it could just be Jurassic Park, and you just don't. You've stopped caring about being even remotely accurate.
Dragon beef? I think Garrett and I agree immensely on dragon type. So there's no dragon beef here.
No.
That can stay.
That's from Coeurl?
Yeah,
Isn't
Coeurl.
Isn't dragon beef from Coeurl?
Yeah, dragon beef's from Coeurl. I believe it started because Scott likes wyverns, ESO dragons, and John hates them, or I might have that backwards. Scott likes ESO though, so.
What is a wyvern?
That's like a proto-drake. Proto-drakes have little tiny arms, but you know, the Skyrim had wyverns.
Where the arms are the wings.
Yes, exactly.
Arms are the wings. I do like wyverns. Proto-drakes are,
but they're not dragons.
Okay, proto-drakes are probably my favorite dragons in WoW. I really like proto-drakes.
Now, one of my favorite guilty pleasures is Reign of Fire, so I do like wyverns. But
why is that a guilty pleasure? That movie is god tier.
Because it's a bad movie, but it's great.
That movie is goated. No.
Yeah, really?
No. That movie's goated.
I'm okay with that.
That movie's freaking goated, man.
Oh,
Reign of Fire is amazing.
I didn't know. I thought everybody hated Reign of Fire. People did back in the day.
Reign of Fire is good.
Okay.
Well, I went to art school, and it still, to this day, is some of the greatest CG ever. So.
Well, it's all shot. It's all shot in fog and night, and it's very well, like Jurassic Park 1. Like they knew what they were doing. They put it in the right environment.
Yeah, Reign of Fire is amazing.
What's D?
Why does it say dab?
It does say dab. Big dab energy. Let's go.
Why isn't that a C? There's an A and a B, but there's no C. And we're in Group C.
I'm just gonna hit the D. That's my plan.
My plan too. I'm assuming they meant that to be a C. And they just felt like memeing and telling us to dab.
Yeah. Amazing might be a stretch. That's true, but Reign of Fire is still better than it should be, and it deserves respect.
Reign of Fire is a good movie.
It's got the Christian Bale. It's got the dude from Timeline that I forget his name.
Dude from Timeline.
Yeah, well, I like Timeline, so
I don't know what Timeline is.
we've done this before. Someday you will watch Timeline.
Oh, have we?
Yeah.
Oh, this is a bit in a video.
Yes, yeah, we had a whole Timeline bit. I think I edited out the part you being confused, so just the people who enjoy Timeline couldn't join it. Free of your judging, of your prying eyes.
I don't know what the hell Timeline is.
Timeline is, excuse me, is not a great movie, but it is enjoyable.
Not a great movie, but a movie you love.
Is it? Who's Leonidas?
Wait, Leonidas. Oh, Gerard Butler?
Gerard Butler.
I think we went over this and it wasn't Gerard Butler.
I know. I don't think it is Gerard. Is it Gerard? Wait, who's in Reign of Fire? Is that Gerard Butler?
No.
Who's the other guy?
Are you talking about Timeline? Are we talking about Timeline?
No, we're talking about
Reign
of Fire.
Or are we alienating every single person in our chat right
now? Well, view numbers are still okay, so let's keep going. People may not like it, but they're not quitting the stream.
What about Aragon? It's unwatchable.
Aragon. It made me read the books.
Like this movie looks like absolute dog shit. And I turned it off.
Well, also Malkovich just wasn't He was just yelling. That was his acting. He was just yelling.
It was McConaughey was in Reign of Fire.
No,
you're
like
forgetting Matthew McConaughey.
No, he was the bald guy. I'm talking about the dude who died in a fire in the Reign of Fire. I'm pretty sure it was Gerard Butler.
Was it?
Yeah, he was Christian Bale's best friend.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, hey, Gerard Butler was in Reign of Fire.
Yeah.
Hey, go figure.
He wasn't
Been
a
while
huge
since I
role,
watched it.
you know.
He
And
wasn't a household name yet.
his death was very unceremonious.
Actually, when was the last time Gerard Butler was in anything?
I don't know. Is he taking a break?
Or has he been tapped the same way like
I gonna explode?
like Sylvester Stallone and everyone else has, and they just make these awful straight to DVD movies, but they, you know, make a bunch of money. Is that
Sure,
what Gerard
nothing wrong with
Butler's off
that.
doing now? Oh, I'm dead.
I think we had to get behind comments. And I dropped my comment in a very bad place. I'll drop mine over here this time. I think. You know, no one's mad at us because no one knows what's going on. Seagull straight? Yeah. Okay, am I going to hit something? Or okay, I'm finally able to hit something. I have great violent tendencies.
I watched Nope last night. I really enjoyed that.
I want to see that. It was good? Was it graphic?
I have no idea if you'll enjoy it. It was. I wouldn't watch it with a kid.
Well, I don't mean, yeah, no, obviously. But
I don't think it's horrifically graphic. It's more disturbing.
Are there grays? Is
Grays?
Have you ever seen? I think it's called Sky on Fire.
Oh, you're talking about aliens.
Yeah.
You want to know if they're little gray aliens?
Yeah.
That would be a massive spoiler to
Okay.
tell you
Okay.
what type of alien, if there even are aliens.
Okay. I
in the
see.
movie. These type of movies, you can't even admit there's aliens, man.
That's
sometimes
true.
they're not about aliens.
No, that's true.
Sometimes
Yeah.
sometimes it's Contact.
Yeah, it's like a trick or.
My opinion of Contact is just go watch the episode of South Park where Mr. Garrison goes on a rant about how shitty Contact is.
Contact was pretty shitty. Dude, Fire in the Sky is messed up. Like, Fire in the Sky was.
I've never
straight
seen
up
Fire in the
disturbing.
Sky, but I've seen all the cool scenes from it because I love watching YouTube videos that break down special effects.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's not a fun movie.
It probably doesn't hold up now. I was really
Probably.
obsessed with Arrival as a kid. Not the new movie Arrival that was like Oscar Joy. Like it was with.
Yeah.
Who was in Arrival? It's probably bad now. It probably doesn't hold up. But I remember really liking Arrival as a kid. I was like way too into that movie.
I mean, practical effects are awesome. Like
Was that Charlie? That wasn't Charlie Sheen, was it?
you're thinking of
might have been Charlie
you're
Sheen.
thinking of cornfields and oh, thank you for the rescue.
I'm not thinking of Signs.
Signs. Yeah, I thought you were thinking of Signs.
I'm not thinking of Signs.
Signs
there's
kept me up at night.
There's a 90s movie called Arrival that is very, very different that I loved, and I'm sure probably doesn't hold up at all now.
Signs freaked me out. I mean, granted, I was younger. I was what?
So to me, Nope reminds me a lot of Signs, but it has a good final third of the movie.
I'm sure. Yeah,
where
that's the problem with Signs.
Yeah, the third act is garbage in Signs.
Yeah.
So I really liked the third act of Nope.
But it did lead to the best scary movie. So, you know, we had that going for us.
I don't think I could tell the difference between any scary movie
What?
if you told me.
Scary Movie 3 is like the only good one.
What happens in Scary Movie 3?
They make fun of Signs.
I don't remember Scary. Is it the one with the dude with the little hand?
The Little Hand? It's the one with Leslie Nielsen.
Of course, that's why you don't give a shit about the Signs thing. You're just happy Leslie Nielsen's in it.
Yeah, I like Leslie Nielsen a lot. Makes me laugh.
I do too. I'm down with the Nielsen.
No,
I don't think I'm on the same level as you though. Like as far as like older comedic actors, I'm a Steve Martin guy. I love Steve Martin.
Steve Martin's all right. He's always so angry. But I loved Sergeant Bilko back in the day. That was one of my favorites. What's the Out of Towners? I watched a lot growing up.
That was on TV recently, and I watched it, and I was like, oh yeah, I watched this back in the day, and I was like, oh, there were a lot of sex jokes in this movie. That went over my head.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that movie's horny.
It is a very horny movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get any of those jokes as a kid. Oh, it was Charlie Sheen. Okay. Yeah, I remember being very into that movie.
I also really like Hot Shots. Hot Shots. I mean, Charlie.
Oh, okay.
Is Charlie Sheen? Charlie Sheen's. He's a funny man. Was a funny man. I don't know what he does
Was a
nowadays.
funny man.
After he smoked like
Coke.
20 cigars or yeah.
Coke is what he does these days.
I think that's definitely the summary of it.
Allegedly.
Well, he was just acting wild, smoking like 10 cigarettes during his, what was it, Barbara Walters? Was that Barbara Walters?
Was it?
What is this?
The Tiger Blood interview?
Oh, I already have the Nana Bear. Thank you, Sable. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well,
Yeah.
Kyle,
Yes.
I think it's time.
You go check out that, and I'll BRB.
Cool.
So I don't have two games going at once and my computer explodes.
See if I can get in.
I already have the adorable puppy as well. Thank you, Sable. All right, I'll be right back.
All right. If you have questions for me, do an @grinding gear. I'll keep an eye out for them. Make a quick fire questions for me while Kyle is away. And we'll see if I can. We'll see if there's a queue over in Dragonflight. It doesn't look like there is. What's the best part of Kyle being back? It's just Kyle being back. I love that Kyle is back. Hey. Oh yeah, there's no queue at all. Okay, it's looking great. It's looking perfectly fine for right now. Unable to wait. What's going on? Do we like eggnog? Yes, and I make my own. I love eggnog. I'm extremely passionate about eggnog. What class am I playing in Dragonflight? Gonna go back to my old main Paladin. Haven't played Paladin as a main since Wrath? Nah, Cataclysm. I was still a Pally, but I wasn't raiding hardcore. Haruko or Mamimi from Fooly Cooly. Is this like a waifu thing or just in general? I'm definitely Haruko. I love Haruko. One of my favorite characters in all of anime-dom. I just ordered a Haruko sticker for my tool. Katie got me a big floor, like taller than me, metal husky chest for all of my car tools. So that's now set up in the garage, and I need stickers. I need stickers for it. So I just ordered some. I've got a Chainsaw Man sticker coming. I got a Haruko sticker coming. I'm gonna slap my own Zelda sticker. Available now on our shop. Go to buyourbromance.com. Check out the Grinding Gear store. Get yourself a Zelda sticker, or a Garrett sticker, or a Kyle sticker, or a Tuna sticker, or a Val sticker. They're all there. They are all there. Where did we leave off? Where's the in-game meetup spot? What, for WoW? I don't think we're doing one. I think we're just getting to it. Am I allowed to frame request? You can. I think we're full though at the moment. So, yeah. Will you touch the new professions in WoW? No, I'm not big into professions. What am I most excited to see in WoW? Just to see how it lands for me.
I'm back.
Thanks for the group, everyone. Welcome back, dude. No queue whatsoever. I got right in.
Oh, snap. Okay, let me full screen us here. While I
plans to get into crafting into Final Fantasy eventually.
I slightly have.
I'm just enjoying the gameplay loop that I have personally found for myself right now.
I got into crafting so I could make booty shorts for my wife.
Priorities.
And I did. I made those booty shorts, handcrafted. The booties.
No Hello Kitty stickers, not yet. We'll see, Christian. We'll see.
Hello Kitty.
George, thanks for hanging for 2 months. I watched Andor based on your enthusiasm for Garrett and quite enjoyed it. Thanks for that. Hell yes! Everyone should watch Andor. Send a clear message that we want well-made Star Wars.
If nothing else,
I don't want all Star Wars to be as serious and sad as Andor,
sure,
but I do want the production quality.
Treat it like a stream. Like leave it on in the background. Pretend there's drops on it. Just let it play. Let it have metrics.
Yes. I want very good Star Wars, please. Best ending of Chainsaw Man. What? Oh, because they have different credits every time. We only recently realized this, so we've been turning off the credits. So I need to go back and watch a lot of them. I mean, the recent one, if you like anime girls in bikinis, was wonderful.
Was there bouncing?
No, it was a retro. It was like through a 4x3 television, and they had like the old, really soft, like but multicolor, almost Sailor Moon backgrounds.
Oh.
It was cool, like visual, like on top of the, like if you're into whatever, if you're an anime girls, like cool. But I liked the throwback vibes of it too. It was fun. But I think only the last 3 episodes we noticed that, oh, the credits are different every time. I think episode 6. I think episode 6 was my favorite.
Oh yeah.
Outro credit.
Oh, look at that! Just like the call of the Isles just happens. I even parked myself outside the city because I expect the city to explode and for everything to be broken.
Are you in game?
I am in the World of Warcraft after.
See you.
Well, I'm hiding offline because I've got a massive friends list.
I am too. So I guess.
Oh, one of us has to jump on it. Here, wait. Can we just
go? Let's do it. Let's just throw them wide.
Throw them wide. Online. Kyle's online playing World of Warcraft.
Throw them wide.
What, 3? No, 4 years, right? 2018 December. So almost 4 years. After 4 years. Thundarius.
Oh, well, hey, I've spawned right next to you because you told me where you were hiding. Hell yeah.
Where
Let's take a look. Let's take a
Oh, hey, we were on the same mount. We were on the same mount. Look at that.
I'm a judge. Oh, well, I was on random, so I'm not sure I'll get it again.
Okay.
I got random, so
okay.
It was random favorites.
Oh, what was that? What was that? Did you spend the big money?
Pre-order amount.
You spend the. Oh, okay.
I wanted the boost. Did you not boost?
Wait, did you buy a special version or was that just?
You get the version that comes with the boost. You get that mount.
I don't want to hear anybody ever complain about the Final Fantasy store again, because when I went to purchase this game in pre-order, I had to go through like 3 different times of being like, are you sure? Are you sure? Don't you want the special edition? Are you sure? And I'm like, no, stop confusing me. It's midnight. I'm trying to spend money. Leave me alone. Let me buy the normal version of the game, please.
You can always upgrade, and it's just, and they don't ding you. You just spend what you didn't spend. Like they applied the discount of what you've already spent. So.
Oh yeah. So this is me. I am Thundarius. Here's my.
You are naked.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I love that you're just booties and gloves, and the rest is just dicks out for Harambe dragon style.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I've got scales. I've got a sphincter. What's it called for lizards? They have a cloaca. My junk is well contained below my legs. There is no reason for me to. In fact, I even went and transmogged my clothes off because it was giving me clothes. And so I noticed that.
I
don't want to be clothed.
Certain armor pieces give you bits.
But I'm a dinosaur. Yeah, like birds. Birds are dinosaurs. Dinosaur birds. Like dinosaurs had cloacas, right? Did they poop and pee out the same hole? The dinosaurs? I don't know. I guess mine does.
I imagine it depends on the dinosaur.
That's my headcanon.
How close are the dinosaurs to chickens?
Yes. You want to see my human form?
Yeah. Your visage?
Yeah.
Let me see your visage.
Yeah, here's my visage.
Ooh. You a smoke show. Daddy Kyle over here. Daddy Kyle.
Originally, I was like, oh man, I can do like the full like glitter beard, look like a streamer. Like this is going to be great. And I was like, wait a minute. I don't have to have horns. I can just make myself. I'll just make myself.
Well, Kyle, you need to grow your beard like this.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm working on it. It'll take.
You got back just in time. My beard has it's back to where it was. Well, you missed all the awkward growth.
Yeah, well, it looks good. It looks good on you. You're looking good.
Thanks. Get my Uther grays.
Did you all see Zephyr's Dragon Day? I did. I had no idea what was going on.
I was laughing very hard. Oh, did you see the text on it said something like "Don't tell Estinian," and it was great.
Okay. It was adorable. Like I thought it was great. I just had no idea why it was on my feed, so I was a little confused as I passed it by.
Yeah. User formerly known as John, thanks for the super chat. Imagine a Star Wars holiday special, but with Andor's production value and writing. Oh, that'd be horrible.
Well, they made a Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas thing.
I heard it was good.
Is it?
I haven't seen it yet. I heard it was good. I mean, they got what's his name? The same director that does the movies. He's doing it. Dude, I like.
Let me try something on you before we adventure. Also, let me make sure we change the game title so we don't confuse people. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that.
Wonderful.
Yes, allow me to get back into Can you land? I've got a thing called rescue. And it looks fun, but I don't know how to use it. Here, how do I? Oh, there we go.
What the butts was
cool.
that?
That's rescue. Apparently, I grab you and then
and fly with me.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I can give you a little flight.
That's cool.
Just a short flight.
Okay, all right.
I went like full mobility. I got like multi R's, little dashes, and I just took everything that made me mobile and fun.
Dude. I talked a little bit about it on my last solo stream, but I made a Drac Theory the other night, and I will eat my hat. They're cool as shit. I really like them.
To me, they're like making a Mass Effect Shepard. You're gonna be ugly no matter what you do. But when you stare at the options long enough, your brain starts to go, "Oh, I've got the good options. Mine looks just better than others." And it starts to be cool because you're aware of how bad you could look.
And that's why I played with base ass Shepard.
Yep. Well, certainly for male Shepherd, like there was no way to make a good-looking male Shepherd.
No, you always look. You end up. Yeah, you just look doofy.
Yeah. But I love talent point. Like I really like building decks. I really like talent points. So I kind of.
You're happy they're back.
Yeah, I'm a big talent point. Oh, I am stuck in. I'm stuck in limbo.
Yes, you are.
Where'd you go?
Can you turn? I see you. You're just stuck in a mountain.
Oh yeah. No, I'm stuck in. I think I lagged out. I think I entered Ogremar and my computer exploded.
Oh no.
Yeah, Ogremar might be cursed.
Are we still live?
Well, we're still live. Yeah, we're still got full stream powers. But
okay.
I think World of Warcraft might be a little overwhelmed in Ogremar. As we approached it there. But,
okay. So you're logged out?
No, I'm currently in game.
So where are you? Like, are you in a void?
No, I'm standing on a rock waiting for the game to recognize that my bars exist.
Oh,
yeah.
You're like timing out. Okay. Let me see if this is also the case for me. Oh my God, it is. No. Oh, I dismounted and I'm flying on foot.
Yeah. No, I think Ogremar is lagging people.
Oh, it's Jank.
Yeah.
Launch day. Jank is here.
Launch day. Jank
is here.
Yeah. Well, he wants to send me to Shadowlands. It's like, champion, while you await the Dragon Isles availability, head to. Oh, you know what? The swimming animation's actually kind of decent.
Launch Jank's back, and it's better than ever for Dragonflight.
Oh, shoot. Oh, it's trying. Oh, it's trying. Okay. Well,
I am currently running here. Let me share my screen with you.
Okay. Show me.
Let me share my screen with you.
Oh, wow. Look at you. Look at you go.
If you can show chat. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm falling. I'm falling. I'm falling. Oh, God.
Reality caught up with you.
Oh, God.
Nice. Perfect.
Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
The jank is on.
All right. Hold on. I'm still alive, but none of the ability, my bubble that I just tried to panic cast did not deploy.
All right. Hey, cancel that. Cancel that stream to me.
Boy.
I've got enough internets in use. I have
Chris Pyre is welcoming you back, Kyle. So congrats on the BB.
Thank you.
Congrats on the BB unit. Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh hey, there goes my. Oh, I'm seeing NPCs. My bubble has.
Yep, I can't mount.
The bubble deployed. Oh, I can mount.
It's broken.
Now. I can play the game. I'm in Orgrimmar and I can play the game.
Okay, I am still at 0 seconds left on hover.
Okay, I think it's trying to shard us and it's having trouble sharding us.
Okay, I have remounted. I'm gonna just avoid Durotar.
Get into Orgrimmar because I think you're gonna need to get here anyway to accept the quest.
Do we just go straight to the Zeppelin? Yeah, we can just go straight to the Zeppelin. I'm not gonna touch Orgrimmar.
Oh, mine says talk to Abyssian.
Go do that. I think that's the starting quest with Khadgar that you didn't do yet.
Oh.
Yeah. So go.
The aspects will be pleased
Yeah,
that the council has accepted their invitation.
To war and stuff.
Vallejo, thank you for the generous super chat. A slightly belated welcome back, Kyle. I've been leveling all jobs to at least 50, and the one that surprised me the most with how much I love it is Astrologian. Looking forward to the return of MSQ on Thursday.
Astrologian's freaking great. I think it is my favorite healing class I've ever played. I really liked Dispriest. I really liked Holy back in the day, but Astrologian, I just love the theme, the energy, all of it. To put up with WoW content. Thanks for sticking it out, Lee. Well, what kind of content creators would we be, after all, if we lived in a vacuum?
What are you talking about?
Oh, just chill, cat.
Oh.
I'm successfully navigating around Ogremar and heading to the Zeppelin. Oh, Chaos is in the boat with me.
Oh?
Playing WoW for the first time in 4 years. Don't expect much, but figure it'd be fun to do while waiting for 6.3. I'm a Frosty K main, but I am loving Feral Druid on Proudmoore because Go Alliance.
Oh, yeah. I actually low-key prefer playing Alliance.
I
have more hours logged on Horde, but I love Night Elves. Night Elves are my fave.
I like being the bad guy back when we were bad guys, and now we're just convoluted messes.
This is just your shades of gray, Kyle.
Well, and then Not Bane showed up and was like, Alex Straza will not allow us to have war on the coast of Dragon Isle, so, forget all about that stuff for now. And you're like, dude, come on.
Since Warcraft 2, the Horde and Alliance have been like, we must come together to defeat the bigger bad.
At least we're starting it off together this time. That's not. Oh, look at all the people. Look at all the dragons.
Do I have to do this thing where I fly all around Orgrimmar and talk to people for the thing with the stuff, or can I just come out to where you're at?
If it's part of the campaign, I think you have to do it. Oh my goodness,
okay.
This is a little laggy. I'm gonna wait for you slightly farther away from this pile of people.
The people pile?
Yeah, I don't even want to look at that pile of people.
Flying purple people pile?
Yeah, it's happier over here. I'm gonna chill over here. Now, first thing I wanted to make a shaman. I wanted to play a shaman, but I got in and I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna make a Zandalari shaman. They have really good looking totems. So I fired up the game. I went to my old BFA character. I've done all the achievements. I basically just have to finish the war campaign. And Rexar did not exist. I simply could not find him. So I put in a ticket. It said it would be 48 days until they answered my ticket and fixed my problem.
All right, they are pointing me to the Zeppelin Tower.
Okay, cool. I think you got to go talk to them a little bit and have a little Dadgar scene.
I have 2 quests there. Oh my God, there's so many. Oh, yeah, my frames.
That's why I'm over here.
My frames.
That's why I'm over here where my frames are okay.
Oh, Jesus God. I'm just going to look at the floor. I'm going to look at the floor. I'm going to look at the floor.
Yep.
I'm going to look at... Oh, shit. I just fell off. I fell off.
So, Lemire, so what happens is you finish the Drakthir starting zone, and when you started the game, you chose Horde or Alliance, and there's like a faction divide, and the two are like, I'm part of the Dark Talons, and I'm going Alliance. And the other one was like, well, I like the Horde, and that's it. Like, there was very little explanation for it. It was very, very surface level. But that's like that's how WoW is. Like, the story at this point is surface level. It's an action RPG. Whereas I would say Final Fantasy is like a drama RPG that happens to have action if you choose to invest yourself in extremes and stuff like that.
Oh, here's the Khadgar cinematic.
Okay, yeah.
All right. We're here.
I got the video here. I could put it up for people.
Yeah, throw it up. See if people can see what I'm seeing. Oh, Caligos is back and he's hotter than ever.
Yeah, I don't give two flying farts about any of the dragons.
Caligos is in a relationship with Jaina in my favorite Warcraft novel. So
did it not last? Why is it only a novel?
She went off on her mean streak.
Oh, okay.
She was too focused on revenge, and they kind of drifted apart.
I think he looks kind of doofy with the blue eyebrows and the glowing eyes. I like Khadgar well enough, but he cares about too much at this point. I just don't. I can't see one man caring about this many different facets of life. It's like watching Ancient Aliens. There's no way one person believes that this many things all happened. Like, okay, you believe that Egypt was made by aliens. Sure. You believe Stonehenge was made by aliens. Okay. You believe that we are genetic hybrids made in alien labs. I don't think you can have both. Khadgar's just... He's done too many things. Rathion's the hot one. Rathion's the hottie.
That's fair. Rathian is definitely the hottest of all the aspects.
Like, Rathion is like the calm down. Nosdormu looks like hell. He looks dumb as hell.
I've never been a fan of Nosdormu's outfit, no. I like the new Alexstrasza. I know a lot of people are mad because she's not as
mommy
revealing as she used to be.
No.
Did you say mommy?
Well, I was going to go with that. The Here's the Storm, like, you know, Alexstrasza mommy. That I liked her. The life giver in body and soul. I thought that was a great look for her. But she looks fine. You know, she's got like...
I like her new armor. It's really cool.
Yeah, I like her sparkle eye thing she has going on. Like she's, you know... But Nosdormu's a little smooth. He's just a little too smooth.
That's fair.
He looks like he was buffed.
They put out the concept art for Alexstrasza's new armor recently, and the back is awesome. She has this big golden back plate that looks like dragon scales going all the way down the back. It's a really nice touch.
I'm a sucker for freckles too, and Alexstrasza's got little freckles.
Oh yeah, she's got freckles now.
Kind of cute. Huh. It's kind of cute. You know, like the little teardrop, like sparkle thing she got going on there. You know, Prince of Persia hanging out in the background.
Okay.
I'm mad at Rathion because I think he killed N'Zoth instead of us, and I haven't forgiven him for that yet.
N'Zoth isn't dead.
Well, yeah, but he like stabbed him when we should have been the ones to stab him.
Oh, that's World of Warcraft. That's how they do things.
that's the way they do things. Well, that's why I'm a Drakthir, because I was trying to get into the story, and I'm like, I don't give a crap about dragon aspects or any of this. Why would I care? And I'm like, you know, maybe if I'm a dragon, I'll actually care. And I kind of do now. Like, they're building up this storyline that there's like dragon... What are the primals? What are they called? What are the dragons called?
Aspects.
No, not the aspects. The other ones. Primordials. Proto-drakes. There's like pissed off proto-drakes that are like embodying the elements. And that's like our boss. Our rogues gallery is going to be the storm proto-drake, like a fire proto-drake. And down the line, we'll like fight different proto-drake types.
I see Dakoff as being on brand in 2 MMOs.
Yeah. Well, you know, love transcends all games.
All realities. All fictions. All right, I'm out of there.
Okay.
Now it's to turn into Abyssian. I'm glad Abyssian is back. Abyssian was a cool character I was not expecting to come out of Legion giving a crap about.
Who's Abyssian? The Void Elf?
No, the High Mountain Tauren, but he's a Black Drake.
Okay. Yeah.
So he was from the Brood before. What was the whole? He was not corrupted by Deathwings the way most of the Black Dragonflight were.
Right. Gara with the cringe name. I mean, that's just World of Warcraft. The names get cringy. That's why I'm named Thundarius. You know, you gotta play into it.
All right, ride the Defiant Dragon Scale of the Dragon Elves from the Zeppelin Tower. All right.
Okay.
You ready, Kyle?
All right, hang on. I gotta go. I gotta meet River Gleam.
We gotta wait. Oh, that's right. Have you seen that they have timers for the Zeppelins now?
Oh.
You walk up it's a Drakthir in their visage form. Skarukaru, that's a great name, is the Zeppelin Master, and you walk by them and they've got a little timer next to themselves saying time to arrival. It's almost here, by the way.
Cool. Oh yeah, I see that, the little bar going.
Yeah.
I mean, if they took all the effort that they put into delay mechanics and borrow power and put it in this quality of life stuff we're seeing, like with the talent points and stuff like this time to arrival, that's what you want. And if it means you quit the game because there's nothing to do, like, that's healthy, and come back later and play it like Final Fantasy and just have fun when you want to have fun with it.
I'm more than willing to get back into World of Warcraft, so if this is good, I will be playing it. And so I'm hoping I can find that cadence of just going back and forth between the 2 games.
I mean, ideally, the creators are kind of aware of each other's events and try to dodge, like we obviously don't have a World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV expansion come out at the same time, And if we get on like a season patch schedule where you can be like, oh, this is my month of World of Warcraft. Oh, this is my month of Final Fantasy. That'd be great. But, you know, right now it's just all sunshine and rainbows, and I like talent points. So, of course, I'm like, okay. Yeah, cadence. Exactly, cadence.
Cadence. It's your favorite word, Kyle. We love cadence.
I mean, and I don't know. I don't think they can pull off a good story, but to me, it's an action RPG, and as long as the action, that's what matters. Is if the action's functional.
So, where is this Zeppelin?
The time to arrival did time.
Yeah.
Is this portal for us? No, that's Waking Shores.
No, that's a troll portal. Don't click on that.
Okay.
Although I don't think it works unless you're in a party.
How did that? The reindeer's upside down.
You don't know how to turn yourself upside down?
Oh, right, the flips, and then you could leave it mid-flip.
Yeah. See, I'm upside down right now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Didn't appear. Is someone named No? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just late like most fairies.
Pothy, thank you for the Gemmer super chat. Home just in time to see how you feel about Dragonfly. Welcome back, Kyle, and here's a pushing present for Kristen.
Thank you. Much appreciated. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Are you aware of the push gift, Garrett?
No, what's a push? I don't get it.
It's when you provide a present for the newly become or multi-mom who delivered a baby.
Oh.
So it's like a birthday party,
push present?
but for the mom. But like many things, like, you know, reveal parties or whatever, people take it too far, and like people give gifts while they're actively pushing, and that's kind of weird. But
Well, why would they be in the room?
well, because they're like trying to motivate the mom to push with gifts.
Yeah.
Human beings are weird, man.
Listen, I mean, you might, your partner might be the type of person that responds to that, and you may know that.
Need that additional motivation, right? But you know, I think the general idea, the original idea, is more like a birthday party.
Okay, so I just asked the NPC how long, and it shows a bar again, and it definitely reset.
I don't know. Everyone around here is talking. If it breaks, we'll just go watch the Preach interview. So, you know, I'm happy either way. Like, if World of Warcraft does not work today, hey, I've got a video I really, really want to watch. So, we're all good there. Barons just being Barons. Well, it's Durotar, but yeah, same area.
Same basic area.
Have you all watched the Preach video? Have any of you seen the whole? It's like an hour, and he said he has like 15 hours of footage he took during that.
Yeah.
And he's gonna be releasing it and stuff.
I believe it.
I've seen the quotes. I tuned in during the premiere, and that was one of the most, just toxic things I've never seen so many people hate watching anything in my life. It was deplorable. It was gross. What a bizarre experience seeing that live chat, man. Holy shit.
I that's the kind of thing I don't watch chat for most Blizzard things.
Well, a lot of people have been hurt. What's this guy doing? Is that an NPC? Oh yeah, he's reading a book.
All I know is my frames have stabilized. My frames are more than happy.
No, well, we're coming up on another Zeppelin. We'll see if it happens, but if not, we'll... if Zeppelin appears...
Go watch Preach, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, we can stay here while the Zeppelin comes in while watching Preach.
Yeah, no, we'll get it fired up in the background here. He did... I know we passed his stop. I thought it was a great idea. I think he messaged a lot of content creators and was like, hey, guys, it cost him something like $30,000 to do that trip and those interviews out of pocket. Like, he wasn't invited. He wasn't flown out. He paid for it. And so he messaged all the content creators and was like, hey, can you guys like just not do React content for this for 12 hours? Just don't post a different video of it. let people watch it organically. Let me just make some of that money back. Because, yeah, $30,000 to produce that video.
Jeez. That's a lot.
Yeah, if this is your first time seeing World of Warcraft, there is a lot of world building. And that was one of the first things that struck me coming from a full year of Final Fantasy was, you mean I can't just start teleporting everywhere I want to go? I just want to go.
So I clicked on the portal and it does work, and now I'm looking at Dragonflight art, but my loading bar ain't moving.
Oh, you did the portal to the Waking
That portal
Shores?
is there. Okay, so the portals were apparently added, and they are there for a reason, but the world server is currently crashed for us.
Oh, so they threw in the portals because the Zeppelin stopped working, I guess. But now you can't get to Dragon Isle, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Shall we head towards the Preach video then?
I think we should head towards the Preach video,
All right,
buddy.
let's head towards the Preach video. Hey, that's just, I honestly do not play any multiplayer game on release.
No.
Not since Diablo 3 have I participated in an opening day event.
But now we are streamers, and we gonna stream.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the content creation pipeline, after all.
All
right, let me prepare.
Well, I'm getting updates about all the gifts I've ordered for Christmas. Yes.
All right, I'm going to, just so we're not just running this in the background here, I'm just gonna fly over to the nearby ledge. And you let me know if you're able to get in. That way we're not just spending polygons.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay with Alexstrasza for a while, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, there are many who would enjoy that activity.
Nosdormu's mustache bothers me.
Nosdormu should be bothersome. Isn't he like insane or something?
He is destined to become...
Oh. Are you all still here?
Can you hear me?
No, you're here. Okay, you're back. I think I just lost you for a hot moment on Discord.
Okay.
Chat's still here.
Oh, I'm back in game. It booted me out of the loading screen.
Oh, well, I mean, at least...
It just put me back on the Dragon Isle thing.
Yeah, people are saying around here that they can't even open their inventory. They can't use their Hearthstone.
I can open my inventory. I can use my Hearthstone.
Right,
Yeah, I can play the game. I just can't go to the Dragon Isles.
Oops.
Yeah.
All right, you keep trying. You let me know if you get in. I am piping through the Preach video to you. I'm going to change our topic of our stream here.
It's causing my computer to seize on that load screen, so.
Oh my.
Well, yeah.
And this is called a new era for World of Warcraft by Preach Gaming. In all caps.
New.
No, go away, bots. But it affects all. I even saw the bots in the Hearthstone stream you did.
What are we talking about?
Oh,
sex bots?
Yeah, sex bots.
It happens. It happens.
All right, you should have the stream to you. I am going to press play and adjust your audio accordingly.
Wondrous.
Do you have audio?
Yes.
Perfect.
It's a bit loud.
It is Tuesday.
That's on. You can control it on your end.
That's right. Go for it.
Our way for the first time. We're in the Uber right now with all our stuff.
Has he never
by
been
now,
to
you guys have
HQ?
probably
I'm sure he
seen
has.
the tweet that we're going to be filming
You just
today.
said for the first time.
I wrote a couple of days ago. Was hoping Ian would be fine with it. A little nervous to see how they respond to us being there. This is really unprecedented for not just us, but them as well. They've never let anybody have the access we're going to have. We're hoping they're going to take us behind the scenes. We'll have to sign NDAs because obviously they'll be working on late Dragonflight stuff and maybe even the next expansion as well. So one of the things is we noticed
in an Uber, you're just talking it up with the Uber driver?
the people we're going to be interviewing. They're not trained to be in front of camera, and they might be a little worried about what some people might say with such long form discussions as we're having. But
someone could have picked him up.
Honestly, the conversations we've had in the last day or so, everyone seems really excited to do this and to show the change that's happened at Blizzard, which is our role right now is what has changed. What happened? We know what happened. All the allegations. The Shadowlands not doing very well, and their previous expansions kind of going in a downhill trend, and now they seem to have changed their entire philosophy. So hopefully we can dig into what caused that, other than just financials and trying to get sub numbers up. How did they change their entire approach to the game? So that's what we're interested in. I hope it goes well. We're getting to meet so many cool people.
Single story gray buildings.
Like serious success.
Mm-hmm.
Fingers crossed, guys.
Yep, he's in the zone.
Hey, I know that car.
The sheer number of cases that came out at that point, I was like, oh my god.
What?
I just want to be hype about it again.
We're missing something big here, and we're failing.
Time to give up on World of Warcraft.
Almost a year ago, after 10 years of making nearly daily World of Warcraft content, decided that I could no longer do it. My love of the game, my passion of the game, and my enjoyment of the game had been reduced to absolute zero. Dragonflight starts coming, and one of the messages I receive is they have changed practically everything that I disliked about the game. So, what changed? Blizzard suffered through heavy issues during COVID-19 and then a spate of sexual allegations and lawsuits which entirely disrupted the upper management. That's a lot that's happened. What's really changed? So, we decided we would go and find out properly. If I was going to play this game again, enjoy this game, and make content for this game again, I need to know the real truth. So we sent a message to Blizzard. We're not looking for money. In fact, we have paid to be here. That's right. This is like not a marketing scheme. This is nothing that...
Yeah, no, people said it had a real, I mean, I guess, where's he from exactly? BBC feel? People said it had a National Geographic feel to it, but that's, I'm sure, more American.
To me, it feels like no clip, because when they do their big documentaries, it's usually, what's his name, Danny O'Dwyer standing on location or something representing a location, right? So that... It reminds me, but also that's just documentaries. Like,
yeah,
it's usually something you do.
No, this is definitely the scripted part of it. I mean, he paid a lot to do it, $30K, right? And he's got at least a team of people with him, so flights aren't cheap, clearly. But he also, from the outside, I know he has a lot of misinterpreters, like people purposely misinterpreting why he quit. And a lot of people hated him for it, a lot. Like, there's a lot of, well, there's, of course, tribalism between MMOs, but there's people who saw him quitting as an abandonment of the game rather than the stance he was taking, which was, I'll return if and when the game is good.
Blizzard is organized. They haven't asked me to come here. We asked them. We said, we will pay for it. We will come there. All we ask for is a bit of your time and sitting down properly. Over the years, I've done several interviews with Blizzard employees from the top brass, but always under limitations. Being in front of a live Twitch stream, being in front of prepared questions or general guidelines of the things we're going to talk about.
That's how it usually goes.
I don't want any of that today. And Blizzard said yes. They said, absolutely. We will give you a week on our campus. We will give you unprecedented, unfiltered access to our facilities and to what is going on.
Overwatch 2.
So as you can see, guys, I am here.
All the Overwatch 2 you
could
ever want.
Campus in front of the famous Orc statue, and I have been and met absolutely
I don't think they got the Dragonflight
graphics
up until last week.
What the real truth is. First of all, let's sit down with two of the big guns. You probably haven't seen these outside of major announcements and don't know who they are, but they are very, very, very big deals. First, we're going to sit down with Holly Longdale. Holly joined in 2020 to take over the Classic team. She has so much MMO experience, it's ridiculous. She spent nearly 10 years alone on EverQuest 2 getting their Classic game up and running, and she's now the vice president of all of World of Warcraft. With her, John Haidt. John's been in the game since 1993. He's worked on video game franchises you guys probably love, like God of War, Command & Conquer Red Alert.
If he is getting unscripted access to these devs, it's wonderful to show that B-roll, because those are the most stilted freaking videos. Like, yeah, and I get it. You do that stuff. Like Hearthstone does it too, but I don't know, for some reason it lands better for me for Hearthstone, because Hearthstone has a intentionally, they ham it up. There's a point to it. I don't like it when WoW does the pre-scripted, and here's what's coming in the next expansion. Like it just
well, that particular table was just awful. Because and then we spent so little time with the devs, and after everything that happened, what we wanted to hear from was the people who actually make the game, and instead we're sitting at this table for an extended period of time, listening to just the most corporate stuff.
And I mean,
I was not a fan of that presentation.
On how to create video games.
Yeah.
He was a professor for years and joined the World of Warcraft team in 2011. He is now in charge of Warcraft, not just World of Warcraft, all of Warcraft. I couldn't miss the opportunity while I had these two here to find out how Classic came about and how it's probably influencing Dragonflight.
I mean, Classic seems to have been a runaway success. Like the meme of it being, you think you want it, but you don't.
Yeah.
And now it's like,
we want
We
it.
thought you didn't, but you did.
Yeah.
Why are they? There's a World of Warcraft version of Arkham City. What are they? Why is there a game board?
I think this is part of the library.
Yeah, we've been in the library before.
Campus.
I don't think it's that big, but it does have all the games like it's the library.
That's a good point. Or maybe this is a room just in the World of Warcraft wing.
Yeah, you
the
did.
shelves are full in the library.
Well, it's an awesome library. Like the idea is that, because we've both been in there, the idea was that you supply your workers with this library where they can go rent N64 games, tabletop games, whatever, and increase your knowledge so you can make better video games.
Yeah.
I mean, how was that decision come to at the time? Like, what made the change there?
That we actually made Classic?
Yeah, that you were like, okay, they keep asking, we're going to do it.
Honestly, yeah, we didn't think it was going to be financially even necessarily a great decision as much as it was our fans are really asking for this. Some of our most devoted fans are asking for this. And it really was. When we say it was a love letter, it was a love letter. We're like, we justified it in the,
they're cute.
Hey, we do this. It's
like
going to make our
that.
fans super happy. And, we're going to learn a lot in the process. But, I mean, come on. How many games have gone back and recreated that? And I did that on God of War, right?
Yep.
God of War 1 and 2 and up-resed them. But the game's still
A lot
live,
of times when they went back, they had the source code.
Yeah.
And
didn't
World
have
of
to
Warcraft didn't have that.
place it on top of Legion, but they're talking like people, which is nice.
You can still play those
They are
areas in
people.
modern.
I know
instead
they're
of going back
people,
and
but we
recreating
all
that
have
original
scripted
experience.
voices. Like sometimes you and I will record a video and I'll need to re-say what I just said because I mispronounced something, and my re-saying of the same line isn't as organic as my original say through because it's now scripted in my own head. Like we're all aware of what pre-planned speech sounds like, and it's fun to hear them not talking like that.
I think that's ever been done before.
I mean, RuneScape's tried. Old school RuneScape is, but they had to accept a lot of changes.
That's why
Yeah.
I'm here with doing our EverQuest Classic servers. This WoW is a whole different
Animal.
Yeah.
What challenges did you meet then that you weren't expecting, I guess?
With Classic?
Yeah, for sure.
Numbers. Just vast.
Just the sheer amount of people
vast
playing it.
numbers. Yeah, and players never do what you expect them to. Like
Is that just like low-key shade?
That's like
on how
every
many people
MMO.
played the EverQuest thing. Numbers, just people.
Yeah.
We're not used to it in EverQuest.
It's not wrong. Like
No less than ever, right? It's like
Yeah.
ants, they just crawl across the planet.
But that's one of the beauties of it is, we're re-exploring and relearning, Classic. Even as much time and effort is spent in the archaeology of, does it match what the original game was like? But when players interact with it now, the skill that they have, the knowledge, that some of them have done it before, all these like really interesting little edge cases and stuff that they find, and it's a day-to-day, wow, look what they figured out. Yeah, it was based on...
Did you expect it to just be like, everyone's going to play it for like a month? Yeah. Was that your expectation?
Kind of. I mean, I remember our original estimates, and it was kind of funny because we totally underestimated the number of realms we were going to have. And I can remember, like arguing with one of our regions, it was like very conservative and like, we're only going to need this. And we'd flown out there and we're like, no, we think based on our estimates in North America, you're probably going to want to have more than that within, and God bless the classic team, but like literally within weeks, dropped. They had to spin up 10 times our estimate.
Yeah. Almost like the original WoW.
To handle it.
Yeah. It's almost like you recreate that back-end experience.
Except we had the technology this time. Then it was like, we don't have the hardware. What do we do? I don't know. Go up to fries.
Literally belt strapping things together. Plug it in. Go, go, go. But it's been... I'm curious what you guys have learned from that.
The lining up.
Classic that's now coming into the retail.
Oh, it's queuing.
You're like, yeah, we should bring that into the retail.
You're seeing it, yeah. I mean, that's the exciting thing is Classic brought back these conversations about talent trees, like revamping talents. How much do you love spending your points and experimenting with your class? Or if that was what your memory is, that's my memory of Classic or of Vanilla. And so the team recognized that. They're always taking the pulse too. It's like players really love that. And professions. I think the teams really wanted for a long time to be able to focus on professions as well. Mm-hmm. But even how we are looking at content, right? So more, in Vanilla or Classic, there's the exploration factor. It felt less guided. And the team's taken that to heart too. And you'll see elements of that in Dragonflight as well. It's a really wonderful exploration about, where are we now and where are we going to go in the future, and kind of taking stock and listening to the community. And it's pretty incredible to see it coming through in Dragonflight.
Yeah, I think this social interaction, in
miss
Classic,
that so much.
You had to, just to get through stuff, you had to make friends, and we were all in this together. I played in the beta, and I played,
that was something that Classic absolutely recaptured.
What's the biggest change you've seen?
Because there's so much concern about
I talk
can't
about
go home again.
Well, that was the tagline, right?
I focus so much on the people.
Like, we know too much now. We're not gonna be able to go through it
without the people you
blind. But it did absolutely land some things, like the social interaction they're talking about. I remember, I waited 40 minutes to run frickin' Sunken Temple one day in Classic.
Oh damn!
On my hunter. Because I need to go do my hunter quest, and I was sitting there, I was just like, this is my Sunday, and like I made a little, while I was waiting, I made a little lunch for Katie and me, and then I came back in and finally got a group together, and we died a few times, but you stayed together because it's like this group is too hard to find.
Right, you worked so hard to get in there. Like, what was it? Black Fathom Depths was always that for me.
Yeah, and it was a near identical experience to the first time I ran Sunken Temple back in original World of Warcraft, or original Vanilla. It's interesting what things were perfectly recreated.
I think about my guild more than what's this feature, what's this content. But the growing loud voice that I've seen across many MMOs now. We're talking to so many MMO companies.
Oh, so this was a big scandal. This was a big scandal. I don't know. So,
but we're growing.
Here, see Preach's hand. This was a huge scandal. People were saying he lied about being here. Because what they have is a microphone that they have edited out. They took a picture of the background, and then they covered up the microphone with a picture of the background, right? But people were saying that Preach lied. He didn't spend $30K. These are pre-recorded. He green screened himself in.
Oh my god!
Because of this moment.
How much money it would take to do fake shadows underneath his hand like that?
Right.
Do you have any clue?
Like, conspiracy theory to the max.
The talent to do that, you wouldn't have the mistake right there.
No,
I'm just not saying they're not talented. Like, you can get rid of that. It's not too hard to do. It is extremely time intensive, though.
Yeah,
that's the kind of thing that you just don't bother with.
Yeah, right. Like, per scene, you're going in with your brush and like.
Oh my god, no, yeah.
Filling
I'm
out
not gonna sit there. I'm not gonna roto out my friggin' hand frame by frame.
Yeah, like Wakanda's saying, like, these are just rotoscope faces. These are just actors. These are paid UK actors that Preach got here and digitized their faces.
Deep fakes,
yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Can't trust a thing, man.
Just evict it.
Yep.
And to that, I would say just show the mic. I'm totally down seeing a microphone, but whatever. Like, who knows? Maybe it was more obstructive than I realized.
Maybe. You know, I mean, it's extra effort, and good on them for going that extra mile. We all, you know, if you make content, you're a stickler about making content.
We're talking to so many MMO companies.
Yeah. Oh,
Other players who just want the solo
again.
experience. And their biggest fear is actually other people, which blows my mind because I was like, I love the people so much, even the bad ones, because that's a moment. You know, I think about those moments with the bad people, and what's the biggest change you've seen
Even
in
the bad ones.
gamers in general?
I think
that's fair. Like, part of, you know, Here's the Storm or any of these multiplayer games is your experience.
Oh yeah, no, I still remember my first Ninja Looter.
Yeah,
ran Zul'Farrak, and this rogue took hunter boots. Or wait, no, because that would have been pre-mail. I don't know. I forget. There was a Ninja Looter. It was a big deal.
How's the world? Well, I logged out.
I'm still loading.
Okay, you're still loading. Yeah, so loading boss.
It's booted me out like probably 9 times now, and I just keep hitting go again.
Oh, wow.
Actually identified one of the challenges that we face with World of Warcraft is we know that a lot of players just want to come in, have some fun, know that, you know, there's things for them to do, and not have the pressure of having to interact with other people.
Mm-hmm.
But then they want to, you know, and then when they have that chance encounter, you know, where someone happens to be farming the same thing and you just got killed 3 times and, you know, okay, let's join in a group together. We did it. We killed it together. Awesome. That's cool. Or meeting, you know, that set of friends that you start running dungeons with, or you start doing a raid with, and enjoying some of that group content that we've created. Those are some of the best moments in the game.
Yep.
Like, I remember it was Christmas a few years back when we had the hive mind, you know, mount. It was this crazy set of things that you had to do to unlock it. And I did this with a completely random set of people, you know, 4 people I didn't even know. We went through all of it. I had all the monocles. We got this thing, and we were all like high-fiving each other. And I I got to put them on my friends list. And I actually kept in contact with the one for a couple months after that.
Yeah.
But those moments are so cool. And I think, you know, we try to have experiences like that, you know, where you no pressure, you can play by yourself if you want to. And I think there's something actually kind of comforting knowing that while I'm wandering around doing my solo thing, you know, working on one of my alts or whatever, that there's thousands of other people around there, you know, and I can see them doing their thing. And I think that's a really fun part of the game. It reminds me that I'm not.
When did, like, sharding, and sharding is like the vulgar term we use, right? Like, that's not actually what it's called.
No, they call it shards.
Oh, really? Oh, I always figured that's like what we called it, like, you know, Beta for Azeroth sharding, because it sounds like farting or shitting yourself. Like, I thought.
No, it's a shard. Shart is with a T.
Shard. Okay.
Like a D is like a fragment.
Okay, so that started in Cataclysm? It's that old? Mistakes were made, right? I mean, that's when the whole feeling of the server started to leave.
Let's see.
He's talking about how the classic feel worked, but they haven't. Dragonflight is still sharded, yes?
According to Wowpedia, 2014. Which would have been...
End of Cataclysm? Beginning of Mist of Pandaria?
Beginning of WoD.
Oh, wow. Oh, WoD was sharded. That makes sense with the garrisons and all that.
According to Wowpedia, I don't really... I mean, that was phasing, was what you're thinking of.
Phasing, yeah.
Sharding is its own thing.
So have they made any stance about getting rid of that with Dragonflight? Like, we're making a big talk here about...
Why would they when this is happening right now?
Oh, you mean like the server's not working anyway?
Yeah, it was to combat too many players being in the same area.
Right. But you know, the what would I call these two? They're not devs. They're leaders. They're executives.
I mean, they are developers to a degree. I mean, they're in leadership positions.
Yeah.
So it's not like your garden variety dev, but they're devs.
Garden variety dev.
I don't know.
These are Whole Foods devs, not your Walmart devs.
This all by myself.
Like I said before, what does it mean for
those
Azeroth
lemons,
to
man?
feel
I don't know
alive,
how they're so big.
You know, day to day, week to week, and ongoing, and how do we evolve that? And to me, you know, I geek out. We all geek out about all this stuff about how do we evolve. We are committed to WoW evolving and delivering more.
Well,
for
if you're a
players
Pikachu,
and
you
being
just get a
mindful of the
Thunderstone.
community. So when you're talking about how gamers have changed, we have people like you, people that we are a living, breathing community, not just in Azeroth,
Oh,
but
Kyle's favorite
outside it
phrase.
as well, and really, advancing our thinking about what does it mean.
I get
for
what
all
it
of us as a community around World of Warcraft. So we're thinking really big, and then also, what's going to bring players along, week to week, month to month, and make sure that, we're serving our community who want to live there.
This is why this trip is so important. Sitting down with these guys, finding out how Classic came about and how it's going to influence Dragonflight. So amazing. But one of the things I'm worried about with coming here is I actually don't know how everybody plays World of Warcraft.
Yeah, but he's still got the Sylvana statue up. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I got mine back there.
Man can't be trusted. Take it down.
No.
I think back to my day to say, from vanilla
Wait,
all the
what?
way up.
What are all these words? Are they just raids?
They're talking about attunement.
To live there.
This is
I
why
can't
this
cue
trip
around
is
the
so
video 'cause
important.
it's an
Sitting
hour
down
long.
with these guys, finding out how Classic came about and how it's going to influence Dragonflight, so amazing. But one of the things I'm worried about with coming here is I actually don't know how everybody plays World of Warcraft. I think back to my day to say, from vanilla all the way up until the end, and the sheer amount of mandatory content that has been added to the game over the years has just grown exponentially, including several systems which are just infinite in time. Now, of course, mandatory is a subjective thing. If you break it down, everything is optional. But if you wanted a character wearing the current gear, the latest legendaries, whatever it might be, your commitment to the game has massively increased.
Dude, I quit Legion when Illidan was like, go collect 100-something tokens and they don't have a guaranteed drop rate. That was awful.
Yeah, Legion. I love Legion, and it's really good, but I did not love the artifact power grind at all.
No. At least it was more interesting than the necklace. And what did was there a item, a necklace, a ring or something in Shadowlands, or was it just covenants?
It was covenants. Your friends that you had a soul bind with were your
right.
Kind of. Not quite that 1-to-1, but yeah, it was covenants.
But a lot of what Covenants did, Covenants supplied a pseudo talent point system, right? So talent points are now basically a combination of artifact power, Azerite necklace, Covenant like talents.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, to speak generally, yes, more or less. I think there's some abilities that have just been made baseline that used to be like an artifact weapon ability, for example. I think Paladin is Wake of Ashes. Do you have the talent in the Wake of Ashes? I think you just have it now if you're a Ret Pally. So there are exceptions where stuff has just been baked in. You just get it, and it's just it's just an ability that you get. But yeah, I mean, I'm doing some rediscovery with you because, I know you haven't been playing for a long time, but I also haven't been playing for a year.
Yeah.
So. Wake is a talent? Okay. Why would you not take it?
Well, some of them are like straight up, you must choose this or that. Like I found the talent system to be rather elegant so far, at least for Invoker, right? I've only explored Invoker.
Is it Invoker? I thought it was Evoker.
I don't know.
Now I need to know. Have I been saying it wrong? Drakthir. There's no N. Okay, it's Evoker.
Oh.
Okay.
You don't like simply because you have to.
See, that's the list I'm aware of.
Boo.
I played Battle for Azeroth intensely, and
I just didn't do islands. I stopped doing Warfronts.
Yeah. Warfronts had amazing gear in it. Like,
it did. I used Warfronts as a catch up for my ults. I didn't do Pearls. I enjoyed Horrific Visions and Corruption. I know a lot of people didn't. I thought they were fun. I enjoyed them.
My God. It gave such good gear, but they were such miserable activities.
Torghast would be a great example of that. But the thing is, I actually don't know whether people like doing that. Nobody does except them. So let's sit down with Ian and try and find out how people spend their time in Azeroth.
All right. Before we get there, I'm gonna BRB bio.
Okay. I'm Grinding Gear with quick fire Garrett questions.
Empower Garrett. There.
You're gonna empower. Oh, am I big? Am I huge on the internet? Is that what's going on here? Oh, we're doing the 2 split. Yeah. Oh, Bellular liked to oh, hell yeah. Good job. Good guy, Bellular. You can tell how much of his content I watch him sometimes. I don't watch a lot of WoW content these days. I was always a Taliesin fan. I find his brand of humor agrees with me. All right. Let's see. Yeah. What was your main in WoW? I've had a few. Originally, I was a hunter. But then my longest living main was a paladin, and the one I'm trying to log into Dragonflight with right now. Trying to go back to my paladin. I haven't been a pally main for a while, but I miss it. I miss my paladin. Especially since it looks like I might be able to convince Kyle to play with me some. So I'm gonna go tank on a prop pally. That's what I'm gonna do. Did I cut my hair? No, it's all still there. It might just be the shadows, but no, there's still all this. There's still all this. Let's see. I'm thick on the internet. Okay. Did I cut Kyle's hair? No. I think that was Kristen. I think Kristen cuts his hair. I'm not impressed with the talent tree from what I've seen. Yeah, I haven't really dug deep into the talent trees, but I have options. I also have a warrior that's ready to go, a death knight that's ready to go, and I could obviously do a Drakthir. So I can pivot. If I need to.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Shall we continue?
Yes.
I know how you guys spend your time, and that's by picking up a display. Display are proudly sponsoring this video so we could take all our equipment, pack up our stuff, and fly across the world in order to speak to Blizzard on your behalf.
Nice.
If you like this and you want to see more of this, especially check out part 2 of this video, where we're going to be looking at how World of Warcraft is made.
Yeah.
Let
him have it. Let him have it.
Our link down below, you can get up to a massive 44%
that was unexpected.
off your display order.
Well done.
We have these amazing official World of Warcraft displays that you can pick up in time for Dragonflight.
They're not joke at.
So if you're looking for some cool art,
who does the
that's
ads that I
very
love?
easy to put up.
Yeah.
You can
are
swap
insane.
them around. You can have multiple of them.
Disc plates?
Why not consider display
You have
and help
these?
us out? And maybe we can
No,
go
but
visit
they're a
some other
thing.
people
Oh,
who
okay.
want us to talk to.
They get it advertised to me
Now let's talk to
constantly.
Ian.
Okay.
You
There's so many different player types, right? I mean, I'm not sure how your metrics work, but one of the questions
I can scroll down for it. Yeah, let's see. There it is. There it is. Preach gaming.
Look at the chat. If anyone wants a display,
yeah,
like
let's do it.
We're sitting there reacting to his content. The least
he paid $30K for this.
The least you can do.
Least we can do is share it with everyone here. It's the very least we can do.
It's not disc. It's like display, but display.
Oh, display because they're metal like plates and. Yeah.
I never knew that. That's actually a really clever name. Support your boy Preach. All right.
I want to get these couches. I love
leather chairs. Every time I see one I like, though, I look at the price and I don't buy one.
They're pricey.
Yeah. So
I
this
think
weekend,
it's really tough when you're out there and you're not just a content creator, but you're anybody's. The vast majority is a horrible, horrific term that gets thrown around all the time in reference to World of Warcraft. This is what the vast majority likes. What do people actually do in the game? Because we don't know.
I mean,
it's a great way to start.
Honestly,
questioning.
I think that's one of the quirks of WoW. It's part of
what.
It's a great opening. Like, forget the vast majority. You know what people actually do. What do people do? Like, what a great fucking question.
Yeah.
To start with.
Well, and we're all so isolated when we play these games nowadays. You know, certainly. All my conversations were had in real life with my roommates in college. I didn't use Discord or anything and join any communities. It was
I was not a part of WoW communities at all. I read Elitist Jerks. I never contributed, and that was it.
Yeah. And in that way, if he can get Ian to say what people actually do, you can also take the edge off content creators, because so often content creators, particularly for World of Warcraft, are disdained by the player base because they see the content creator getting what they want in the game and not what the actual players want. And content creators are often accused of noobifying World of Warcraft. I know, like Scott Johnson, like he got a lot of heat back in the day for being a leader in casualizing World of Warcraft.
Well, guess what? We're all old and we're all parents now.
Yep.
I ain't got time to sit around for 39 other people to show up.
Makes designing for WoW really challenging at times. I think you could take a dozen people, all of whom would say, "Wow,
Well, I guess only 15% of us are parents now, but you get the idea.
Play a ton.
Well, now we can count the dogs and the cats and everyone else.
You could
Yeah.
sit them around a table and have them talk about what they do in the game and why they like it. And it could sound like they're describing 12 different games or experiences that would be foreign to the others. It really is everything from the, completionist solo collector to the casual PvPer who just queues Battlegrounds all weekend, to the hardcore PvPer who wants to push high rating, to the Mythic Plus focus player, to the casual raider, to the hardcore raider, to everything in between. And then all the different Venn diagram overlaps. And all of those people are World of Warcraft players.
Yeah.
And it's and I think the world is, again, as I said earlier, richer because it has all of them in it. But a challenge is, there is no majority, so to speak.
Damn, I would
It's
love
a
to play some WoW right
collection
now.
of-
Watching this.
It's something about seeing the game makes you want to play
Yeah,
it.
I would really like to go in and play World of Warcraft right now.
I'm not. I shit you not. Like, I went through and Final Fantasy 14 to my bars. I did all my hotkeys the way I do it in Final Fantasy. Like, one of my number one things right now is like, oh my god, seeing another game is gonna make me better at Final Fantasy because I'll see other layouts. Like, I'm like, oh man, my health bar is kind of over here. Like, I really like when they auto put it there. I want to redecorate.
Many minorities, each of whom have different and sometimes competing interests.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the challenge when it comes to listening, addressing
what is
feedback.
that?
I think,
Oh, that's the
often
profession thing.
the two are a little bit conflated, where
Oh, yeah.
hearing feedback should mean, in the eyes of players, and understandably so, well, do what I say. I told you I don't like this. We told you we don't like this. And you didn't change it, therefore you're clearly not listening.
Especially if that person believes they're a reasonable person. I'm a reasonable
yeah.
person, and I think you're incorrect. So
And they are.
It's really tough to deal with people who think they're being reasonable, is what Preach says, and I love it.
And they are a reasonable person. And I think it's totally reasonable
Nice job,
to
Ian.
want to advocate for the game that you want to play and the play style that you favor. And it's our job to take everybody's concerns into account. It's not a player's concern to take other people's happiness into their account when playing a game. They just want what's going to make it the most fun for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think the challenge comes where sometimes those desires are directly conflicting. Where,
you got an example?
I mean, I think rewards are a clear case.
I'd love to get into this with you.
Yeah, right. It's basically the people who want to do a thing and don't see any value in it and want it to be more rewarding, versus the people who don't want to be forced to do the thing and want it to stay not rewarding at all. Or, should PvE gear have any place in PvP, or vice versa? And to some extent, like, we can continue to separate out the ecosystems to solve these problems. We can say there's no crossover whatsoever, and you're basically playing a completely different game if you're doing this activity versus that activity. Or to the extent that there's crossover, there's going to be some people who would prefer it weren't that way.
For sure, because, I mean, one of the most common things, and I'm guilty of this, and what I could also honestly say after now we're here is, I definitely got to the point where I was so immersed in it and not happy that I definitely went overboard with where I was, which I think is the place you end up with because of a business relation. It's like, ordinarily I just put the game down. I don't know whether it's an internal pressure, and I kind of think this goes back all the way to Naxxramas, the original
I
one.
freaking feel that in my
where
bones.
it's like,
Oh, just him talking about how because it's also a business decision, you stick with something longer. When in real life, in any other circumstance, you just be like, I would just stop playing this game.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think maybe content creation hasn't been around long enough for that to become normalized in people's heads. There's definitely a romanticizing that happens because, one of my favorite quotes of all time is Conan O'Brien saying he does 4 shows a year that he likes. And that hit me because, like, it's so easy to look at people being happy, particularly in like comedy or content creation, and be like, wow, they must love what they do all the time.
Yeah.
But
data
entry didn't feel like that. Why would any job feel like that?
It's still work.
Yeah.
invested time and money into this content, but if we don't make them go, they're not going to go. And it's that something that's a very real thing.
I think it is a real thing. I think make is maybe too strong a word. But if we don't incentivize it, if we don't make it feel like you are progressing in some way as a result of it, then yeah, people probably won't do it. But I think if we made a zone full of awesome quests that literally offered no rewards, as a hypothetical, right? No experience, no gold, no items, nothing at all, but it's really cool content. Most people wouldn't touch it. People who did might touch it once.
I think the biggest trick that I ever felt like WoW pulled on me was that quest with Jim Cummings in Legion. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Which one? Because he was one of the main characters.
He played like an elf who lost his mind.
Oh, yes.
And
yes,
I was like, holy shit. Legion's got hands. Like, this is amazing. This is traumatic. This is
yes, the Runes. I couldn't remember his name.
Yeah.
Yes, I love that quest. That quest line is fantastic.
It was voice acted. Pooh Bear was doing his thing. He was nailing it. It was nuts.
I was thinking because he's also isn't he the lore keeper in Pandaria who you interact with a shit ton? So I was like, you're gonna be more specific, but I was thinking Pandaria. I wasn't thinking Legion.
Yeah, I mean he's in everything. He's all over Pocahontas. He's all over tons and tons of movies. Naturally,
yes,
Aladdin.
Yeah,
like he's Pete from anything Disney's ever done. Like,
yeah.
But that quest was so good, and order halls and stuff were really good too. But just seeing this, was it Suramar environment just makes me think of that, and I feel like I played WoW into BFA longer because of that one Jim Cummings quest, and I wanted to re-achieve that moment where the story really like nailed it.
That's how I felt about the Death Knight campaign in Legion.
And that's not to say that the people who would do it if you're doing it to level, who would do it if you're doing it to get a professional recipe, to whatever, are going to dislike it as a result. But at the end of the day, it is a game that, as part of just the core RPG progression, you have a lot of goals, you're making your numbers go up, you're trying to overcome challenges, you're choosing how to spend your often limited time these days wisely, and you're going to spend that time doing things that are getting you closer to your goals. Maybe like at the end of an expansion when you have no more other goals left, you might go back and chase cosmetics or do things that you haven't had a chance to just for completionist's sake. But those feel like lost opportunities when there's something out there that has potential that's just underutilized.
Yeah. So where do you draw the line then in being incentivizing it via power? So it's Torghast throwing the legendary requirement into there, versus this gives you a cool mount. Do you see a distinct difference in participation? Because it's like, they'll just look at it. And I guess a good example of this would actually be challenge modes. And I don't know if you know the participation rates there, which were purely cosmetic rewards, right? That's all that challenge modes gave you, was just a transmog. And did that come across as perhaps a failure? Because not enough people did it?
I don't think challenge modes were a failure, no. Their participation was
what is this
low.
Gameplay?
I
hate it.
I want to say, if I remember, towards the end of this,
games
I think we
played
added
like
a
this.
decent chunk of valor for doing challenge mode runs that helped, it helped justify it to people who were just looking to cap their valor for the week. They could at least work towards something else at the same time. But it wasn't seen as a failure because I think it also, as someone who worked very directly on challenge modes,
speedrun is not for me.
It
I
wasn't
like watching them.
30
I don't like
people
playing
laboring to make this thing. It was, let's try an extra difficulty. Let's add an extra overlay on the content we're already making. And for the people who got a lot of value out of it, a lot of enjoyment out of it, that felt well worth what we put into it. But I think, you're correct. When we're looking at a major expansion feature like a Torghast, if that were only used by as many people as did missed challenge modes, that would have been seen as a significant failure. It's we put a ton of time.
This is making me think of, we've been pointed at stuff in Final Fantasy XIV that doesn't give you anything that makes you feel like you progressed.
Like what?
Like the Black Rose quest.
Oh, sure.
Like, you need to go do that. Like, and gameplay wise, I got nothing. It's not like I got armor from it. All I got was a understanding of Black Rose that I would have gotten anyway because they explain it again when you get to that point in the story. But Final Fantasy has is it too much of a cop-out to just say, well, if you make a good story, people will want to go consume your side content to fill in little story bits?
I think so. I mean, there's no reason to play a single-player game, but for the enjoyment of the story. I think that naturally the way Final Fantasy is built means you have more investment in your character, which, to World of Warcraft's credit, like I play World of Warcraft more like I play D&D. I'm like, what's this adventure? What's this campaign? What do I want to bring to it? Like, that's why I started Drakthir, because I saw a world full of dragons with Alex Straza talking about a threat that wouldn't matter to, you know, my priest. But if I make this Drakthir, he'll be invested. And you bring your own headcanon with you to make it more empowered. So World of Warcraft being more of an action RPG, you can't, that's why he's always talking about incentivization, because that's the end goal. Whereas the end goal in Final Fantasy oftentimes feels like to explore the world, to grow your character's story. And gear just kind of happens along that journey. And I think that's really highlighted by our blind mid-eye level stuff we've done. Because we're basically saying to the game, I don't give a shit about your gear. Let me do your dance.
I want your experience.
Yeah, I want your experience, and then I'm going to be done. I'm going to beat this like a Dark Souls boss. I'm going to check it off in my brain. I'm going to say, yep, we did, you know.
I mean, I could see myself wanting to grind for gear at current, like when I'm a current player. But
yeah, absolutely.
And like maybe for things like Mog and whatnot later. But yeah, there was never a point in World of Warcraft where like in the early days when I didn't raid in vanilla. I played vanilla, but I didn't raid. I didn't get the max level when vanilla was current. There's no point in BC where I was like, I'm gonna go back and see Ragnarok. Like I didn't care. But the way Final Fantasy has made those fights easily accessible and still challenging, if you want them to be, has made me want to go and have that experience.
Well, and I read Scott's post here before it got deleted. I think that's a fine. I've seen it all over online. The perhaps anger about Hildebrand becoming required because it's tied to getting a really big weapon someday in Endwalker. And that's a fascinating puzzle, because you have this huge pile of content that you can put players to. People are saying, I want to play this game more. I mean, Zepla's talked a lot about this. People who are like, I want to play Final Fantasy 14 all the time. What can you do for me? And Yoshi P's like, I'm not doing that to my game. So when they went through, and my understanding from the outside is they had Hildebrand and they forced you to do it in order to get an endgame relic, people were really pissed off because that should be optional comedic content. But there was an opportunity there that the devs saw to take that optional content and make it required to fill it out. And that's interesting. That's, you know, perhaps the wrong move for some. But it's an interesting question you posed. I do think that World of Warcraft is designed more like Diablo. That is an action RPG where you get loot.
Definitely modern WoW.
Yeah.
I preferred like up through really until Mythic. I always called it my grocery list, which doesn't make it sound exciting, but I loved having my grocery list of this is the gear I want, this is where I get it from, so this is what I'm going to grind until I get it. And I loved the process of checking off the very specific pieces of gear that I wanted to get as I got it. And then they Diablo-fied the gearing in World of Warcraft through things like the Mythic system, where you can get the same piece, but it's higher eye level, or it might have a gem slot versus not having a gem slot, or it might have slightly better, you know, optimized stats for your purposes. And I don't like that.
No, it takes away from the Ashbringer. You got the Ashbringer. Well, how'd the stats roll on it? Oh, they're bad stats? Well, that's not the Ashbringer.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever done that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Big stuff like that is usually still like a it is what it is type of a thing. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
No, it's a great question.
Yeah.
And
it's why I love dungeons, right?
Yeah.
I used to grind dungeons over and over again. I wanted the red sword out of Utgard Keep because it was like best in slots starting tanking sword. And I ran Utgard Keep over and over and over
Shadow
again.
Labs for me, yeah.
Yeah. And eventually I got it. And it's just like eventually I just learned that dungeon like the back of my hand. And yeah, maybe I didn't want to run it as much, but I don't know. I had an experience, and there was a wonderful closing of that book when I got that sword.
I never got my trinket out of Shadow Labs. I did it over and over and over again. But
my first one of those was the Sun Fury bow in Karazhan off Prince.
Oh,
killed that bastard so many times with my raid.
Well, when we all have a story like that, but that because you and I love the content dungeon. I mean, obviously, like every time we sit down and have a casual stream, what do? We do dungeons. Like that is clearly what we do.
I love
MMOs
dungeons.
For. We love dungeons.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
so when the focus moved away from
like,
dungeons,
I don't like Palace of the Dead as much as I love running dungeons, and it's not even close for me. I don't think Palace of the Dead is bad. It's better than Torghast, but I still like. I could take or leave it. I'd rather do a dungeon. I like even if I've seen it before, I like the intermittent bosses. I like the change of scenery when I go from one dungeon to the next. Like all of that.
Yeah.
Design, resources, engineering, art, iteration into this. If only 8% of our players did it, well then we should really. We should have just put those resources into something else that 90% of our players were going to do, because we would have made more of our players happy.
This is hideous.
At the end of the day, like, that's the challenge we're trying to solve. It's we have a finite team, even as we grow, even as we hire, we have this many person hours of work that can be done this year.
Challenge. What is challenge then?
I don't know. I never did it.
Okay.
And apparently no one else did, because that's what they're talking about right here.
Yeah.
Allocate those in the way that's going to make.
I mean,
the most
clearly
fun
it's Scarlet
for the most
Monastery,
players.
right? Like,
well, one of the things with Dragonflight that's changing
Scarlet.
is because obviously part of what I would consider the failure of Torghast is that people felt. I know that one of the reasons I stopped playing was I'd log on to my alt.
They've got to be in the library, right?
And
I don't know. They've got some weird books. Prehistoric World.
You got the little stickers and like with ISBN numbers. If you look in the left side.
Yeah, you're right. They do have literally Dewey Decimal System stickers on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
sorry, continue.
Okay, I kind of need to farm a legendary. I kind of need to conduits. I kind of need to do this. And as somebody, as I'm sure you're aware, I was a huge champion of Torghast. Like I had a great interview with Morgan about Torghast, and then a lot of it changed. And I was like, this is just killing my soul. It made me very unhappy. It's like, where do you then? Is that just a case of looking at alt friendliness for that?
Too.
Or is this in Dragonflight where you actually have completely smashed this out of the park?
There's a few pieces to that. I think even aside from alt friendliness,
it felt so required, and it got so old so fast.
Torghast?
I'm doing commentary over. It's fine. You can keep it rolling.
Oh no, I mean I'm curious. I never played Torghast, but from the outside it looked like it was going to be like a Slay the Spire sort of thing. Like I thought you were going to unlock abilities as you went.
A little bit, sort of, but you didn't keep them when you went back in.
Yeah.
There were little things you could get that permanently changed what you did in Torghast, but they were just very minimal, not particularly exciting. And Torghast just got so old so fast.
Well, so did Warfronts, and Islands. Like all those.
I'll take Torghast over Warfronts and Islands. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
Let me play my character and, at least be somewhat difficult. Islands were a little difficult. I didn't like them, but.
Torghast. Oh my God. The phrases people make up to.
Oh yeah.
I would hate. I would hate being a dev.
It was doing a chore. You needed to do. If you wanted your legendaries, you needed to do Torghast, and it was soul sucking.
Yeah.
Fair. I think that the mandatory weekly loop, the feeling that you have to do this basically every week, essentially forever. And if you miss a week, you're falling behind. Mm-hmm. And if you put it off, I think that's something that got us thinking a lot about just the player psychology of how people approach mandatory things with expiration date, perceived chores, like that feeling of maybe it's Monday or I guess Tuesday if you're in Europe, and
Wednesday.
Sorry, no, the last day of the week is what I'm talking about.
So
Tuesday,
okay.
if you're in
Tuesday,
Europe,
all right.
you had a long day at work, then you went out for dinner with your friends, with your loved ones, whatever. You come home, you're exhausted, and you realize oh crap, I haven't done my Torghast run
Been
for
there
the
many
week.
times.
Exactly. Does that make you feel good about World of Warcraft in that moment?
No.
Absolutely not. And so, why are we doing that to people? And there's a lot of ways around that. There's it's catch-up mechanisms so that if you knew that if you missed it this week, you could just catch up and do 2 next week or whatever. Suddenly, the psychology is very different. If there's more flexibility and you can do multiple weeks in a row, or if there's just less, if it's less of an exclusive reward that only comes from this one source, now suddenly it's fine. Yeah, you're tired tonight. You had fun doing other things. You don't have to log in when you don't want to. But in any case, getting back to Torghast, I think, it was gameplay that was kind of forced to overstay its welcome in a lot of ways, because it became something that you had to keep doing for as long as people did. Something that we've tried to pivot to, and I know you mentioned you didn't personally jump in and do Zereth Mortis.
No.
But part of how we approached the activities there, the cipher system, the reputations, the outdoor loop.
God, I hated how the zone looked.
Dude, me too.
Was basically, we're going to give you a couple of weeks.
This cemented that I was not
going to
play
Shadowlands again. Say, here's a frankly a carrot that everyone's going to want. You want to get your second legendary.
Everybody,
You want
it's
the ability
Destiny
to
with
craft
frogs.
your Unity legendary. That's the second one that you can equip. Doing that's going to take you a couple of weeks of checking out the content. Past that, everything is 100% optional, but you've seen it all. And you can decide whether you like it or not. And if you like it, you've gotten a taste and you can keep going. And if you don't, cool. Just never go back. You can ignore it and focus on Mythic Plus, raids.
Well, this was the height, too, of Final Fantasy XIV comparisons. And I would say when they were getting straight up nasty, right? Like, people were finding sigil symbols that were, like, matching in both games. And people were comparing Helms of Domination to armor. And, like, it was getting gross out there. Also, it says hi on that animal's thigh.
It does.
Whatever else.
Hi, Kyle.
It's a little bit of a middle
Garrett.
ground between there being no mandatory power at all, where a lot of people who might have enjoyed the content will never even give it a chance because they're like, well, why am I going to do that? It doesn't give me anything. Or obviously the opposite end of the spectrum, where it just becomes an endless thing that you have to keep doing.
You've taken a pretty hard stance at this. For my playtesting of Dragonflight, this has now become almost a core value of Blizzard going forward, or seemingly, but obviously we're here to talk about it today, is like just no more of that. No more mandatory stuff. And is there like an internal fear then? It's like, are we making stuff now that people aren't going to check out? And are we actually okay with that? Because a lot of games now are going with a more drop-in, drop-out style, and they're still maintaining a sub. Is that something, I mean, this is a risky move you're making in Dragonflight, I think, internally.
I think, so the concept of mandatory, I do think only applies to a certain portion of the player base. I think it's certainly, high-end competitive players, if there's any advantage that they can get, they have to get it. Well understood. But I think some of what we're also moving away from that lets us, like systems like Renown or Outdoor World Loop, they have powerful rewards from them. You can make, this profession crafting reagents at the end of a Renown tracks that will let you make 402 plus gear that is heroic raid quality.
Boy, I just glazed over with whatever that was that he just rattled off. I was just like, brother, everything that just left your mouth is why I didn't keep playing Shadowlands.
I mean, he comes from that environment, right? Like, he's in this position of, WoW leadership now, but this is his forte. Like, he throws down.
Oh, God bless him. I'm glad he knows his own game, because I sure as I'm just like, that is why I stopped playing. Like, all of that bullshit right there. That's just nightmarish. The way you recoiled from seeing the challenge run, it's me going, I'll keep my bullshit with the stuff for the rep grind clusterfuck. Got to max out my bullshit before I go down to the bend over.
I mean, I was honestly spacing out, thinking that their toes were about to touch, and how awkward that is when you're doing an interview and you both cross your legs and your feet start slowly sliding towards each other. I hate in-person interviews are tough, man.
I've never been concerned about that in my entire life.
All right, well, there you go. Free gift to you.
Just wear shoes. It's fine.
No, but you still wear your feet can still touch. Battle Pass, like
Who cares that they're covered?
This does kind of look like a Battle Pass, honestly.
It was Battle Pass E.
Yeah,
we didn't pay for it. It was just a progression.
And other things that people.
Oh, this was in Shadowlands, whatever this is.
This was how you leveled up your Covenant.
Oh,
I think. Yeah. Wait, this is work in progress. What are they showing now?
This is it says Dragon Scale, so I'm assuming.
No, is Renown still a thing? God damn it!
So what is Renown? Is it like rep?
It was the thing you used Renown to level up your Covenant, essentially. Kind of rep, but they didn't have rep, they had Renown. But it was rep adjacent.
Okay, Barson says there's no power tied to it. So these are all optional things, like, I guess, unlocking cameras and compasses or something.
Oh,
or
thank God. Okay. Woo! Cool. God bless.
So
it's completely optional in Dragonflight. Woo!
Right.
I'm learning things. I've not researched Dragonflight at all.
It's interesting, right?
Real
Like,
burnout in Shadowlands.
It's a great question to ask a not content creator, a game developer, basically saying, like, are you okay with making content that people may not play because it's all optional? Like, how much work did you put into that Black Rose quest, and then 90% of the player base skips it because it's not MSQ?
Not much. It's mostly text.
Well, fair. But it's an example of something optional that could be missed. And as a content creator, like as a DM, like as a dungeon master,
I would have to assume that Final Fantasy XIV, I would assume that Square is very okay with a lot of content being missed, because there's a lot of yellow quests on my map every time I go anywhere, Kyle.
True.
So that's the kind of things. Like, and I think WoW's got to be okay with it too, because of just the different ways to play the game. right? Like maybe there's not as many side quests these days as there used to be in World of Warcraft. It's a little more streamlined, but there are still side quests. But I'm thinking about things like, are you a raider? Are you a PvPer? Are you a pet battler? Are you a mount collector? Are you an economy player? Like just from that, like being those different types of players. Like I haven't PvP'd in World of Warcraft in years, but they still make PvP content.
True.
Pet battles for some reason keep getting updates. I've never touched them.
Dude, I tried leveling a dwarf once doing nothing but pet battles. I got pretty far, but that was not fun.
Some of my buddies are super into it, and I'm just like, cool. Yeah, I personally would just rather go play Pokemon.
Yeah.
Than pretending I'm playing Pokemon in WoW. But yeah, some people will absolutely love it, and that's just the kind of thing. And they're clearly fine with it because I've never even interfaced with pet battles. So sorry, continue.
Raider who's looking to, push for the Hall of Fame isn't going to look at any of those things and say, oh no, this stuff I need from this that I can't get elsewhere, therefore I have to do it.
Yeah.
And some of that is just a product of moving away from
there's a tabard. Okay.
Auxiliary.
I'm a sucker for tabards.
I like what Dewkeeper says here. The issue with WoW abandoning evergreen content, if everything is flavor of the month, you can't let players miss it. That's an interesting way to put it.
That is a good read.
It's profound. That's profound right there.
That is, yeah, I like that.
Borrowed power alternate advancement systems that we had in the last few expansions. Item level is kind of the simple universal reward. Item level is power, but it's fungible. You can get it from other sources, and it's only as valuable as how it compares to the other stuff you have access to, as opposed to artifact power, essences for your Heart of Azeroth, conduits, all those other things where it didn't matter how high your eye level was from other content, you had to do this because it was additive.
Mm-hmm. But they were great things, though. Like it was always the acquisition that was the problem. Like the actual result was great. I just don't want to farm 50,000 honor in Battlegrounds. Like the actual system itself, and Azerite armor in particular is one that I'm deeply upset about because I genuinely thought item level is something, and again it's personal bias. I have no issue with Mr. Does his World Quest having the same item level as Mythic Raider. But Azerite armor seems
I do not miss
perhaps
that.
open the door.
I see that UI and I get angry.
To world questing and your experience.
Dude, I loaded into Mike. I started up World of Warcraft, 3 days ago. Loaded up my priest. I was standing in the dum 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 Zandalar music, like instant, just huge crashing wave of burnout struck me, and I just logged out. I was
sweating.
Oh, I was instantly done. Bane was sitting on the floor over there in the inn, and I was just like, hell no. I need a fresh character. I'm not doing this.
Do it for PvP. We could do it for Mythic Plus. Make 5 mana more fun things. It didn't go that way, unfortunately. It was kind of the set bonuses throughout there. But now you are upping the rewards from Mythic Plus, giving those guys natural appeasing people like PB, so we can actually stop raiding for the most part. And is that something that's also changing long term, or is there still an idea of if you're not raiding or doing high in Mythic Plus or high in PvP, you should still be a bit lower?
I think there's definitely a little bit of still a spectrum there. Eye level, is if you want 415, 421 type gear in Dragonflight, you're going to need to do high-end PvP, high-end raiding, high-end Mythic Plus.
Mm-hmm.
We do want outdoor play and certainly professions to be able to push farther into that track than they ever have before. I think at times in the past it's felt like if you were a solo player, you kind of capped out at maybe you could get a couple of normal mode raid pieces, and otherwise you were like 30 eye levels behind the Mythic Raider. That's I think too large a gap, and something we'd like to close. And that's really speaking, getting back to some of the earlier conversation about player groups and silent majorities and so forth. We do feel like we have underserved the just solo outdoor focused player who chooses to spend tons and tons of time in World of Warcraft over the years, and they care about progression too.
Yep.
And I think it's often inaccurate to just assume, oh, well, because you're not trying to push high keys, why do you even need item level?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, people want the number to go up.
Speaking to Ian this time really opened my eyes
not
to
wrong.
some things.
No, well, that's like saying you can't. Like, can you imagine Diablo forcing you to do group content? It'd be insane. People do it.
Be diabolical.
Yeah. It would be. Were you able to get in?
Yeah, but then I clicked on the portal and now I'm staring at a non-progressing loading bar.
Okay, cool.
At least I got back into Duratar. Progress, Kyle.
Progress.
Probably something that you guys have been guilty of as much as me. Why don't the devs listen to us? I spent months, years of my life shouting from the rooftops about things that I considered to be obvious problems, and in many cases did turn out to be. So why is that not getting back to
But
me?
I didn't have a problem with my display.
It just goes right into it. Hey man,
The last one was so good.
you gotta make money. You gotta make
It's
money.
so
No, but
surprising.
I do have a question for you because you did, the instance for years and years.
Yeah.
Did you get that feeling that you were yelling in a void, or did you feel like you were talking to the people, friends, and you're okay with that conversation kind of staying out? Surely someone's enjoying this.
I mean, a little bit. This is extremely reductive, but I did feel like, oh shit, dude, I got to the Dragon Isle.
Oh.
So maybe in the background, log in and see if you can get over here. It's gonna come off a little reductive. I felt like I wasn't a streamer with thousands of viewers, so they were never gonna give a shit in the first place. You've got powerhouse streamers in World of Warcraft.
Sure.
So I kind of felt like they were never going to listen to me anyway. But beyond that, yeah, actually I did, because I've hated how they've I've been supremely angry about locking flying behind rep every expansion
Yeah,
since
that's fair.
what was it, fucking Warlords? Pandaria. I didn't mind in Pandaria because I was enjoying the. Did you have to? No, I think you still paid in Pandaria.
I've always been horrible at making money, so I've never had top level flying in any expansion I ever played.
Yeah. So, well, it didn't matter. It wasn't that expensive. Just unlock flying. So in Wrath, you got to the end, you just paid for it, and you got flying. You could just go fly. You made it to the end. Actually, it happened slightly before the end at 68, because the last two zones in Wrath the Lich King were made with flying in mind. So you got to 68, you paid for cold weather flying, and you went and hit the storm peaks. I loved that. Pandaria was the same way. Okay, cool. Because the big mistake was Cataclysm, where they were like, you can fly at the beginning, and it just ruined all immersion, and you didn't really get to see and enjoy the zones.
Yeah,
and
there were people
everyone
descending.
was just dive bombing quest mobs.
Yep.
And that's not what I want. When I say I don't want to grind for rep to unlock flying, I mean very specifically that. I do not want flying at the beginning. The way they're doing it in Dragonflight looks good. Because it's different. It's not like traditional WoW flying. So that was something where I just felt like I was screaming into the void. I also felt like I was screaming into the void because I was always like, why can't we just party across factions? That was something I've been asking for forever. And one of the last BlizzCons we went to during the Q&A, I can't remember if it was the one that Scott hosted or the one, I think it was the one Taliesin and Evitel hosted. That was asked, and Ian's answer was something straight out. I'm going to misquote, but it was in the line of, well, if you look at our, the story, it just doesn't make sense. And I think I booed in the, I'm like, it happens all the fucking time in your game.
Right.
All the time. Every fucking time there's this minor inconvenience. Oh, the line is long at Warcraft grocery store. We must come together, Horde Alliance, to break up our purchase and use the express lane. Like the most minor inconvenience, the Horde Alliance are getting together. So yeah, I definitely felt like they didn't give a shit what my concerns were. Not to make it that about me, but it's like because I would talk to other people and they would have similar concerns, and there were a lot of us that were like, yeah, grinding rep to fly sucks. I do the raids. I feel like I've beaten your expansion. Just let me fucking fly. I don't want to do your rep grind because I don't like rep grinding. Also, you don't let me rep grind in dungeons anymore with the tabard like you did in Wrath of the Lich King.
Sure.
You didn't give me a choice on how to go about my rep grinding, which is another thing that has really royally pissed me off in World of Warcraft since Wrath.
Right. It became about forcing you to do dailies and.
Exactly. I was like, I'm sick of dailies. I've been doing dailies since the Isle of Qualdanas. I found my fun in repeatedly running dungeons, and now that you've made that more specific, and I don't progress the way I used to be able to progress doing the thing I used to like to do. So. There's that. Can you tell I love dungeons?
Yeah, no, it's a big part. It's a big part.
Yeah, I don't want to do your world quests. I'm done. I don't care anymore.
Well, and world quests don't add to the world being alive. Like one of the big things that struck me when I first started Final Fantasy XIV was I logged in and people were in the city. I was like, what are you guys doing here?
Why are you here?
Didn't Shadowbringers come out? Like, don't you guys have somewhere else to go? And then I started playing through A Realm Reborn, and there's people flying around and farming stuff, and high levels are landing next to me. I'm like, why are you here?
They've kept everything relevant.
Yeah.
The entire game is evergreen in Final Fantasy 14, and it's absolutely wonderful. And I think WoW seems to be shifting back towards some of that. But also but then there's also classic, which I think is a good thing. Like I don't think it's all black and white or like Final Fantasy. It's only Final Fantasy is doing stuff right and WoW's doing wrong and should just ape them. I like classic. I like WoW classic. I like what they did there. And I also think it's really important from a gaming archival standpoint to be able to go back and re-experience those games as they were to the best of our ability, obviously.
Right.
So yeah, anyway, rant over.
No. I asked you what you ran about in the past, and you you answered my question. Like
that was more about me letting you know that was more or less the end of my rant.
Gotcha.
That's the period. Doop. I'm good there.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm in the Dragon Isles.
Okay. I am unable to log in, but I'm trying to log into Durotar, so I may have a whole nother.
Well, it turns out
this already looks good, by the way. I already like what I'm looking at.
a lot more than you guys probably realize. I spent the entire week with the communications team. Those were the guys who were guiding us around, and they were absolutely incredible. But one of the things they really stressed to us is how much, on a weekly basis, they gather as much information as possible from the community, reading forums, subreddits, everything, watching videos, and feed that back directly to the people in charge. Some of you might scoff that no, they don't, but to clarify this, we spoke to Josh Allen, aka Law. He was with Blizzard for 9 years on the communication team itself, has no reason to lie, and the only reason he left Blizzard was because such a large advancement in his career came up elsewhere.
Well, that's one thing we
like
learned
that.
from the current community manager team is I was like, what is your day-to-day job then? And we're like, well, we get the patch notes and we sift through those things that are relevant because a lot of them are bullshit data side things that nobody cares about. And then we put them out to the public. But another part of it is we basically read forums a lot. And we gather all that feedback, and then we present that to the relevant people to say, this is the kind of community feel right now. Did you feel like you had to filter that for what's relevant, what's not?
Yeah, I mean, there was a significant portion of my time at Blizzard where developer communications was my job. And then my job got reconfigured into being more influencer focused, and everyone was like, why does Lore hate us now? He doesn't talk on the forums anymore. I'm like, well, yes, that's because it's not my job anymore. I'm no longer doing that specific task. There are other people doing that task.
It's got to be frustrating.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a lot of that general job and position is not even so much filtering as, I guess, distilling is how I would put it.
Make sure it goes to the right place.
Yeah, make sure it goes to the right place. Make sure that, because a lot of times people will say one thing and what they actually mean is kind of something else. Like, they still mean what they say, obviously, but if it's like, wow, I really hate, like Torghast was a great example where people were like, they really, really loved Torghast in early beta.
Same.
And then when it came out, they were like, wow, I hate
so cool
Torghast so
paper.
much. And the takeaway from that was, okay, what changed? And what changed was rewards were added to it. And so then it became a
Both,
task.
right? They took rewards out because they had gear and stuff in it originally. It was
Yeah.
it got silly. They took all that out and then they just made you do it for legendaries, which was a
Yes.
complete 180 on what it originally was.
That's what I mean, though. Is like, it's the sort of thing where if Torghast had just remained as like a fun thing that you could go do when you felt like it, I think a lot of people would have enjoyed it because they didn't feel obligated to do it. But as soon as you add that obligation, that was the point where it became a chore for people, and it became Torghast at that point. And so that was the sort of thing that we would look at that sort of feedback and we'd be like, okay, yes, everyone's saying they don't like Torghast, but the majority of the reason we can tell from reading all these different things, and obviously there's a variety of opinions as well, so it's always a matter of what are the biggest pain points to be discovered, because occasionally there were some people just I don't like the way the Ghost Boys look. I'm like, okay, well, that's
This video is incredible.
valid opinion. You're allowed to not like the Ghosty
information
Boys,
he's getting.
but that's not what
Yeah,
I'm going
And
to
getting
take.
lore. He hasn't been gone that long. That's
No.
smart as shit.
It's a really
Oh,
good idea.
Katie is bringing me an egg roll.
Ooh,
That looks
sick.
amazing.
Congrats on the egg
Thank
roll,
you.
man.
You didn't. I know you did. It doesn't matter if you made it. She goes, I didn't make it. Don't apologize for bringing me.
You lied on the internet.
Don't quantify the delicious food that just appeared in front of me.
The development team is a priority issue that needs fixing.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean by sometimes people are saying they just say they hate something, and you have to spend some time figuring out, okay, why do they hate this?
Yeah.
What about it is
I mean,
the
it's no
actual
different
problem?
than YouTube comments. It's like, I fucking hate the sound of his voice. Okay, do you hate my accent? Do you hate the microphone I'm using?
Yeah.
Am I too loud? Am I not normalized properly? Like, try to figure it out, or is it just, you just hate the sound of
It's
my
actually
voice?
your face. So.
Yeah, which is odd because they specifically said my voice. But now
These
I
are
see
two
in the
men who have
mirror,
spent a
it's
lot of time reading comments.
Yeah. That is true.
probably that. But most of the feedback does get back to the guys, to the developers, which, obviously one of the biggest complaints in the WoW community is, like, they're not listening to us. I've been bitching about this nobody knows better than me is how much I bitched about some of the things in Shadowlands. But they do generally get most of the stuff there, which is surprising when you find out. It's like, yeah, they do. They kind of do.
Yeah. If people are, especially once a point becomes like, well, everyone knows that no one likes this thing. It's like, well, yes, everyone also includes the development team by this point. You can be fairly confident in that. And a lot of times, then the job actually, it gets interesting because a lot of times then the job becomes, okay, what are the other things? Because everyone's talking about this one thing that's really upsetting everyone right now. I don't need to tell the development team for the 30th time that people want to be able to switch between covenants. Like, they know that. I don't need to tell them that again. So what are the other topics that are going on in the community that they're not aware of because everyone's so busy focused talking about this thing? And so making sure that those other bits of feedback and those other smaller conversations still make it to the development team. And that's not like trying to like distract them from the more important conversation or anything. It's just that work doesn't need to be done. But yeah, like, so a lot of time there's been cases in the past where it's like, okay, the team would learn about what the features were in the upcoming expansion, and I would be like, okay, that feature is the one everyone's going to hate. Like, I can tell already what's going on here is people are going to be very upset about this.
So like me with Covenants. I mean, I knew in 2 minutes it was like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah. Covenants was a weird one just because I did not fully understand what it was for a while. Because like, imagine Covenants ended up being a pretty convoluted, especially with like you add in soulbinds and everything as well, ended up being a pretty complicated and convoluted system. Imagine if none of that work had been done yet and someone was just trying to vaguely describe what it was going to be to you. That was the state that I was receiving this information in. So I was like, I don't understand it yet.
At BlizzCon,
I don't know what it is.
They were announced.
That was me. I was just like, I don't get it. What
we
are
all
covenants?
fill in the gaps ourselves.
Yeah.
Right, that's what happens. And I came up with a really thorough RPG storytelling thing and all this, and like, I was like, these are going to be awesome.
That's one of my favorite like pitfalls that I try to warn people about with like every job that I've had and every announcement that I've been a part of is like, please be sure you're ready to talk about something in a complete sense before you start talking about it. Because if you just throw out like a vague idea of like, here's what this is going to be, we have this idea to build something that's kind of like this, they will fill in the blanks.
Yep.
And they will either, if they're feeling negative, they will fill in the blanks with all negative things about how this is going to be the worst thing that they've ever experienced, and thus they will hate your thing before you've even made it, or they will build it up to be this amazing, like huge, groundbreaking thing like Island Expeditions. This happened with Island Expeditions in BFA, where everyone was like, "Oh my God, we're going to go to all these islands, and it's going to be like this."
Well, did they ever say that Warfronts were going to be PvP?
I don't believe so. I believe it was assumed.
Yeah, because you were fighting the Alliance, right? Like it was
Horde versus Alliance.
Yeah, it's Horde versus Alliance. That was mine. I was like, oh, well, this will be fun, like motivated PvP in a story setting. Hell yeah, with objectives.
Because you and I talked about it. We thought it was going to be like a MOBA in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a MOBA.
Which sounded awesome.
It did. It
really
did.
Cool, like.
And then
PvP,
when it wasn't,
but kind of PvP-ish sort of thing, and that's going to be great. And we're unearthing these artifacts, and we're finding all this cool stuff. And then we're like, wait, this is just a thing that you queue for that's like,
that gives you artifact power really quick.
It's just scenarios again, like.
Yeah, kind of. And they've sold that. I think Garrison's is probably the worst situation ever, because Garrison's, they were like, you're going to get to build it, and immediately the impression you get is, I'm going to get to customize this shit. I'm going to, like, as an old school classic raider, I'm going to have like a Nixia and Nefarian's heads like facing each other, and then I'm going to be able to tail around the building, I'm going to customize it. And then when we got it was like, well, somebody has a stables here and someone has a stables here. And that's kind of the limit of your customization that you're going to get.
Yeah, that's also why I think it's important to like have started building something before you start talking about it too much. Like, just the nature of software and game development, especially at on a team the size of the World of Warcraft team, means that until you've built most of it, you kind of don't know what it is yet.
So now we know. Our feedback on streams, forums, YouTube, whatever, it all gets back to the devs on a pretty much weekly basis. And we're going to hear far more from Josh in his own interview we'll be uploading a little bit after this goes out. I found out why things don't change. Because you guys probably have the same question, right? We're moaning about it, we're complaining about it. Why is this feature not being iterated on, developed in some way? Suggestions we're putting forward not happening. This is when I learned about modular design. Modular design is a system that's been in place for a really long time and is going to be changing. In order to find out more about this idea, we're not only going to sit down with Ian again, but we're going to sit down with Tina Wang, who's the Associate Art Director of World of Warcraft, and Morgan Day, the Associate Game Director. Over the years, you guys have fell into a habit of almost cannibalizing your own game with every patch.
Yeah.
Which felt very wasteful. Like, I can't imagine the R&D that went into some of these.
Little heartbreak there. You could hear the crack. I'd choose you.
Dungeons. I mean, if you go back to Kata, it was like in Wrath. Every time the TOC came out, right, every other dungeon's irrelevant now. No point in doing it. The same with raids, and obviously there's arguments to and for linear raids. But Season 4, you've started to maybe consider, we've actually seen this happen in a number of other MMOs recently, certainly the ones that are a decade plus, where they're like, we have a wealth of content that we've created over these years, and we've just left it. There definitely seems to have been a lack of iteration in Blizzard. Like garrisons. Garrisons are remembered not fondly, unfortunately. But the premise is really good. It's just people like maybe a more cosmetic style than a practical solution. Warfronts. Yeah. How excited was the player base when Warfronts were announced? And unfortunately, it didn't go that way. The same with Island Expeditions. You know, we all watched the Sneaky Pete promise, and you're going to hate these guys, and they're going to interfere with you and stuff, and then part of the mandatory element was there. Yeah. But we can reel a list off here of huge systems, huge resources that are brought into the game, which have been left to like, and class halls I would definitely put in here, which feel like such a waste. And what is the thoughts there now for like over the next few years is to change that instead of reinventing the wheel every expansion?
Yeah, that's my big question.
I think, I mean, so there's a couple of pieces to that. Some of that is definitely the move away from, you know, expansion specific systems that also would turn into borrowed whatever because they were going to go away, back to evergreen improvements. I think, broadly speaking, I think you could almost carve out 3 eras of World of Warcraft philosophy and development. And I would say that the first era was from Classic all the way through Mists of Pandaria, where every expansion was adding extra layers, extra systems, new professions, new races, new classes, new things.
Extremely bold font for an add-on.
And then we kind of reached, as we were coming up on almost 10 years at that point, a turning point, arguably a little bit of a crisis, as we were coming off like 2 expansions in a row. We'd had like 12 to 13 months.
What was that?
Thunder Isle was a really good raid.
It was. I ran it for fun. I never did it in its time. But
final tiers, and just looking at like this infinite scalability, like this infinite exponential growth of like what it takes to make an expansion, both in terms of development, but also player-facing complexity of like how many systems do we have now? How just complicated is the game becoming? We're going to keep running this game for years and years and decades to come. Can we really just keep adding new permanent systems every couple of years forever? No. And so I think, you know, that's what led to some of the class pruning philosophy that went into Warlords. It's what led it to kind of pulling back in some areas, but also the idea that we needed to be able to make things that were not permanent, that we could go deeper, focus them on a single expansion, have them be the hallmark of that
Makes
expansion.
A lot of sense.
They weren't going to add to the ongoing complexity.
Years in advance.
Yeah, saying like, hey, if we're going to be making this game for the next 10 years, can we just keep adding?
Yeah, and can we actually, like, that's the disappointing thing is, of course, that improvements get lost when the expansion changes over.
That was
yeah.
And so I think that
maybe he gets into it here, but the borrowed power seems like it went too far.
Yeah,
was going into Warlords, and I think, as you mentioned, there were definitely some missteps with the garrisons.
Yeah,
but I think, you know, moving ahead into Legion, it was like, well, okay, obviously we don't want something that pulls you out of the world. The class hall in some loose ways with the mission table, with some of its trappings and customization, was a little bit of a successor to the garrison system. We wanted it to be a social space where you'd see all the other people of your class. And of course, that's where we also brought in, you know, a power component to it artifact power, and all those systems. And it's important to bear in mind that, we're planning a couple of expansions in advance. The development cycle of an expansion is quite lengthy, from initial conception to pre-production concepting, beginning to flesh things out. So we had, we knew what the feature set for Shadowlands was going to be well before Battle for Azeroth came out.
Yeah.
And so a lot of that was the ongoing outgrowth of like what seemed like a very successful experiment at Legion. Legion was very well received overall, very popular overall. People had nothing but praise for its systems, and so part of what the team as a whole was thinking was like, okay, this is a great formula for a modern expansion. That
I see the thought process now.
What is our artifacts of the next expansion? What are the things that are going to fill these holes that we're going to leave? Now, there are a few things that we were still blind to. I think first off was the initial excitement of like, oh my god, I no matter how much WoW I want to play, I can always keep progressing my character. This is awesome. I can log in on Saturdays and feel like I accomplished something, as opposed to the raid logging people were accustomed to in Warlords. That was energizing initially, but gave way to fatigue by the end of Legion, as we started to hear, complaints about AP grinding and the sense of like, okay, I can always be progressing my character. That means I always should be progressing my character. I don't have
so you're
time
talking
for
about
alts
the
and
never-ending amount you can
there's
acquire.
there's a little bit.
versus-
Little. You got a mini rant.
Shall I zoom in for you?
This makes a lot of sense. Like, I get this, and we knew this. We know that they work years in advance. That they have a really long tail on their pipeline, and some stuff is kind of pseudo locked in years ahead of time. And so the big example they're talking about here is that borrowed power is the Legion artifact into the stupid necklace into Covenants. It's like I get that it's locked in and you can only make so many adjustments. I look in my head, I'm like, this is a little harsh. But did no one stop and think that a necklace replacing a goddamn named weapon that's important to lore that everyone knows and loves is a massive step down in into buy-in? Like going from the weapon to the necklace is just like, who gives a shit? Like, you might as well just give us some menu to put points in. Like, I don't know. It brings back my BFA wound of how stupid that necklace was.
Well, the difficulty too is that the world was literally bleeding, and this energy we collected was dismissible. Like, Azeroth was dying, and yet we're supposed to not even think about that. Like, we're not really. I'm like, the world is dying, right? Don't think about it.
Covenants are convoluted and had issues, but like at least there's really cool theming there. Like the fact that like, oh, I'm gonna pledge myself to this like house or this realm and this realm of undeath. That's cool. I can get behind it. It feels like there's layers there. There's reasons for me to be invested from both a gameplay and a storytelling aspect. And the same was true of the weapons, which were also tied to class halls, which was phenomenal. And then BFA kind of did away with all that. It's like, did you like the class hall quest? We've just got one quest. It's called the war campaign. You can go play that. So this felt like a huge downgrade in BFA. And I can't imagine no one was like, hey, necklaces are lame, aren't they? Like, it's kind of lame that we're only going to have one side quest arc through going down from the all of the class specific ones with the order halls, and also instead of a really cool weapon that you probably know and love from the lore of World of Warcraft, it's just going to be a necklace. So that's why I said mini rant. I don't really have a point to make here.
Oh, okay.
Other than, yes, I see this, but also there had to be someone who was like, yeah, but the stuff for BFA just kind of looks like it sucks.
Right. I don't know. I need to hear his next statement, because I feel like Preach is about to clarify here and get the answer. So I don't want to talk for Ian.
One thing that took away in BFA was that anything you did gave you AP.
Yes, that continues. So I think, but I think again, a lot of the decisions about what BFA was going to look like were already almost completely locked in for all intents and purposes before we started to learn the lessons from Legion. And even Shadowlands was beginning to respond to, well, what didn't work in BFA what was missing from BFA, things like what could the successor to the class halls be? What if there are Covenant halls? What if these are, places that have more depth and interest to them than anything we offered in BFA? But it wasn't really until we were halfway through that cycle that we started to really have concerns about, the shift that had begun all the way back in Warlords, about the modular approach that would take things away. Because people were not sad to say goodbye to their garrisons at the end of Warlords.
Shame, because
right?
if they've been iterated on, they were potentially something amazing.
Perhaps, but the feedback, right? So people didn't really appreciate the extent of that pain.
Feet are gonna touch.
When BFA came out, we certainly did.
Yep.
Losing your artifacts sucked. Leaving, having all your legendaries disable the second you hit level 115 sucked.
Not a good day getting into that alpha.
And I think, but again, at that point, we were already heavily committed on the course we were on, because we just, at some point, we have to keep marching forward. We have to keep making stuff. We can't throw out a year of work. But we started to have misgivings about that general direction, and I think
So this is the crux of what I'm curious about: is it spaghetti code? Is the game poorly designed? Too many cooks in the kitchen? Is the pipeline too large? Like, why can't a game that in Warlords of Draenor, Chris Metzen stood on stage and said, "Let us DM for you. We're your dungeon master." Why can't that game dynamically update itself? Why can't it fix the problems that it has?
Well, it can and it can. It depends on the specific system and the specific quote-unquote problem. Maybe it's spaghetti code, maybe it isn't.
So, yeah, can you go through? Could you just turn off Torghast and say, we're done? Like, why leave it on if everyone hates it? And maybe he's about to explain this, but I feel like that's kind of what they're dancing around right now.
Well, I mean, he just kind of quickly says, like, some of these things you can't turn off. You can't throw away a year of work.
Right.
Which I agree with. But it also is at odds with, like, how I used to see Blizzard, which was, like, Blizzard was the studio that threw out Titan because it wasn't cutting it. They're just like, let's just bin it, and maybe we'll get some... Oh, my idling blood up has been attacked by a dragon.
Speaking of which, I am in the game. I got into Durotar. I am surrounded by people. Is there a portal or something I should click?
There's a portal where you should be getting on the Zeppelin. There's a portal.
Okay, then why are there so many people here? Why aren't they going through a portal?
Because they're dumb like we were and are expecting a Zeppelin?
I can't even... I don't even know if I have a way to find...
It's literally like on the edge of the edge of the edge of where the Zeppelin should dock. So if you're on a flying mount and you're looking at the side of it, it'll be easier to see.
Yeah, I don't think the portal's there anymore.
Let me, I can't see what you're seeing. It's difficult. I think it's in that that amalgamation of mounts.
Yeah.
Can you hover your mouse around and see if you get a gear icon?
I see a repair icon, but I think that's someone's just repair mount hanging out.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a repair icon. It'd be like, I think the gear.
And the Zeppelin personage is still standing here, and they've got the time for arrival ticking.
Well, maybe it's fixed.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens at the end of this with the portal. Anyway, while that ticks down, I want to see if he's going to answer the question.
Realizing that the cycle we're falling into is one where every expansion begins by losing something that was awesome, leaving a hole that we then, like, at best are scrambling to fill, and leave you maybe equal to where you were before, but if we screw up at all, lesser. That is not a path to success. And so that was the genesis for what I would like to think of as sort of the beginning of a third era of WoW philosophy, which begins with Dragonflight, which is trying to return to the idea of focused, evergreen things, improving baseline systems, introducing new systems into the game that we plan to carry forward, not introducing systems that we plan to, throw away at the end of a year and a half or whatever. But doing so, I think, in a more some sort of thoughtful way that, as you were saying much earlier, gives us some opportunities to make use of prior content and, feels like it's going to be sustainable in the years to come.
I think we're really at our best when.
You got thoughts?
So basically they don't know what that looks like yet because they've been practicing this philosophy for so long of destroying the content they previously made to make the next one. And because of Legion and its success, they thought this was the pattern to hold for all time. So they replicated it and replicated it. And your point being the necklace is lame. It's not an artifact weapon. I agree with. They thought maybe just the essence of the system was good enough. It wasn't actually the flavor around it that made it functional.
Yeah, more or less. And this is kind of what I'm picking up from Ian here is that we were all the way out thinking about Shadowlands, looking at artifact weapons, being like, well, we got to have something like this in every one of them.
Right.
What is it going to be? And boy, do you feel that. I feel it. I felt that playing it. We talked about it on the instance on any podcast where I talked about World of Warcraft. We talked about how, it's replacing artifact weapons. And then when we got into it, we're like, it replaced it and it's not as cool.
Yeah.
And then when Shadowlands came out and they showed Covenants, same thing, drawing lines of comparison. It's like, this is the AP grind of this expansion. It's just got a slightly different wrapper on it, but it's more themed, a little more diversity in your theming with the Covenant, the 4 Covenants, which is more akin to like the all of the different class halls. Again, not as many, but not as few as like just having a war campaign in BFA. So yeah, I get it. And remains to be seen. Like I don't think Ian is blowing smoke, but we haven't seen the fruits of that labor.
Right. Well, we literally just listened to Lore say, whatever you do, don't tell people ahead of time what your plan is because they'll fill in the holes with their dreams or their fears. So he can't, that's the problem is, right? Like he said, we've learned this lesson going forward. We're only going to make things better as we go, but we don't know what those things are. And sounds like they want to do the Final Fantasy approach of this game shouldn't last you all the time, play when there's content and then leave, which is healthy. Like that's how I with catch-up mechanics or whatever, like that's how I'd like to play World of Warcraft. I'd like to see the cool content, beat the boss once and say, thank you everybody, bye. Like that was awesome, we did it. And if it wasn't the most fun raid in the world, like Dark Souls it. I killed your boss, I'm done with your game.
Update, the Zeppelin showed up and is gone now for me on my end. So it is working.
Okay.
I saw it pull in and it left.
All right, the Zeppelin timer just ticked down.
If you're not on a flying mount, I would get on it just in case you fall off on accident.
I'm a track theory. I can jump back up here. I got mine.
Okay.
I got my wings.
Right. I got my wings. Skill-based flying. Yeah. It's skill-based flying.
I'm skilled.
You can miss it, buddy.
I'm skilled. I'm with it. I'm hip.
You're hip?
Yeah.
You're cool? You're with it?
It's a mess on my screen.
Are you doing a Dr. Evil reference right now?
Everyone's talking about how they don't see it. So without knowing what those future evergreen systems are, we can't deduce whether Ian is not necessarily telling the truth, but whether or not they have good enough ideas to sustain the game in that way going forward.
They really didn't show up, huh?
Yep, Zeppelin is now ticking down again. Timer's back.
Oh my god! And there's no portal.
No portal anymore.
There was one earlier. That's how I got there.
Well, someone was saying that they hot fixed it in. Like they turned on the port. Maybe the portal is set to turn on when certain checkboxes are checked. And right now those checkboxes aren't being checked. It's an automated portal.
Yeah, I know people were on chat earlier. We're like, it's only on high pop servers. It's like we're on one. We're on a high pop server. And it was there. That's how I got here. So that's why I keep bringing up the portal.
How long would it take to fly there manually?
Not an option.
Where are they? Where is the Dragon Isles? I assume they're in the middle of everything. They're not Broken Isles. Where are we going actually? They're in the top
northeast of Eastern Kingdoms and like kind of due east of Northrend.
Okay.
So we're pretty far north. Pretty darn far north.
Well, if it was in here and existed beneath all the players and mounts, you would think people would be using it to go places, right? Oh my god.
I mean, maybe.
Unless we're all standing on top of it so much to a degree that now we can't actually use the portal. Dismount and stack up. Well, that's a good idea. All right, people are organizing themselves. They are starting to queue. They're forming a queue.
Yeah, so on my end, I saw it show up and leave. That's interesting. And it's about to arrive again.
Queue within the game. Huh. Are there people getting off your Zeppelin as they arrive?
That's a good question. I turned around and it was there, so I didn't see it come in. Because I haven't been I've been watching the Preach video.
Sure.
Yeah, it reminds you of Browbon Extreme. We heard those stories.
Yeah.
This is
well, it's day one MMO. Like this is exactly.
Oh, it just appeared.
Just Zeppelin.
There was no animation. It was just bloop, there's the Zeppelin
into reality.
Yeah.
I don't. It's hard to tell if people are trolling each other now too.
What are they saying?
Well, some people are saying I'm on the Zeppelin, guys. Can't you see it? But I think they're lying.
They're probably being dicks.
Yeah.
The Zeppelin's here now, so I'm looking right at it. It's huge. It's like the straight up like the you did the raid in Wrath of the Lich King airship.
Oh wait, I have a buff. The Zeppelin travels between Orgrimmar and the Dragon Isles, waiting for the Defiant Dragon Scale. 52 minutes remaining. So this is a queue. They've built a system where you show up and you get a buff so you can ride the Zeppelin.
Oh, I wonder if that's causing an issue?
And so maybe now I have the buff, so the next Zeppelin will actually show for me because I'm buffed now?
Maybe.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea to manage population. You're basically having a queue, but it's inside the game. You're it's like going on the freeway, right? The light's saying red, green, red, green, red, green, and trying to divide people up. So
That's
they arrive
not a
in
thing,
waves.
most places except for California.
Well, that's a thing here in Oregon.
Oh, well, you're weird at West Coasters.
It doesn't work. Like, no, but it doesn't do a thing. Like, it obviously doesn't work. Get a warlock to summon us? I mean, we might go about that version, but this is also the organic day one experience we're having here.
It is. However, if anyone is on Earthen Ring and has a warlock and a buddy, holla at your boy.
Well, let's see. We're about to run out. Oh, all right. Yeah, invited to a group. Maybe I will be expedited as I have a friend waiting on me.
Like, if you reload UI, does the portal show up?
Let me get through the next time until arrival Zeppelin countdown.
It's the final countdown. Maybe.
No Zeppelins.
I wish there was like a mining or like some ore here or something, so I could at least be farming.
I mean, isn't there like where's the portal room? Like, I guess I'd have to do some story content first before the portal
to get to
room.
whatever the new city is. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna set my fucking Hearthstone here. That's what I'm gonna do.
That's a good
so
idea.
Shit gets weird.
That's a good idea.
Glory to the Sindorai.
I mean, that could be like my buff of 50 minutes could be the buff basically saying that you're queued 50 minutes out. And when this buff dispels,
It makes me think that the Zeppelin showing up is like a phased event, and that once you don't have that buff, it will not show up.
Yeah, that's my thought too.
That's how I read into it.
21. So everyone's counting down. This might be they're counting down their various buffs, saying that once their buff is gone, you're able to ride the Zeppelin.
I still have my buff, by the way.
Interesting. Well, back to the Preach video.
Hit it.
We're looking to solve problems, right? Like when you look at Mythic Plus that was introduced in Legion. Really, the problem that we were trying, that started from a problem. We identified a problem of like, we build these dungeons that are so beautiful, they're so epic, they're really exciting experiences, and then you stop running them after like, you know, the first month of the game.
Not wrong.
The new idea is really cool. Mix them all the old ones back in.
Yeah, and that's another one where we're looking to really take cues from other games and really look to build off of that foundation of like such strong content. Of
They
like,
say
okay,
other
cool,
games a
these
lot.
were still fantastic dungeons.
And you're not the
No
only
shade,
ones.
they should do it.
Nearly
It's a
every
good
game
idea.
That's gone the decade plus mark is now looking back at the not only thousands of man hours, but millions of dollars that have probably been spent, and they're just like, why did we just abandon that exactly?
We're just gonna leave that there?
Yeah, I mean, one of the revelations while I've been here is this idea that you had modular design things, and they had no intention of carrying them forward, and that just feels crazy. You know, to know that it was fully intentional. I get what they're saying is like, because you start the next expansion, thinking about it, planning it a couple of years way before, right? It doesn't quite fit into that mold, like Warfronts.
Right.
You know, probably don't fit into Shadowlands particularly well, so we're just going to make it and leave it behind. But as a general whole idea, do you think that's just going to go away? Like, we will look to, why are we investing time in this and not carrying it forward?
So I think there will absolutely be systems that are added to WoW that are evergreen and will continue to, you know, move forward with us, and we'll continue to evolve those. But that doesn't mean that they can't change, right?
You can't think of what it's going to be in 15 years. Right? You have to say, like, let's put it out. What do people like, not like, and sort of grow it from there. And try and make it work. That's
You got the
what I
foot in there
think we
just
hope
for you,
When I
Kyle.
found out, it's like, no, it's not intense.
Just so you can feel anxious.
Slowly
sneaking
sneaking
AI thing for
sneaking
islands.
forward.
Like, yeah, but you know, it's not going to go anywhere. So when we see that coming in, I think people will be really appreciative of that idea.
Right.
And it's all, and I think Jedi's right here. Like that's the crux of these interviews being truthful. I'm not saying Preach is being is performing any trickery here. It's just that he did a great job laying out the content by putting lore in there to basically say, hey, we're not going to tell you what we're working on because people will ruin it in their heads and it'll be too big or they'll hate it before they try it.
Yeah.
But we don't know what their future plan is to make that content. And it sounds like with them referencing other games, roulettes are a great idea. They already have all the time walking and everything like that. So we could go visit older dungeons with our full kits involved with the way walking works.
Hey, real quick, check the game because my buff disappeared.
Okay. I've got 46 minutes.
And the dock master's telling me that the Zeppelin is here and it's not. So I'm wondering if they shut Zeppelins off again.
Are we winning, son? I'm attempting to peer through the legs of all these mounts, and there's no portal in there. So until getting back to my point, until we know what that, no, it's all good. That's what we're here to do. Until we know what those truths are, we can't deduce if they're making the right decisions. Just that they are now aware of it. However, their module design did not allow them to be as fluid as we would hope when we were transmitting ideas to them saying, fix the game as we see it.
I mean, it's a big part of the conversation as a whole, I think, is having that conversation, or the issue of, like, how do you decide what feedback you can try and act on, right?
True.
Because they got to get a lot of it. Lorg touched on it a little bit, but I almost, not a complaint, this video is very long and detailed, but I almost wanted Lorg to go a little deeper into, like how do you choose what you show them?
Well, and I think that's why in the video he said there that he's got a much larger video with lore, and people were saying too, and I saw this in comments as well on Reddit and stuff, that was filmed inside Jesse Cox's studio, and Jesse's gonna have an interview as well, maybe even talk with lore a bit.
I saw him. I think Jesse tweeted back, or no, I think it was a tweet from Preach about recording in Jesse Cox's studio.
I think the thing that really, the big mystery for me is how do you streamline the game to make it approachable for new players? And Final Fantasy has that. You do the MSQ, you become invested, you learn systems as you go, even if you just click through nothing but MSQ the whole way. You know how to locate a Yabby Jaw, and that teaches you how to do this mechanic and this daily someday, and
I don't want to locate a Yabby Jaw.
But like, if you went back and you said, "All right, World of Warcraft, let's MSQ," what's on it? Not Battle for Azeroth, right? Like, I don't want to go talk to Rexar about. I don't want to see Sylvanas at all, really, because her storyline petered out. It was weak.
That's your and my opinion.
What? How do you take these extremely modular stories, which serve them well for making money?
Shadowlands doesn't make sense without BFA, because Shadowlands is very Sylvanas-y.
Right. Well, and Shadowlands was even tied to Legion, and Sylvanas going around doing her business that she was doing in there.
Yeah.
And characters come and go, and that's fine. Same things happen in Final Fantasy. Like, Orion J farted off for all of Stormblood. Absolutely characters come and go. There's no continuity concern that Khadgar wasn't in BFA, or I don't think he was in Shadowlands. But
if he was, I didn't see it.
But I think that World of Warcraft's expansion style story is really good for selling box copies, because you can always say every 2 years, there's no better time to get back into WoW because you don't need to know anything. And maybe Final Fantasy actually suffers because new expansion comes out and someone's like, I was busy. I became a dad. I missed Endwalker. And then they're like, well, you're shit out of luck.
We're both putting a lot of weight on narrative, though. And I just think for a long time, but that hasn't been the focus of World of Warcraft. It is a focus, but I don't think it's how they sold the game to begin with.
It's true.
Because I don't agree, again, because like Shadowlands is a pretty direct sequel to BFA. And as you pointed out, also ties into Legion. So you do need to, if you give a crap about the story, you do need to play through those expansions or watch a novel video. But it would require also, I think, WoW for them to frame WoW through its story in a way that they haven't before. Usually it's just like, this is the expansion, this is the big bad, throw them on a commercial, let's go.
Yeah.
And that's what they did with like Shadowlands. I think back to the commercials I saw for Shadowlands, and it was like, this is a jailer, just do the thing with the stuff, show the jailer. It's not like the commercial that runs on TV during the NFL game is going to be like, see the epic conclusion to the Sylvanas Windrunner story. No, they're not doing that. It's like, here's the baddie, that's the title, buy the game.
I merely focused on it because when we say evergreen content, it's the content they haven't deleted, right? Like, when we think about the things that would be completely asinine to go do, like Torghast, there's no way they go back and I think they spruce up Torghast when they're making things evergreen. They could. So my mind immediately goes to like story and getting people to level up. And
well, I mean, they're talking about dungeons here, about being evergreen, and that makes a lot more sense, and I think it's a lot more feasible in my mind. Like, I have no idea, but I don't know how easy or how difficult it is, but yeah. Anyway, Earthen Ring Hordes. If you are a warlock with a friend,
and
my character's name is Saint Jimmy, spelt wrong with one M. Friend me.
In the meantime, allow us to continue.
It's always fun, like you mentioned Sneaky Pete and the islands and kind of the AI that got built there. There's always, exciting opportunities when we build things like that to try to look at that as something that we could leverage for a future feature, right? Like, I've always loved the idea of like, gosh, wouldn't it be cool to add like an arena that was just played against like, AI essentially, but what if we made them really good and like, that could be pretty fun, again? Right? Like, can we like recreate some of the like BlizzCon champions, like how they're played?
That would be really fun.
And like, hey, play against the BlizzCon champions. Like, what?
We did use some of the technology, right, with things like the Comp Stomp, or the Amazing Comp Stomp. So they certainly are not Challenge Arena champions that you play against. It's like basically the honor farm situation, but we try to find small ways like that.
This modular design concept is really, really important to understand how World of Warcraft is made, and it will answer a ton of questions you probably have about features that came into the game and then disappeared. Features you probably consider to be failures. Torghast, Island Expeditions, Warfronts, etc., etc. The way it works is Dragonflight is about to come out, but Dragonflight has actually been in production for 2 years. As me and you are talking right now, and no, I did not get to see anything, I intentionally closed my eyes, the next expansion is already in the works. Now they have to base what's coming out next on what they've done before and what you guys might like. The best example here is artifact power and azurite power. Ian mentioned that during Legion, they took a risk with artifact power,
nice graphic,
never-ending grind, and it was met very, very well by the players. At the same time Legion's coming out and people are responding to this, Battle for Azeroth is already in production. This system is going to continue in terms of azurite power. That means that the guys are already building their island expeditions, these daily quests out where things will pop out to collect azurite power. They're already building azurite armor. This is all the stuff they're building as the natural succession to artifact weapons and artifact power. It's not until the end of Legion that people start getting annoyed with artifact power. It's an endless farm. I've been doing it now for 2 years. I'm getting frustrated by it. Oh no, our next expansion has exactly the same system in place with more twists and turns involved in it. And there's nothing they can do about it.
He's bringing it all together.
We've
The conversations we were already having.
Right. And
we're just impatient.
No,
buttholes
well, you
with
know,
opinions.
we're natural. We're reacting. We're adding our own spin on it.
Ready to go. We can't just scrap it and start again because it takes 2 years to make more things. This modular design concept also plays into this. Let's look at mop farms. Mop farms were super cool, but they make no sense when going into the next expansion, Warlords of Draenor. What they do, though, is use that technology. So we see mop farms as a cool thing that disappeared. The trick is, it was never meant to continue. What it did do is turn into garrisons. Now, garrisons contained a bit of farming and a bit more customization. Garrisons disappear. We as players see those features as failures. We look at garrisons and we say failure.
Yeah,
Torghast,
it's a beautiful.
failure.
This
We
is
look
a
at Iron
beautiful
Expeditions,
presentation.
failure, and we consider them failure because they don't exist going forward. The fact of the matter is, they were never going to carry forward. Now, this leads to various problems on iteration. How much resources, if players don't like it, can you throw into a system that you know is going to be gone in several months? The answer is not a lot, because you're going to be rid of it soon anyway. That's what's going to happen, and its replacement is already being built, if not already built. So you know that you're going to get an upgraded version. This is why they utilize the technology at the back end to make the next thing better, or they hope it's going to be better. So mop farms becomes garrisons. They then use that garrison technology to create class halls. They then use the class hall technology to make covenant sanctums, using that same tech, and therefore they don't consider it a failure. But in the player's eyes, we do consider it a failure. And this is what's going to change. Instead of us constantly slotting in these Lego bricks of these various features and systems that we don't understand, like soulbinds and Netherlight Crucible, all those things that we just were like, what is this? And then it just disappears. Essences would be another example. Now we're going to look at things long term. Talent trees, we can keep that going. The new profession system, we can keep that going. And whatever else Dragonflight has in mind, there will still be some things which are expansion specific, because it does make sense that the new island expedition doesn't make sense in a Shadowlands environment, but it should be way less so, with much more care given, like other MMOs are doing, to allowing them to go forward and be iterated on and stay with the familiar.
I think my my WoW might be exploding in the background. My video's freezing.
I had a hitch too just now.
Preach looks like a weatherman. It's a great presentation. So, but it still sucks. Like that's the tough pill to swallow, is that the fact that they can't iterate their game to match the needs of the players. Now, I remember in the
to a certain degree, but they also weren't building things that were meant to stick around.
Right.
Or they weren't building things that were meant to be iterated upon. Like, what would garrisons look like 2 expansions later if it was something they ever expected to keep around? I think a better example would be artifact weapons, because everyone loved them, and I think it's something that certainly a group of players would like to still be around. So what they're talking about now is that things in Dragonflight, there are going to be systems in Dragonflight that they are planning to carry forward. I looked into it very little, like, because I was bored with Shadowlands. I didn't care anymore. So I haven't looked a lot at Dragonflight, so I don't know what all's in here. But that was one of my first thoughts when I saw the dragon flying. I was like, this just looks fun. Are you gonna throw this out like an artifact weapon at the end of the expansion? Because that would be weird. Like, dragon flying just looks like a fun thing to do, and like, why not keep my dragon mount, kind of a thing. So to me, it already kind of makes sense.
I remember in the No Clip documentary we watched that A Realm Reborn was being made by Team 2. And Team 1 was still fostering original Final Fantasy XIV. And then they said briefly that there's 2 teams and they trade places. So a Realm Reborn team became the A Realm Reborn support team. The Final Fantasy XIV team started Heavensward. Heavensward comes out. Heavensward team's working on it. A Realm Reborn team becomes the Stormblood team. And it goes bop, 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 and they kind of trade off. So that makes it sound like Final Fantasy does the exact same thing and probably has the exact same module design issues. They just weren't planning to throw things out with such great frequency when expansion was over. And in fact, as we've kind of pointed out and talked about, like, how funny is it that Ian was overly concerned about something making sense in the story, like Alliance and Horde players working together, when the story is also kind of a mess, so who cares? So what does it matter if the garrison's in a snowy place when we get to what came after Legion? Like, what does it matter if our Legion garrison is snow themed? Like, it doesn't really matter as long as the systems work.
To a certain degree. Some of that is personal opinion, right? It's opinion I agree with, but it is opinion.
Sure, I was restating your opinion said earlier.
Yeah. I'm just making that clear. It's just like, the story is subjective, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess part of this is like stuff I feel like I already knew. Like, Garrisons is a good example when he said, like, if things don't repeat, you assume they're a failure. Yes, until Legion artifact weapons, because everyone loved them. Like, everyone falling into the trap of that this video is trying to do away with, right? Of the vast majority.
Sure.
But a lot, like everyone I knew, was really stoked on them. The other thing I'd like to talk about the disagreement is I got burnout on artifact weapon grinding, I think, a lot earlier than endgame, personally, but to each their own.
Familiar for the players. This feels like it's perfectly in line with the actual gameplay core loop that you're changing. Are you worried? Because I feel like the game has been out so long now. Someone like me could look at Dragonflight and be like, heaven. I can come away for a week like I am now here with you guys. I'm not screwed.
Yeah.
I'm not screwed over. I'm not screwing my raid team or anything like that. And this is fine. But we've now got a huge amount of players who have never known World of Warcraft without logging in and having a list created for them of things that they should do. And how do you think that's going to be met with the player base once they get into an environment? It's like, choose where you want to go.
Good question.
And I think the hope is, well, I mean, there's still you can look at your world map and there's plenty of activities. There's world quests, other events. There's things to do to raise your different renowns that you're chasing. And early on, again, for the people who don't have their sights set on doing high Mythic Plus or jumping in and getting into Mythic rating as soon as they can, a lot of the item level rewards from all of those systems will be very relevant. And, going and helping either, Rathian or Sibelian out the Obsidian Citadel or otherwise. Depends. It depends on how I feel on any given day.
Commit.
Coward. No.
Pick a side.
We'll see what the canon choice ends up being. But in any case, like all of those things are offering powerful rewards. It's not like we've just said there's no more reward in the game. But for the people who, the people who are focused on the hardcore stuff, who are getting, 410 plus gear from other sources, they have plenty to do.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't need to try to, offer them more reasons to spend more time in World of Warcraft than they're otherwise spending. And I think, all this is just there with a sense of freedom to explore it as you see fit. For some people, maybe you're going to focus on getting raid ready during the first couple of weeks, and you'll come back and check out the renown tracks later, because there are mounts or dragon riding skins or other things you want to unlock. Or again, if you're someone who's really focused on professions, there are specific recipes. If you're a leatherworker, you're going to want to, work on that centaur renown to get some of the leatherworking recipes from there. So it's all of the same philosophies are there. It's just we don't have that artifact power, that soulbind renown, that thing that is just hitting everyone over the head with being completely mandatory regardless of your playstyle. And again, that gets back to, we don't want to force players into content that they don't inherently enjoy. We want to let you play the game the way you want to play the game.
Are you far more relaxed now with it's okay if people aren't logging in week on week. If they log in just for, because you mentioned earlier, raid logging would be the prime example, but obviously in terms of logging into the specific thing.
I see your eyes, Kyle.
It's felt like
the freaking question,
a
right?
good long time now. We want people online, we want WoW to be a part of their daily habits almost. By intention, your mission, even your mission board and BFA, collecting your Azerite power, whatever it might be. There's a lot of these systems seem designed to engage somebody at least on a daily basis as the norm. So you're more relaxed now with that. Probably isn't going to be. It won't be for me. Is what I would say. It's not going to be. There's other options out there that are equally as fun, and maybe less fun, but also I can jump into that experience very quickly. You've got games like Path of Exile out there that are just free.
Sure.
Not going through a great time right now, but generally speaking, the market is so flooded with this. Is this something you're adapting to, accepting, or?
I mean, all the above to an extent. I mean, I think we never want, our goal is never habit in the sense of like you have to log in when you don't want to. Our goal is for you to want to log in. Our goal is for you to want to play World of Warcraft and to look forward to getting back into the game, to have something you want to complete, something you want to chase. And if you're not wanting it, then getting you to do it despite that isn't a victory for us. It's just burning people out. And so I think giving people the freedom to feel like they can take a step away, do something in real life, play another game for a while without falling behind is valuable. I think the one thing that we do worry about when it comes to sort of the raid logging phenomenon or people taking breaks is the social nature of the game, is sort of the critical mass of keeping a group together. If the person who is really excited to log in to do things with their guildmates logs in and no one from their guild is online because of whatever reason, and then they just log back off kind of disappointed because they were hoping to play with friends but their friends weren't around, that can be an issue. And I think that's something, going back to WoD, to Warlords of Draenor, that was probably the peak of the raid logging era, where really there was I've been checking your garrison, if it wasn't raid night, there was nothing to do. It wasn't, because Myth Plus didn't even exist back then.
As well, go in, look at all 10 of your characters, or I think it was 10 at the time.
And so
I mean, that was entirely disappointing, particularly when you had to go down in the mine in a garrison. Like, you'd log in, you'd be like, man, I'm going to play some video game tonight. You'd walk down that mine, grab the crap out of it, and then log out.
Yeah.
And it was just so disappointing.
That said, there have been multiple points in my life where it was just raiding for me, and I was fine with it. I was very okay, and that's when I started exploring other things like PvP.
Yeah.
Like, I got real into PvP in BC and in Wrath because I had my raid nights, and that's kind of like what I lived in World of Warcraft for. But still liked the game, still had good gear, still wanted to work on alts. So I got in BC, I just did a lot of Battlegrounds, and in Wrath, we still did a lot of Battlegrounds, but we mixed, Wintergrasp into the mix. So I like a sense of feeling done in World of Warcraft. I'm happy to, I'm with Preach here. It's how Ian's saying, oh, well, we want you to want to play the game. And it's like, well, I want that too. I want to play World of Warcraft, but I don't want to play it every day. I want it to be a part of my life. I do not want to be a part of my daily life.
Right. I want it to be like you and I's Friday afternoon. That,
yes.
We log in once a week. We do something that feels empowering. We get some gear. We look at a raid, that sort of thing. I want him to continue. I am aware that the world has changed quite a bit. How many shows are made to last 3 months, right? How long did Andor just go? How many subs did Disney Plus just get out of people because it ran for more than
2.5 months?
Yeah, that extra half month was so villainous because they got an extra $7.99 out of me.
You know what they did though? They made episodes. They didn't just take a break on a holiday weekend like Game of Thrones does. So
that's my point. I'm some of what I've accused World of Warcraft in the past of being villainous, like raid lockouts that go an extra week into the next month's subs, is just business. I'm not so mad about those sort of things anymore. More so if the content sucks and they put me through that, ringer, then it's an issue, right?
Yeah. No, you're
that felt like a step too far toward that end of the spectrum. But ultimately, as long as we're keeping social groups somewhat healthy, we want people to be able to play the game in the way that makes them happiest.
Excellent. This is
Simple
all
as-
very
simple as that,
positive.
right?
Yeah,
It's-
it's like
it seems like it should. It's kind of a no-brainer, but
well, no, I mean
yeah.
that's the experience I've had, and I've been on some mystical quest now, like Kung Fu, is like trying all these different experiences. Like the main thing I'm seeing is they just create experiences that you want to log in for, you don't have to log in for, which is what I remember from World of Warcraft.
there's a player base of millions of folks who've said, we like this game, we've chosen to make this our home, we ignore them at our folly. Like, what do they want, what do they not want?
I think
So I wanted him to finish. I don't think Ian is lying, but I think what a lot of us wanted to hear was that more corporate side of things where we feel there was pressure from above to make people log in daily, and that a lot of these inventions and systems have been inserted into the game to provide those metrics for suits.
Oh, we would never hear that.
No, of course we
will
would.
never admit to that.
No, and that's why I think people, like Jedi here are saying Ian's lying, because it feels like he's avoiding that topic, which is so obvious to us looking at it from the outside.
It's still conjecture, though, like how much of it is, and also like how much of it is a self-fulfilling prophecy because you're working 2 expansions ahead.
There's definitely pressure, right? Like I remember working in the bookstore, back after I graduated college, I was working security, but every day on my little earpiece, the boss would be like, "Hey guys, BOGO items at the checkout. Come on now." It's what you do. You try to get people to buy a Mars bar when they buy a book. Like you try to up sales.
There's a reason business employees are not part of the press junket.
Yeah, that's true.
We interviewed a lot of people from Hearthstone, and sometimes the price of things would come up, and it's just like, listen, we're working on the rewards track and that kind of stuff. We don't set the prices. We don't finish the card, put it in the deck, put the pack up on the store, and say it's going to cost this much. Like they don't control that. Obviously, there's some conversation in a game like World of Warcraft. There's got to be, I'm sure, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought about it in a while. And also, I don't know. It's like, how much does it matter if you're working that far ahead? Because we're talking about pretty macro level game systems here.
Right. So the mattering part for me is that we're talking about making WoW a more evergreen game, but at the same time, Ian dodged a question about people feeling like they have to log in every day. And so we can assume, right? And Preach seemed rather pleased with the answer that he got, and things moved on rather quickly. I know Preach has also said like he's going to put up longer form interviews, and I'd love to see whatever that conversation evolved into. Right now, seeing Preach go to a different scene, I'm kind of like, oh no, I wasn't done with that topic yet.
I mean, yeah, to a certain degree, but it's like you're never going to get like open answers to business side of things.
Right. No,
it's just never going to, like, maybe post buyout, if the buyout even freaking happens. Keeps hitting roadblocks. And yes, Pothy, yes, I do.
Is that a good thing or is it a bad thing?
A good thing.
Am I doing all right? Am I doing all right as you code? Okay,
yeah. Good. No, I missed the instance. One of the episodes I definitely remember is when you were on. That was a fun one. It was a very Final Fantasy heavy episode of the instance, funny enough, because you and I were just getting started.
Yeah, and I was being the salesman as to why Final Fantasy's doing it right, and I kind of feel like I helped usher in the end of the instance because I was on one of like the final 6 episodes, so I feel a little bad in some ways. I introduced Final Fantasy, Kyle. And the whole house of cards just crashed down, and Scott's like, I can't do this. I can't talk about Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy's so beautiful. Like, I'm done with it. I'm out.
Yep, this isn't working for me.
You killed the longest running WoW podcast.
I did it
with Final Fantasy 14.
These hands can only destroy.
Content that we've been burdened with for the last 8 years is going away. There'll still be some stuff, and that's basically them wanting you to be excited about it. Come and check it out, see what it's like, but then you can leave it alone. It's more of an introduction than anything else, and I think that's a fair balance that they've struck. But now we need to move on to a more sensitive subject. The elephant in the room. Sexual allegations against Blizzard has been a prominent subject around the world. It's still ongoing, with lawsuits still pending. But let's find out what they've done to change things internally.
A frat boy culture. That is how Activision Blizzard is now being described here in this new lawsuit filed by the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing. The state agency
Always
alleges
using an
that
example
female
of, like,
employees
mainstream
there
TV
are
talking about
subjected to sex discrimination, unlawful sexual harassment, retaliation, and unequal pay.
Let's get into a few ground rules of this subject because it's a little sensitive, and investigations are still ongoing and probably will be ongoing for a while, which means we can't dive into specifics. We're simply not allowed. I'm also not a journalist. I am not the person who should be diving into this stuff. There are lawyers and things working on this currently to find out exactly what happened and make sure the right people are compensated. We know certain things have happened at Blizzard. We are fully aware that they have done a complete equity paycheck on every single employee in the business, making sure that person A doing the same job as person B are being paid exactly the same amount for doing that job. We know that's taken place and people are very happy with it. What we're going to do is give Blizzard the platform. We're going to ask the question of what their goal is overall. What is their philosophy overall to make sure things like this never happen again? Amongst all the Dragonflight changes that have come from the last 7 years of expansions, it's been so changed, but you've also had so much, and we've got to get into this, it's like so much upheaval internally with COVID. We obviously had all the harassment stuff that came through and massive changes amongst the staff. Like, how have you dealt with that in terms of dealing with the motivation of the staff, the internal environment, and then pushing forward with an entirely new philosophy on the game for Dragonflight? It's got to have been a rough couple of years. Though.
It's definitely been a challenging couple of years, but I think the team today is stronger and more tight-knit than we've ever been, having come through that and having weathered it. I mean, COVID in 2020 was obviously threw the whole world for a loop, to say the least, and began a process for us of relearning a lot of sort of lifelong creative and collaborative processes of how do you have what used to be the casual conversation around a whiteboard, or bouncing ideas off your office mate.
To talk about it yesterday, it's like it's very, very strange, and in the creative environment it's really hard. And you've done Shadowlands and Dragonflight in this new place, so it's got to have been for you who's leading the charge. It's like, okay, this is a lot of challenges to face.
I think it's been resolving some problems and figuring out systems and processes that work, and a lot of I think a lot of what we've come up with we would keep regardless. Even if we could all come back to the office tomorrow, there are certain meetings that we would have that we'd keep virtual forever. I think it is it's the social connections, it's the casual interactions that are the hardest to reproduce, but we continue to work at it. And then obviously the other major event last year, I think really it triggered a period of ongoing self-reflection for the team as a whole, for the company as a whole. Starting last summer, it was both looking inward to our culture, to our history, to frankly ask, like, are we who the internet says we are? Is this who we really are? And I think the answer we came to is no, but also certainly it's who we never want to be and want to have no chance of being. And so how do we change our processes? How do we develop a culture of feedback and listening and openness and trust that makes sure that even the slightest hint of impropriety will be raised and dealt with before we ever got any place close to the allegations from years and years ago? But at the same time, we were also listening to our player base and kind of re-examining, we were hearing lots of feedback, not just about anger at the revelations in the lawsuits, but about the state of the game.
Yep. It was a double whammy.
Your I'm quitting video very much included. Of like, we're missing something big here, right? Our goal at the end of the day is to make a world that players want to spend time in, that they're going to love spending time in, and that's the passion that drives all of us. And we're failing.
This is the third day we've been here on the Blizzard campus, and it's a strange, strange place. It's huge. 7 giant buildings, housing Overwatch over there.
Pretty strange place to
build.
Way to put it.
WoW Classic over there. It's a weird.
Okay, well, I'm glad he added it to the video. I'm glad he addressed it in some regard. I mean, obviously, you can't expect to have a creative, and naturally creative people are going to be more, what's the word when you feel things around you? I always forget this
Empathetic.
word. Empathetic. You're going to have a lot of empathetic people who are creatives. You're going to have a lot of more sensitive people. That word is often used negatively, but you're not going to be confident in your workplace if you're expecting someone to come up and rub your shoulders while you're trying to draw or whatever. So some of that in that regard will reflect just in their creation of a better product going forward. And the inspiration and the fun that the developers are able to have in making their product.
Yeah, the whole thing I don't even know what you expect from asking about the harassment lawsuit. Because like the disclaimer at the top said, it's like, well, this is still an open lawsuit, and they're not going to comment. You're not going to get Hazakasas to say, oh boy, yeah, Fraziabi, boy, he was dog shit from the beginning, and I tried to do something about it and couldn't because of the the suits above me.
Right.
Like, not saying that actually happened. I'm giving an example of like the type of bombshell answer you probably hope to get. You're never going to come even close to that. They can't talk with that kind of openness.
Right. He's literally legally not supposed to talk about what he knows because it's being safe for the court environment in that way.
It's in freaking open investigation still. So yeah, it's just like literally, I don't know. Like, it's not a dig against Preach, but I'm just like, why even ask? You're gonna get nothing of substance.
No, it's for his own storyline. There's a lot of people that accuse Preach of quitting because of the harassment, because he did it basically at the same time, right? Like he reached maximum burnout on Shadowlands during that time period, and so people connected the two ideas and said, oh, Preach must be doing this as a stance, and the idea of him going back to World of Warcraft is a corruption of his principles. Preach is a bad person because he's returning to World of Warcraft and therefore is dismissing his principles that he left on. So by including it in his video, he's trying to address those people who hate him probably no matter what he does. But it's a noble effort in that regard. Granted, I'm putting things on Preach, but from what I've read, on Reddit and the way people talk about him behind his back or in front of his face on the internet, like this is the storyline they have invented for Preach. Whereas his actual statement was, World of Warcraft sucks. I'm never touching it again until it's good again. And he sees something in Dragonflight now that it has seduced him.
That's fair. I wasn't aware of all that. I mean, I guess I could see with the timing, but my understanding was always that he was just like not enjoying the game.
Yeah. But people misinterpreted the timing mixed with the allegations that were going on. People invented this version of Preach that did it as a grandstand, to put it in the negative, that as people see him.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. And I feel the way, what's the name in here? Lord WizKid in chat saying, wish they'd talk to lower level employees about how they improved. That thought entered my mind too, but you're just as likely to be accused of like, I don't know, almost like tokenism. Like, oh, well, we talk to people who aren't in charge. Like it I don't mean, I don't know. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Like, don't do something out of fear. But like, I could see it just as easily. Oh, people are coming in on the Zeppelin. Being like, oh, the only reason that's in here is to sell that things are changing. And it's like, it's years before we're going to know the outcome of the lawsuit. We really got to see what the hell things look like post-Kotick. If we even get post-Kotick with the way this merger is slogging along.
Yeah. Well, you also have like, the cost of living in California, and yeah, exactly, as people bring up like job protection, like nobody wants to be moved to California proper and lose that job. Like that is I remember a number of posts being made around the time of people saying I didn't speak out because I have a family to take care of. I'm a solo income provider. I don't want to be the one who jeopardizes my family, so I've been quiet. Now I'm going to speak out because I won't take this anymore, but that's 500% a factor.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make judgment on that.
Yeah.
Weird environment to be in because there's nobody here. Blizzard has been running about 15% staff on site since Shadowlands, since COVID kicked in, and it doesn't plan on changing. People that are here generally come in for 1 or 2 days a week. The rest of the time they work from home. And all across California, to the other gaming companies we've spoken to this week,
shot.
That is going to stay exactly like that.
The last 4 years have been really tumultuous for you guys. We've had COVID, and walking around yesterday, wonderful access to see everything and see how it works, but desolate. Very strange, an eerie feeling, because everything is designed for so much fun. Yeah, well, today's an anomaly, and I know that. I've been told that many times by the comms team. They're like, it's not like this. We've not set this up. These aren't paid actors to give it some life. But we did the full tour yesterday. Everything you guys have set up for all the staff is so fun. Like, they're very creative in their places. Seeing the staff just playing volleyball at lunch, that's stuff. That's exactly why we're here. No one sees that, right?
Yeah.
That's what they don't know happens.
Yeah.
But obviously, then the allegations come out. Huge shake-up at the top. Like, and you guys are the ones who steered that ship, as far as I know. So we need to know, how did you do that? You came into a really rough patch, and then you seemingly have got here. So,
well, I mean, as you pointed out, I mean, who could have predicted the last couple of years? I mean, just having COVID and having to work from home, and we literally mobilized like within a couple of days. It's like, okay, everyone, there's a lockdown happening. You need to go home to be safe. And, we're going to make sure you have equipment. And, then we literally went through a cycle of getting everyone machines. That alone was a big deal, to deal with. And certainly, the issues that we faced as a company and even as our team, our team felt very strongly about, hey, we're going to send our message out to our players. We want them to know where we stand and what we want to be, as a team. And, I'm really proud of how much nobody on the team got defensive. Nobody said, oh, but this, that, or the other. And said, no, okay, this is a wake up call for us. This is something that we have to ingrain in our culture and reinforce. And we've grown as a team, and as new players come onto our team, we want to make sure that they are safe, that they understand what our values are, and that, we want our game to be inclusive and diverse. Because after all, our audience it's around the globe. I'm going to throw one thing at you, because I also oversee the Warcraft franchise.
Yes.
In our 28-year history, we've accumulated 250 million players in Warcraft. Around 250 million players.
It's crazy when you see the number, right?
It's nuts, right?
It just seems unrealistic.
You think of how big that is, and it's important that the team that is making the game and the content that's in that game reflects that diverse audience. And that's something that this team has embraced wholeheartedly. And it's been great. It's been great to see, and letting our game and our team speak for us, and what we stand for. I've never been through that kind of experience before, especially making games, which I think a lot of people think of as kind of trivial entertainment. At least they did when I first got started with it. And now it's
you can pet the dog in this game.
Part of people's lives.
No, I totally get that, and I can't say I've never seen a happier workforce besides mine, obviously. No, everybody's been super happy.
Feel free to speak candidly if you don't agree.
But it generally has felt that way being here, because that's exactly why I asked to do this. I watched the latest couple of interviews. The Dragonflight announcement I really disliked because it was very glossy and shiny. I was like, this isn't gamers. It's not us. Who are you talking to? And
well, he said it to their face.
Like, this is the reality. Chilling out, shouting, playing volleyball, and doing all those kind of things. And I think you should be proud of what you've done, because unless you're all like it's a North Korea thing going on out there, everyone seems pretty happy.
The stories that came out over that time were absolutely horrific, and they're still.
I mean, I will say instantly, like, that table's a lot more likable than anything I saw during that announcement time.
Oh yeah, 100%.
For sure. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I thought Dan User was like a Andy, like World of Warcraft Andy, or like a Stan. I thought it was an expression, because I saw it so frequently for like a solid year there online. Effing Dan User. I'm like, what's a Dan User? Who's using Dans? Why do we care so much about these Dan users?
Ongoing, which
now,
is
of course,
why
there's going to be multiple videos he's putting out.
No
where probably
woman
talk to a
working
lot more
anywhere
people.
should feel that way.
Yeah.
And this is an industry-wide problem that we're seeing all over the place, and hopefully is being addressed. Blizzard themselves are doing what they can, making sure that the lines of communication are open, and the message has been absolutely loud and clear. We spoke to people off camera, on camera about this, and that message was simple. This can never, ever happen again. They can't afford to have it happen again, and they don't want to be associated with that kind of environment, and they're trying to move forward as a team. And as Ian said, they don't want to be the people the internet says they are. They don't want that at all. And it's nice to see that during the stages that the staff did, that John Haidt was out there supporting them as well. The new leadership is a big part of why we went. Fresh blood in. We've had Holly come in, Mike Ibarra come in, and we have Microsoft potentially coming in the future, who are all addressing this issue to make lives better for themselves. And we hope for that to be there. In total, Activision Blizzard has laid off 37 staff, reprimanded a further 40 plus. I can't predict the future, and it's not my place to do so. I can't talk to everybody at Blizzard, and the fact is, as was pointed out to us several times, is the fact that people can now work from home has given them a safety net to be able to speak out as quickly as possible if something is going wrong. What the future holds is on Blizzard. And so we'll pay attention to these ongoing lawsuits, what's going on, and what they're doing with. But I can tell you this, and I'm okay with saying this. What I saw while I was there was extremely happy people. Obviously, not everybody's there, but that's what I saw. The only times that Blizzard asked us to turn our cameras around was when the staff were squealing with delight at seeing other employees. They've been apart for so long, and they love working there, and they love the other people they work with. We've heard from other sources that you will see in other interviews coming out later that the rumors and reports are that things are much, much, much better at Blizzard itself, especially in the Warcraft team, and they're all working to make things good for them. That's what we know, but it's up to them to prove it. The other thing I want to discuss is, why did we go? Why did we do this? Why did I pay to send me and another member of my staff all this equipment over across the other side of the world in order to see Blizzard? When I left, I was about as deeply upset about a video game as I'd ever been. World of Warcraft provided me so much, and I had to say goodbye. But I felt we owed them another chance. And what was really interesting is that the top execs at Blizzard, not just in regards to me, but in regards to you guys as well who may have left, felt the same way.
WoW, when it first came out, I mean, Facebook was only at Harvard. It hadn't yet hit the rest of the world. And for a lot of people, social interaction through the chat of WoW and logging in on WoW.
When we get all old man about WoW being AIM, for us to exchange messages,
exchanging ideas. Even though the premise is we're playing this game together, but we're also having meaningful discourse. And I think that we want to see that we're doing the same thing, 5 and 10 years from now that we did back then.
Especially because seemingly when I stopped making regular content, I mean, you guys, not directly, but World of Warcraft gave me a career.
I think that's a good question, and I can say, I can speak to it a little bit from Cuddly Zombie. Why did Preach feel he owed Blizzard another chance? I highly doubt he felt he owed the corporation another chance. When you do content creation with Blizzard, when you did content creation for Blizzard like 4 years ago is probably the better way to put it. You knew a lot of individuals and honest people, human beings. And you battle with yourself this depiction you have in your head of the company being the evil Bobby Kotick allegation version. And then the real people that you've met and that gave you the tour of this library that they're sitting in right now that I've been inside, and took you to see their desk, and then showed you the Starbucks that just got down the hall and how they're all excited about it. And those two visions of humanity and corporate cyberpunk oppression, they don't match. And so you're constantly in your head like trying to solve this puzzle. And why these good people are trapped here, or why they're stuck here. And sometimes it is like, it's just like we were talking about earlier, like it's money. Like they have a job, they have a family to support, they moved to California, they're going to keep this job, damn it. That'd be my guess and my explanation.
Yeah, I feel that way about like everything I consume though. The difference with Blizzard is that I do know the people. Like, Disney sucks, but I still watch all the Disney shit. I just don't know anyone that works there. Everybody works at the parks.
Yeah, my dad works at the park. Like my dad works at Disney.
Yeah, but they're not out there making the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
So the only difference is that I do know people that work at Blizzard. Consider some of them friends and really care about a lot of them and want them to be successful. I also know plenty of them that have moved on. But
yeah,
it's not always for like the reasons you think. Like a lot of people, like they mentioned Josh there, like got a better offer.
Well, and we've straight up heard from people who, you know, the expression is often poach because they put it in a negative light, but tech companies that go to video game conventions and stuff and are like, hey, do you know you should stop making video games and come make a banking website? And they're like, why would I do that? Because the money is way better. Because it's not about passion, it's about making money. And a lot of people leave video game spheres to enter the tech world proper because it's way more profitable.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's also like, what am I going to do? Go play Riot games? They've got issues.
Well, that's true too. That's
Square's got different but still quite concerning issues.
Yeah.
You know, there's just.
Well, it goes down to indie levels too. Like there is, I won't get into here, but a lot of like Kickstart board games. Like there's horrible people. There's lots of skeletons in a lot of closets.
Yeah.
I've traveled the world with my children because of World of Warcraft, and to leave that behind was devastating. Like to the point where I could not play this game anymore. That's where I was at. I can't even fathom logging into play anymore. Nope. We met in 15
oh, there's the glitch.
When you were in Molten Core.
There it is.
Wow.
He was just a raider in Molten Core, in my Molten Core guild. And we disconnected for a decade, and then because I was streaming and stuff, he was like, "Oh, Mike." Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, and now he works for me, and we're all doing very well. So I owe all that to him. So it's like leaving it behind was devastating. And then I see Dragonflight's coming out, and I kind of got the message.
He was just a raider, and now he works for me.
Everything that you were moaning about. Come have a look. I was like, okay. And then I came in. I was skeptical. I was a pessimist. I was like, it's here somewhere. There's Azerite power under this table. I know there is. It's lurking, and it's like, no, it's not there. So that's when I watched the last interview with Ian and Max. I was like, this ain't right. Let's send a message. Can we come? Can we do something that's casual, relaxed, a conversation? Instead of like, here's 20 questions. Go. Right, I'm going.
Yep.
I field all requests.
So thank you.
Oh, no, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You've been wonderful, both of you.
Yeah, thanks for not giving up on us.
Yeah.
How can I? I agree with you guys.
The sun is setting on our time here at
little
Blizzard
something.
for now, and
At my
this
heart.
video.
Yeah, man.
Everything we were promised,
Tugs.
we were given. Unprecedented access. We got to go absolutely everywhere. We were well taken care of. We got to look at everything, and it's hard not to be impressed with the changes in leadership and the direction that they're going with this game. I can't promise what's going to be here in the next 5 years. What I can tell you is, as I'm talking to you right now, a meeting has been going on since 5 a.m. discussing where World of Warcraft will be in the next 10 years. They're duly focused on new things. It's Era 3 is what they're calling it. It's going to be a big change from everything we've seen since Legion, since Classic. They're going in a different way, and they're going to see how people like it, and they're going to adapt. Everything they've told us is that they're listening to player fluid feedback. The game is going to be dictated far more by what players want to do. The idea of modular content will remain, but now they're looking to make content that is far more evergreen. Features added in Dragonflight should still have relevance 3 expansions down the road, not just left to the bin like Warfronts, Island Expeditions, Torghast, Garrisons, the list goes on, class halls, which have all been fan favorites, some of them less so, but then just disappeared every single time, which was by design in the past. That's going to change. They're going to look at it in a different way. It's worth a look, and it's worth checking out because their intentions seem very, very pure. I'm super happy with what we found here. I couldn't have asked for more. I couldn't have asked for more time. And
It was by
I'm glad we came. I'm
design.
glad we did this. Thank you for coming along for this journey, and we'll see you again soon.
Oh, God bless you, Preach. Preach is good people. I've never met Preach. I
No.
really like Preach.
No, I really like Preach too. I mean,
It'd be a creepy ass thing to say, but Preach is like top of the I want to be friends with you list.
yeah, the music was very Epcot-y there at the end. Like it was all hope and fireworks. I mean, I was just staring at, I don't even know the Overwatch characters, but I'm just staring at Abs back here the whole time. During his final bit.
New one, yeah, I got nothing. I don't
Yeah.
know. I have no idea. New character. I don't know new characters. I know new members though. Bert, this is a while ago. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Gearbox.
Yes, thank you, Bert.
Apologies. Missed that.
Junker Queen.
Oh, that's a name?
Yeah, well, it's Junkrat, right? And I think Junker Queen is also from Planet Junkrat or whatever.
Yeah, but
Australia.
Roadhog
It's just
Junkrat,
Australia.
Junker Queen? It's a Queen of Junker. That's not a name, it's a title. Overwatch is weird, man. I don't get Overwatch.
that was cool. Obviously, so
that was impeccable. That was really freaking good.
It was a beautiful video.
We're feasting on phenomenal documentary.
Oh no,
content
it's
from YouTubers.
Look at this wonderful recommendation right here too to our Clips channel.
Wonderful.
I'll leave a comment.
You're logged into our account though, so you know.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little biased, but what do you want to say for the algorithm gods? We got a algorithm for the algorithm gods.
What do you mean we got an algorithm for the algorithm?
Well, we
gods?
gotta leave a comment. We watched the video. We gotta for the algorithm gods. We gotta give it.
Okay. I had you kind of.
I already liked it. Now I'm subscribed, right? Have I subscribed here? No, I haven't even subscribed.
This was phenomenal.
There
Preach. We want to be your friends. Preach. Can we get a beer sometime?
Yeah, let's get some keywords in here. Let's get some highly SEO optimized keywords.
I look forward to man. I don't know, like legitimately, like crazy good access to the devs. Enjoyed the more open interview style. As I visited by the oldest Chihuahua. Bailey is officially
Perfect.
15. It happened.
Perfect. Just post. It was fine to sign. No, I mean so.
Yep.
So great video. Modular content means they will not be fluid in the future. So if Dragonflight is great, then they can go forward being great. If it's not great, then it's going to be a long time till they can fix it.
Yeah, but again, I think you're looking at it differently. They're saying planned obsolescence was the way they were doing it.
Sure.
Now that is not the case. If
Right.
things are here to stay, then they can iterate on an existing system and adapt, as opposed to throwing it all out with the bathwater and doing it again but different with no changes.
Yeah, that's you put that excellently. Thank you. That sounds way better than what I said.
That's where my brain's been this whole time, and you keep coming back to it. And so I've had a lot of time to think about how I fire this laser into your mind bolt, into your mind palace.
Ah, I see. Mind palace, nice. Using those persona phrases for me. I appreciate it.
I wouldn't know. I think of Sherlock, but sure. It's also a thing in Sherlock Holmes.
Well, we're gonna run credits here as I am off to join the family for dinner. Thanks everybody for watching that with us. Obviously, we couldn't get into the video game, but
Thank you, Preach, for at least providing the backdrop for us to even have a discussion about WoW since we can't play it.
Yeah, no, massively appreciated.
I caught a lot of dragonflight fish during this.
Oh, you were fishing off the coast?
I just had my bobber going in the background.
Sure, why not? Why not? So we'll be back Thursday with more MSQ. We are we just got to the Bunny Village in Shadowbringers, so we'll be firing it up there, heading towards, I think, a dungeon and stuff, cool stuff like that. It's good to be back. It's good to be back, everybody. Thursday will be podcast. Wednesday will be video. It's back on. It's back on.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's good seeing you all support here today. And
Good to have you back, man.
It's good to be back, man. I had a crazy week. It was really fun just losing myself and family. I love my boys, and it's melancholy to be back because I know I'm gonna miss, but they get to have the life they do because, well, also y'all's support throughout this past 3 weeks. I was able to take that time because of y'all's support and the Patreon, being members here, super chats, everything like that. It means the world to me. So thank you everybody for allowing me to take that time. And now forward into the future.
See you Thursday.
Bye everybody.
Wednesday for a video.
Wednesday? Oh yeah, Wednesday for the video. Bye now.
Wednesday on video on Wednesday.